you love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you don't love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day, regardless of how we are teetering at the precipice of World War III, most likely. We're still going to have a fantastic one, because it's Saturday, 62 degrees and cloudy here in California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live. It is Saturday, June 21st, 2025, and there's a lot going on. Yes, I know Kai just met Goat. I know that. I know. Why do you have to start the day? Why do you have to start my broadcast with by showing me someone else living my dream? You know what I mean? Someone else just actively living out my dream, my greatest desires. I know. Kai Cenat is hanging out with Legoat right now. God damn it. I just started. It's 11 minutes in and you're bumming me out. Anyway, is your goat Tom Brady? Absolutely not. I mean, it's kind of funny because he's getting to meet both my goat and also Will's goat. Will's goat is Tom Brady. My goat is LeBron. Will's goat is Tom Brady. Kai Cenat getting to meet both of our goats. Anyway, the Star Aries, thank you for the 10 gift subs. All right, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. So help me God. All right, first and foremost, ended the broadcast last night after 7 hours and like 40 minutes, another half day. You already know what it is. Had some fun with Maya Higa. Yuck.
Mama Glow. How you doing?
Normally, she's my enemy, but I guess we have a detente. Barry Balls, thank you for the 10 gift subs. We had a detente, a negotiated ceasefire so that I could promote her business. Well, not her business, her nonprofit. And, we did all that. That was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed that, because it's good to have a little bit of fun every now and then in the sea of chaos and commotion. So I tried to drip feed that to the best of my ability. In any case, did that and ended the broadcast, hung out with my family. Nothing else really. Did I do anything else? I don't really know if I did anything else. Big fan of fun? I don't know. Not a lot of people are big fans of fun.
I feel like a lot of people in this community are actually anti-fun, like openly anti-fun. But yeah, B-2 bombers are flying over the Pacific. They're going to Guam. Maya is turning Kaya against you. Wait, what?
I love her, but she's kind of a problem. No, and I hope that she's okay, and I felt super bad, but I'm also like, everybody's complimenting you up the ass. Honestly, like,
Is that real? Did you say that? I've been letting Kaya on the bed because she just got groomed like a couple days ago. So I've been letting her on the bed. What are you looking at, huh? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Cutie. Anyway, God, I love her so much. She is literally, I cannot imagine a life without her. It's so crazy that I lived without her at any point in my life. She got riled up this morning. She played with her favorite chew toy, a Belgian Malinois. But anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I've been letting her on the bed. That's a big difference. And the funniest thing is, like, she basically lays on the bed like a human. It's so strange. It's so strange because she will just like lay there like this and fall asleep with her arms in the air, with her tongue hanging out like this. And I don't understand it. On her back. I don't get it. I don't know why this is comfortable for her. I don't fully understand why this happens, but it happens. And yeah. My cat does that too. Man, these feminists are going crazy over how many 2013 tweets about 2013 women, 2025 women think he's talking about them. What? That's crazy. But is he bothering you, Queen? Throw him off the bed? She would. If she had the chance to do so, she actually would. I'm not even joking. She'd kick my ass right off the bed. Actually, that's not true. She loves laying next to me. But what was I saying? Oh, what was I saying? Oh, I've been watching. Oh, okay. Here's a controversial take. I've been watching the new My Hero Academia Vigilantes, and at first I thought it was gonna be ass, but I think it's kind of good. I'm a little embarrassed to admit it, but like, it's not ass and it's kind of good. I straight up, like, it is set up in a way where you're like, oh, this is not going to like scratch that itch. My Hero Academia isn't even that good, like, as an anime. It's like fun. It's fun to watch, but it's not like, it's like pretty bubblegum. It says it's very like what you see is what you get. And I think Vigilantes is like actually not bad at all. It's like even more gruesome than the original. And I really like Knuckle Duster as a character. It's good. It's just the fan base is cringe as hell. That's probably part of the reason why I don't really talk about My Hero Academia. I don't want to be branded as like a My Hero guy because I know the fan base is like incredibly fucking cringe. But Knuckle Duster is a cool character. It's over for the Zionist state, bro. Khamenei has got book talk in the raps. Oh yeah, he loves Les Miserables. Is a good book of sociology, a book of history, a book of criticism, a divine book, a book of kindness, hashtag love and hashtag affection. We'll do more Khamenei tweets today because he's got some crazy ones. But MHA fanbase sucks. MHA is mid. Vigilante is just slightly above mid. My Hero Academia is watchable. it's watchable. It's like fun. It's nothing that you like. It's inoffensive. Theater is how the peace between Trump and Iran gets brokered. Yeah, Trump loves Les Mis as well. Les Mis. But anyway, I'm all over the place. So yeah, anime takes whatever. Woke up early this morning, hit 405 on conventional deads, even with a busted ass ankle, with the ankle braces on. Busted ass ankle with the ankle braces on, hit 405 for 7. Had hit it when I was not even hurt at all last week for like only 3 or 4. So I'm back up there on the conventionals as well, and I'm hoping to, and I could have probably done it no vid, no did. No, I have a video, I just look fat in it, so I didn't post it. I'm shirtless. I was deadlifting shirtless, so I didn't post it because I just am fat. That's what it is. But ankle's getting better as well. So that's good. That's good update. Obviously, I'm going to be in New York City. Do you take supplements or test? No, I don't take anything. What's your max deadlift? I don't know. Well, my lifetime PR is very high, but I don't know what it is. But I used to be able to rip 405s for like 12. So think about it like that on the conventional. And on the trap bar deadlifts, as recently as like couple months ago when I was doing trap bar deadlifts before switching back to conventional, I was hitting like, I tried 500. I couldn't do it. Like I barely lifted it off the ground, but on the trap bar, I could do like I was doing like 455 or 475 for reps, like for 6. Deadlift is probably one of my better lifts, like one of my heavier lifts overall. But, I got some other lifts in the bag too that are increasing. I also figured out why my shoulder was busted because I've been doing a lot of mobility stuff and a lot of anchoring of different parts of my body, especially because I've always had rotator cuff issues. I have hyperlaxity, double jointed. I'm double jointed. It means my joints are weaker, right? And one of the things that I've done was, wall angels, things of that nature. Like I always do a lot of prep before doing bench press, and that prep has been actually pretty helpful in avoiding injury and avoiding additional strain on my rotator cuffs. But I realized today when I was doing front squats that last time I did front squats, I actually cooked my shoulder a little bit, my right shoulder a little bit. And that I only found that out because I was like, why is my fucking right shoulder messed up? Like, what's happening? And I figured out that it was actually the front squats that I was doing a couple weeks ago that tweaked my shoulder. So so at least I know what caused it. Because when I went up for a front squat this time, it's just like I couldn't even hold it up. It was crazy. More flexible, not weaker. You'll thank the joints when cops can't cuff you. Yeah, no, it's still bad. I got legs today. Can I get some motivation to PR squatting 400 today? You got this, King. You got this. It's nothing. 400, easy. Keep your head up. Look at the ceiling when you're at the bottom and explode. All right. Do you do any Olympic lifting? I mean, I guess like, no, I don't think so. Strong link between hypermobility and neurodivergence. Yes, guys, I know. Okay. You don't have to hit me with the ADHD autism allegations. Okay. I know. But in any case, that's what I got for you guys. I also had a talk with Mahmoud Khalil's legal team. I had a talk with Mahmoud Khalil's legal team last night. Some people from the ACLU, and we're looking to set up. I mean, depending on his availability, depending on his interest, we're looking to set up a link up, just like the one I did with Zohran as well, when I'm in New York. So be on the lookout for that. And I will be flying tonight as opposed to tomorrow, specifically to participate at the rally. He needs to spend time with his son. Yeah, you think I don't know that? I know. That's why I'm thanks, chatters. I know. Okay. I know. Thank you. I'm aware. That's why I said depending on his availability, depending on his interest. Okay, let's blast off. Playlist for later. Thank you, Themasius, for the playlist. B2 bombers moving. Will Trump strike Iran today? World War III watch. Mahmoud Khalil is freed. I don't want to say freed, released from detention. Will be in NYC for the rally tomorrow. If there's no World War III, then Saturday fun day. Get in it now. Yeah, Palestine Action is being classified as a terrorist group. I know, it's fucking ridiculous. Human Rights Watch has complained about it, understandably. Girly Pop Blast Off. Okay. Let's do the Girly Pop Blast Off instead of the problematic one. Okay. Let's go. All right, we're blasting off, folks. What's up with Kaya? Nothing. What do you mean? She's just chilling. She big chilling. She's chilling big time. Don't apologize. It was a good meme. I just can't use it. I feel like people will yell at me. Yeah. 350K at the London protest today per the organizers. Amazing. Yeah, speaking of pro-Palestine, anti-Israel activism, look at this. Look at this anti-Semitism.
עורב! אנרכיסט! הלו!
Hello.
עזוב את הדגל, בחייאת! אני בשוק.
This is messed up.
עורב! מה? אני בהלם. אני בשוק.
Amazing. Anti-Semitic. It's an old video, but still, yeah, it's messed up. It's messed up. It's messed up. This is anti-Semitism. This is a crow that is a terror crow. We must fight against the terrorist crow. This crow is Hamas. This crow is Hamas. Why is the crow not taking out the Palestine, the Gaza flag, the terrorist flag? Hamas is training the terror crows. This is Hamas. I heard they found Mein Kampf in the crow's nest. Yeah.
What the hell was a surprise?
Kai is hanging out with LeGoat. LeBron James. You hate to see someone else live your dream, you know? You hate to see someone else live your goddamn dream.
Hold on. I tried to hold it in, chat. I tried to hold it in.
Look at Wemby, man. Bro, until you pointed him out, I forgot he went on his Shaolin arc. I didn't even realize. Yeah, he's a Shaolin monk now. Right?
Hey, I'm not about to act like I'm not next to Tom Brady, LeBron James, American Wemby. Yo, I ain't gonna lie. I don't even know how I'm here right. I don't even know what's going on right now. It's like, yo, man. My boy.
You gotta meet Mama Glow.
How you doing?
Mama,
How you
yeah.
doing?
Yes,
How you doing?
what's up, my guy?
Bron.
What's up, boy?
What up, bro? This is my boy. Cash, where you at? My boy Cash Nasty.
I can't believe he got Cash Nasty to link up with LeBron James. That's so sick.
Right here. He a big supporter. He's my brother right here.
How you doing, bro?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, bro.
What's up?
It's an honor to be here, bro.
Look at his eyes. He is keeping his fucking cool, dude. Tyler's already met LeBron, hasn't he? I thought he was already like he's like the number one LeBron dick rider. I've seen the clips. Like the number one on the planet. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Kai looks taller than I expected him to look next to LeBron James. Like I thought LeBron was like 6'8".
Yeah, you see, he know you.
Tyler, what's up, what?
It's my boy Tyler.
God, that's so sick. Maybe Kai is still growing. I don't know. Nah, Cash number one, Ty number two. I know they're both understandable LeBron dick riders. Like it's a dick that deserves to be rode should not be called out for being rode. Okay? Like you know this already. I've already said this. Like I think it's not shameful to ride LeBron's dick. I don't think it's shameful at all. I think he deserves it. He's the GOAT for a reason. So I feel like it's weird when people act like that's like strange. Oh my God. Like it's like actual flag on the play dick riding is when you are glazing someone who doesn't deserve to be glazed. Couldn't waterboard that sentence out of me. I mean, I say it voluntarily all the time because I think I call balls and strikes on this broadcast. Like a lot of people are afraid to say the truth sometimes. I'm not one of those people, right? I'm not one of those people. So I will tell you how it is. Greatest athlete of our generation, perhaps one of the greatest athletes of all time. It's just like, what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Stop sending me the Israel tweet, man. Stop. It was from, bro, it's from 2014. He don't got internet, bro. Calm down. And so we wait. And did he visit? Did he visit? No, because he's anti-Zionist. Exactly. Like, AOC was there. Wait, what? Dude, for a brief moment, I thought you meant AOC was meeting LeBron James. Like, I thought you meant AOC was there to meet LeBron freaking James. LeBron the GOAT James. No, you meant she was there at the Mahmoud Khalil release. Because we were just talking about LeBron. So when you bring up AOC like that out of nowhere, it's like, read the room, buddy. We're done with LeBron. Get to the news, weather boy. I mean, I'm gonna click away from this Israel tweet. It's disgusting. It's gross. And also the very fact that Israel was like begging for the GOAT to attend and the GOAT never attended is an automatic implied anti-Zionist act. Has LeBron ever been to Israel? No, right? Exactly. Exactly. Like Israel tries hard to be like, oh my God, LeBron definitely wants to come here. He's like, no, he hasn't been to Israel because guess what? Because he's an anti-Zionist. He literally was like, yeah, I'll go to Israel when it's Palestine. Like that's what he said to me in a dream. And I'm going to go with that. It's like, I have the reverse like girlfriend dream situation where, you know, like you'll have a partner who will dream that you cheated on them in a dream and then got mad at you. Like I go to sleep and I think about LeBron doing cool things. And then I love him more when I wake up. Anyway, let's move on from this. Okay. Yeah, see, I met LeBron one time and he whispered in my ear, globalize the Intifada, true story. I was the ear. I can confirm was the ear. Beitar being explicitly racist now. What do you mean now? Dog, Beitar being explicitly racist now is so funny because that's like saying, hey guys, I don't mean to alarm you, but I feel like the Klan is being a little racist today. Okay, wow. Look at this. Look at this. The Klan, the Ku Klux Klan is being quite racist today. It's like, yeah, they're racist every day, you know? They're racist every day of the fucking week. But yeah, it's a mini F already. God damn. All right, we blasted off. Let's get to it. Obviously, most important news of the day is World War III going to break out? Now, we covered the Seymour Hersh reporting on this. Cy Hersh said that Trump was waiting for the market to close and for the weekend to kick in to actually escalate with Iran and actually strike Iran directly. Last night, there was more tit for tat. Steve Bannon is hinting at a big weekend. The party is on. World War III is on. Now, I don't know if this is the case. Like, I feel like Steve Bannon is like a non-entity. But yeah, B-2 bombers are moving, but that could be nothing. I want cooler heads to prevail here. U.S. official confirms to the Post that B-2 stealth bombers are in the air over the Pacific heading west. They're going to go to Guam, and they actually could strike from Guam technically, but they do go to Guam routinely, so it's not like it's completely out of the it's completely out of order here, like the events. I don't know. I'm going to engage in copium and say, who knows, maybe diplomacy will thrive. There's no need to strike from Guam. Diego Garcia is the B-2 base for Iran strikes. MAGA star Steve Bannon plays an outsized role in Trump's Iran decision, sources. Okay, but Steve Bannon is not trying to go to war with Iran, so that doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense? Like, it's just like he is supposedly the isolationist wing on the MAGA base. It's like him and Tucker on the isolationism MAGA base side, and Trump on the other hand, alongside everyone else, is like full neocon. This is a little bit reductive, but kind of like this. Ryan Grimm, Trump feeling clever. I'm going to take 2 weeks to decide whether to bomb. Entire world. He's bombing this weekend. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. War Room is going to do a possible special broadcast at 4 p.m. This is so alarming and so sad and so pathetic that on the one hand, we're like looking at patterns of development for B-2 bombers loaded with munitions and whether or not those bombers will be used on Iranian soil as a direct act of escalation and direct involvement. America waging war with a foreign nation without congressional approval, of course, because who cares about that sort of thing? And like what? We're going to learn about this from Steve fucking Bannon. Steve Bannon, the ugliest homunculoid that has ever existed, the human skin tag, Stephen Jedediah Bannon is going to be telling us on a shitty podcast whether or not Donald Trump is going to bomb Iran, because Donald Trump has conversations with Steve Bannon on these issues. Like, who's next? Is Kid Rock going to say it at a concert? Like, is that what's going on? Oh my God, I just spoke that into existence. The announcement for going to war with China will be done at a Kid Rock concert, okay? In between one of his pedophile songs. Kid Rock's gonna be like, and we're going to war with China too. Donald Trump told me. Great. Love it. Love the way that the world works. Love where we're at on the planet. Love our future. Does it even exist? Do we even have a future? I don't know. Great stuff overall, though. Fantastic stuff overall. Kid Rock, Deputy Press Secretary, in charge of the nuclear arsenal. Fuck it. Ted Nugent should be in charge of the nuclear arsenal. Who cares? You know what I mean? Yeah, I know there's a heat wave in New York City this weekend. I know. All right. Fantastic.
Breaking moments ago, new reports from open source plane spotters show 6 B-2 stealth bombers from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri appearing to head toward a U.S. Air Force base in Guam. The B-2 can carry 2 15-ton bunker buster bombs that could be used to target Iran's heavily fortified Fordo nuclear site. This is a second U.S. aircraft carrier will arrive in the Middle East this weekend. President Trump will return later today to the White House for an intelligence briefing. Welcome to Fox News Live on a busy news weekend.
Someone said, how is this a stealth bomber if we know where it's going? What do you mean? Yeah, when it's deployed to actually do a bombing campaign, then you don't know when it's flying in the air. If it's just like routinely flying somewhere and it's, what is it, like its transponder is on, like, yeah, you can track it. When it's about to do the bombing, I don't think that's when I don't think you can track it on flight radar when it's literally in the process of doing the bombing. Never let him know your next move until it's Fox News. U.S. has evacuated staff in the Tel Aviv embassy. I don't know if that's real or not, but I thought that they had already closed the embassy anyway, so this makes sense. This was slated to happen anyway.
I'm Mike Emanuel in Washington. New airstrikes from the Israeli Air Force against missile storage and launch infrastructure in Iran overnight, as the IDF says it has killed the commander of the Quds Force, who is a key coordinator of weapons deliveries to Hamas. Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott is live in Tel Aviv with more. Hello, Greg.
Hello, Mike. Yeah, we are into now day 9 of the war between Israel and Iran, and there are more raids on key Iranian targets as well as individuals. The Isfahan nuclear facility was hit for the second time by Israel. The IAEA confirms real damage was done to the centrifuge construction facility. And another assassination by Israel. Saeed Izzadi, a Revolutionary Guard commander who played a key role in the deadly October 7 Hamas attack against Israel, was taken out. And the IDF claims to have shot down nearly all 40 Iranian drones headed towards Israel this morning. Tehran has had less success with these relatively slow-moving projectiles. Now, here in Tel Aviv, after we watched overnight a barrage of some 5 Iranian missiles, all knocked down by Israeli defenses, it has been relatively quiet, knock wood. Evening usually sees more activity. And as you noted, Mike, Fox News, citing sources, is reporting that 6 B-2 stealth bombers have left their home base in Missouri, said to be headed to Guam, which is a bit closer and a bit of an easier run to Iran. Now, Mike, that aircraft is the only one that can deploy the much-discussed bunker-busting bombs needed to take out Iran's deeply dug and crucial Fordo nuclear facility. Back to you.
Greg Palcott starting us off live in Tel Aviv. Greg, many thanks. President Trump will head back to Washington later today for a briefing on Iran after announcing...
Oh, no, okay. Well, you know his ass hates leaving the golf course on a weekend to go back to Washington, D.C. So that's not good. You know what I mean? That's also not good either. On the weekend, when he's at his golf course in New Jersey, flying back to D.C., that is a troublesome sign. Look, I want to say, you know, cooler heads will prevail, I hope. Cooler heads will prevail, I hope. Come on, do some diplomacy, please. Except, what good is, what does that even mean? They were already in the process of negotiations when Israel struck Iran, and then Trump came out and was like, haha, we fooled you, Iran. We knew that diplomacy ain't shit. We knew that Israel was going to strike you. We actually totally love that Israel did that amidst a round of negotiations that was slated to start again. And so it feels like, you know, they don't really care about this. They don't really care about this at all, as a matter of fact. The publicized B2 movement is a show of force, so who knows? I know. Fuck the pizza index. Today we watched Trump's golf time for the index. Yeah, I'm of two different minds here. Obviously, there's two different patterns here, judging by what Trump has done in the past. I've talked about this quite a bit. Either this is like oh, we are going to bully you into submission so that you, I don't know, throw away all of the civil nuclear power that you could have ever had to get like a weird own over Iran, basically to just like effectively undermine Iranian sovereignty by force, even if it's not like a threatening presence at all, like them having a nuclear power grid in collaboration with like Russia and in collaboration with China is not necessarily a real threat. It's not nuclear armament. I don't know why they haven't made nukes at this point, but clearly that's not like the real point of these negotiations. The real point of these negotiations and the real ambition for America is to, I think, inevitably destabilize Iran. If not now, maybe 5 years down the line. And this is in that direction as well, weakening the regime, weakening the grip of power that they might have. So in that process, in serving that ambition, this could be like peace through strength, which is what Trump says he likes to do when he says he's going to fucking do these kinds of like military actions because he thinks like he can bully people into submission this way and even like break previous understood negotiations processes by, you know, firing amidst the negotiation, knowing full well that they have to come back to the table regardless. Or the second thing, the second option, which is that overall they want destabilization, they want to cripple the regime, they want to destroy the regime, they want to destabilize Iran, and people in Trump's ear are telling him this will be exactly like Qasem Soleimani. Because remember, last time around when he assassinated Qasem Soleimani, an incredibly high-ranking, fairly popular but controversial, very polarizing figure, within the IRGC, fairly controversial in the region. When he did that, when Qasem Soleimani was on a trip to Iraq, that was supposed to provoke tremendous response from Iran, but it didn't. It was a fairly limited retaliation. So if that's the case, and people in his ear are telling him that he won't get a significant response from Iran, and it'll just be like an in-and-out bombing campaign with an in-and-out bombing campaign that will, I don't know, that Iran won't be able to retaliate against with significant force, then maybe it's fine. You should do it. Like, that could be one of the other, that could be the other option here. Both of these goals obviously still play a formative role in weakening the power and the sovereignty that the Islamic Republic has in its sovereign state. Either one is a much longer, convoluted, drawn-out process that America and Israel's ambitions might look similar to what happened in Syria, which would be the negotiation aspect and like decreasing the Iranian sovereignty by bullying them into submission through force. Or the other would be a long, drawn-out, maybe closer to Libya or closer to Iraq even, depending on how ambitious the American military is, with boots-on-the-ground warfare, which, of course, is incredibly stupid and incredibly devastating for everyone involved, both Iran, but also America as well. It would be the end of, I think, the American empire. So we shall see which way the wind blows. Here is the Iranian response, of course. Senior Iranian official says, if it's a choice between halting uranium enrichment and going to war, we choose war. This is on Reuters. You're thinking too short-term. Long-term is to install a puppet at the end of the Belt and Road Initiative. No, I'm not thinking short-term. I know that is the goal. And whether they do that through destabilization in the interim, or they do that immediately, which they can't, or their goal might be to do that immediately, it doesn't matter here. What we're trying to figure out is parse through all of the limited amount of information, the will they, won't they, that's coming out of this administration, to figure out if they're going to fucking actually strike Iran or not. And then in the aftermath, we'll see whether or not Iran can even maintain a war with America and, mine the Strait of Hormuz and close it off, at which point that cripples the entire oil production of the planet. Like, will they make it costly for everyone involved? Will they basically globalize the pain that they're experiencing and go all out or not? I believe that if the Ayatollah was still firmly in charge, they wouldn't take it to that position. But from what I understand, considering how much decapitation strikes have been on the table and discussed, the Ayatollah and the civil governance of the Islamic Republic has basically taken a sidestep here, taken a backstep, and allowed the IRGC to come into charge. And the IRGC is more calculating, but also significantly more militant if necessary. So the generals are now running the show, from what I understand. I could be wrong, but that is what I have read. And I feel as though the generals might be willing to defend Iranian sovereignty a lot more than the Ayatollah would, because there's two different minds here. Iran has always wanted to remain a sovereign state. And in process of that, like, they've always been a lot more favorable to Western diplomacy than one might assume if you only read Western press. If you only read like pro-Israel outlets, you would think that these guys are fucking animals, right? Bloodthirsty animals. They're barbaric. They're Islamists. They're fucking, they don't know anything. But the reality is that the centralized force that is the Ayatollah, the centralized force that is the Iranian government, has been incredibly responsive to diplomacy. They've been responsible, they've been restrained, and they always, in the ways that they've even retaliated to Israel, they've always taken multiple steps backwards. They are Islamists, though, yes, but that doesn't matter. It's like saying, okay, like Israel is Jewish. Like, what do you mean? That doesn't mean anything. Yes. Iran needs to accept the West will only ruin them, and they need to side with China full stop. They waffled on China. They kept hope with us. I think that for quite a while, in an effort to maintain their sovereignty, they've done interesting things. Sometimes aligning with India over Pakistan, and having like somewhat of a security contract or a negotiation, not a negotiation necessarily, but like a weapons contract with Russia. I'm not entirely certain on how much equipment they have from China. It doesn't feel like they have a lot. The very fact that Israel has not bombed the Russian nuclear facilities that still have Russian nuclear scientists that are working in the nuclear facilities in Iran, as opposed to the Chinese nuclear facility that was being built on top of a previous nuclear facility, Iraq, means that or at least feels as though China is more restrained in terms of like defending Iran, as opposed to Russia, where Vladimir Putin has made some threatening responses to the West in terms of how much they will get involved in defending Iran if their own civilians are attacked in the process. I think it's possible. I think it's the opposite of what that chatter says. Iran has not closed itself off to China to make good with the West. It's the opposite. While close, China has kept this distance in many ways to not get in the way of many Western sanctions. No, I think it's a bit of both. No, I do think that Iran, in and of itself, Iran is like very, very invested in sovereignty to almost a fault. Like they don't want to be a part of any sort of like security umbrella that requires them to do things that they might not want to do, or requires them to even fight against people that they don't want to do. They are a regional power to a fault. They simply want to be a regional power. They want to dominate the Middle East. They want to have a say in the Middle East. They want to utilize the Shia population that lives all over the Middle East. They are unironically very Jusha almost, but they're Shia Jusha, so it's different. It's not like the DPRK where there's like in any case, I think that they don't want to be under like a NATO style, like reverse NATO style agreement or anything like that with Russia or China, even though they will obviously collaborate with Russia and China. What? The question now is, where does Pakistan factor in? Pakistan is increasingly in Trump's orbit, but Pakistan is also China's closest ally. Now, Pakistan has been showing positively towards Iran. I think Pakistan can be very influential in the coming months and years. This is the most like Pakistani you've ever sounded, Cloud District Enjoyer. I don't know. We'll see. I don't fully understand the relationship between Pakistan and Iran at all. I don't know why Iran has not been closer to Pakistan. There's obviously the issue of Balochistan. There obviously is There obviously is that a dual issue for both of these countries, and yet they've never really collaborated. But Pakistan has said that they would defend Iran. I don't know to which degree they actually would. I don't know how much they'd be willing to defend Iran, especially considering that the Pakistani government is basically it's run by the generals, run by the ISI, and the ISI is deeply and heavily involved with the CIA. But a lot of these countries are also invested in sovereignty, if that makes sense. Like they're not completely subservient. Like I would go so far as to say Western. This is going to piss off a lot of people. Are you ready for this? I think European countries are more subservient to American interests than like even a country like India is. Okay? I think Western European nations especially, and you can see this with the way that they're talking. Anyone that actually thinks that they fucking ever step out of line are unironically as delusional as the Democrat dick riders are, thinking that American foreign policy is not uniparty. Pakistan went as far as saying they will nuke Israel for what it did in Iran. I don't think they will ever do it, but hey, I don't know. So Western Euro nations were rebuilt to serve U.S. empire post-World War II. Yeah. What say you of Turkey then? I would go so far as to say that Turkey is also deep in the pocket, deep in the cut, but very clearly they still sidestep from time to time because of their own regional interests, but they don't get the Israel treatment. Even though they are literally more of a reliable ally than even fucking Israel is like they basically play the same exact role. But the very fact that like there are Kurdish militias that the Americans will use against Turkey from time to time, and the very fact that they even try to do a fucking coup implies that every now and then Erdogan will do some foreign policy decisions that America doesn't like. It's still controllable, but the very fact that there needs to be this level of control through outside intervention implies that there's even more sovereignty, as opposed to Europe, where Europe will at most maybe say something like, we don't like what America is doing, but behind closed doors, they're like, yes, we love you, sir. Please, we will do everything you want us to do. I was on my friend's account trying to type to you, but long story short is that Pakistan is trying to court Iran away from India and collab with Iran. Yeah, that's what I've seen as well. Pakistan is trying to court Iran away from India and collab with Iran on Balochistan. Yeah. Arun's take is that Pakistan is anxious about growing ties between Iran and India. They have material interest in keeping their influence in the neighborhood. I doubt Pakistan will do more than what they're currently doing unless China gets actively involved, of course, which won't happen. Hope I'm wrong, though. ISIS, Taliban, and Al-Qaeda are the biggest enemy of Iran. Iran hates these terrorist organizations and has fought against these organizations for a long time. We, India, are allies with Iran because Iran and Pakistan are not allies, but BJP is ultimately an Islamophobic party. I am Hindu. I am saying BJP is disgustingly racist, so BJP government hasn't said much about it yet. Yeah. This is not wrong. Iran and India have decent... No, this is literally correct. Iran and India... Iran and India are unironically cooperative countries. This is correct. You would expect Iran to literally be partnered up with Pakistan. They're both Muslim nations. They are not. Half of the American intervention in Pakistan, or the American usage of Pakistan, has been to basically create these operatives, these cells. Maybe some instances like Salafist cells as well that that come directly out of Pakistan, which the Pakistan defense minister has openly admitted, if you remember. And those are the people that Iran is fighting in the region nonstop, because those guys are working at the behest of Western interests. As a Pakistani, there's a lot of anti-Shia acrimony in Pakistan, particularly in the province of KPK, Parachinar, and in Jamaat-e-Islami circles. That being said, the vast majority of Pakistanis are like Iran as a state, and most non-Salafist politicians too. Anyway, this is all of this is like very, I feel like this is too inside baseball, but we're just trying to, like I said, we're just trying to see how the battle lines would be drawn in a situation like this. But yeah, Chatter's right. Iran is so cooperative with India that Ayatollah Khamenei has told Kashmiris to fuck off with regards to India's crimes against the Kashmiris. Anyway, let's play this.
He would wait up to 2 weeks on a decision to strike the Middle Eastern country. Nate Foy is traveling with the president in Bedminster, New Jersey. Hello, Nate.
Hey, Mike, good afternoon. So, yeah, the pieces on the chessboard and the posturing ahead of a potential decision from President Donald Trump, which he promises is coming in the next 2 weeks, continues to develop with, according to that open source flight tracking data, those 6 B-2 bombers, and according to the data that we are seeing in the refueling pattern of those planes, it appears that they left without a full fuel tank, which could indicate that they are in fact carrying those bombs on board. But the White House has not confirmed this independently. We are working for that confirmation. But President Trump is at his Bedminster Club here today in New Jersey. He's going back to the White House later today, where he will meet with his national security team. And he spoke yesterday about that 2-week timeline that he's promised. Listen here.
Mr. President, what was the thought process behind the 2-week timetable?
Just time to see whether or not people come to their senses. I'm giving them a period of time. We're going to see what that period of time is, but I'm giving them a period of time, and I would say 2 weeks would be the maximum.
Now, Mike, Trump also pushed back on Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's comments that Israel is capable of destroying Iran's Fordo nuclear facility on its own. The president said Israel has a limited capacity. He also said his own national intelligence director was wrong when she testified before Congress in March, saying that Iran was not pursuing a nuclear weapon. Listen here.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your direct
or Mersheimer. Oh, Noam Chomsky, like, he's so brilliant. Like, no, dude. Steven Seagal is the guy. He is the guy. He is the one. I've been deflecting nuclear war for 35 years. Yeah. Marxist, Leninist, Segalians rise up. B-2 bombers. Worst nightmare for a cop. I've been on this beat for 35 years. I've seen so many B-2 bombers. Don't worry. B-2 bombers only act out this way when they're in great distress. I'll take care of it real quick. Anyway, Trump agreed and told Erdogan that he was willing to send Vice President J.D. Vance and White House envoy Steve Witkoff, and even traveled to Turkey himself to meet Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian if necessary. Also, here's the German CDU politician Roderich Kaiserwetter. We are prepared to defend Israel's security with our lives.
Auch, dass wir bereit sind, mit unserem Leben die Sicherheit Israels zu verteidigen.
Incredible. Thank you, sir. I mean, we knew that already, but like, cool. That's cool. That's cool. This is from 2023. I mean, I don't think that's changed. I don't think the attitude has changed at all. I don't think the attitude has changed from fucking 1948 onwards. Bitch, I'm not. Who's we? No, you don't understand. That's how it is. Israeli Air Force jets destroyed 3 more Iranian F-14 fighter jets in a strike short while ago in central Iran, the military says. So this kind of shit is nothing. Okay? Their main targets are not the fucking F-14s. Their main targets are the launchers, okay? Those are fake F-14s. It doesn't matter, even if they're fucking real F-14s, dude. What are you talking about? They're F-14s. Like, they're not... I don't know how much the Iranian... I don't know. I'll be the first to admit. I don't know how much the Iranian Air Force and what kind of capabilities that they have. But half of the Iranian Air Force is like either old Russian gear or old American gear. And this is negligible. This is like, you only post this as a W if you're not actually hitting the fucking appropriate targets. This is like Iran flexing that they took down a drone while simultaneously claiming that they hit F-35s. Do you understand? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you know, when Iran was saying like, oh, we took out the F-35, we took out like 4 F-35s, and then they never released any information. So I was like, all right, that's probably fake. But the one drone that they took out, which was significant, but the one drone that they took out, they immediately showed a video of or showed pictures of. That was the real thing that they took out. The drone is still significant, but it's nowhere near as significant as like F-35s would be. And them blowing up like, you know, 50-year-old fucking fighter jets on the runway or whatever that are like parked out here is negligible. The real shit that they are trying to dismantle, the real weapons that they're trying to dismantle are the strike capabilities that Iran has right now, because those are the ones that are launching the ballistic missiles into Tel Aviv. So this kind of stuff is negligible. It's not that significant. To be honest, it's pretty big because the Iranian Air Force has very few planes and it's hard to get replacement parts and weapons for their American jets because of American embargoes. Like, bro, they're still using F-4 Phantoms. That being said, Iranian surface-to-air missiles and ballistic missiles are much more important to the Iranian military. Yes. Plane nerds are grieving right now. Hasan, have some respect. All I'm saying is, this is, you know, this is nowhere near as significant as like actually hitting the launchers. Aren't the launchers just trucks? They are so common. No, dude, what? What do you mean? You think there's a fucking regular ass like slingshot on the back of a truck. What are you talking about? They're mobile launchers, but they're incredibly expensive and virtually impossible to make new ones in a short period of time. They're not. That's like, Chad is like, what? Are you telling me that they're not launching hypersonic missiles from the back of a Toyota Hilux? Like, I don't understand. Like, it's not a technical, dude. Let me lob Shabab 3 off my F-150. Yeah. Hilux could handle it. I think Toyota Hiluxes can handle a lot. This is not one of the things that I believe it can handle, okay? I'm sorry to report. As much as I'm a dick rider for Toyota Hilux, which I think is one of the greatest pickup trucks ever created, this is not one of the things it has. It is capable of handling, okay?
X writing in part, quote, the dishonest media is intentionally taking...
Chatter's like, well, I don't understand. Why don't they just put this in the back of a Toyota Hilux? Like, what? Yeah, just beef up the suspension and it will be fine, dog.
My testimony out of context and spreading fake news as a way to manufacture division. America has intelligence that Iran is at the point that it can produce a nuclear weapon within weeks to months. Now, in that same testimony before Congress in March, Gabbard testified that Iran has an unprecedented amount of enriched uranium, and the White House is pointing to that as evidence that there's no daylight between her and the president in his view of Iran's capabilities in regards to her previous testimony. Trump is set to leave Bedminster for the White House later this afternoon. We'll send it back to you, Mike.
Nate Foy live in the Garden State with the president. Nate, thanks very much.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart.
Meanwhile, in Washington, U.S. President Donald Trump has said he will decide on his next move in 2 weeks. But already there are divisions with not just his conservative base who don't want the U.S. to be involved in...
She got bought. If anyone actually thought that Tulsi Gabbard was going to be an anti-imperialist, I don't know what to tell you. You guys are so silly. She was literally tasked with doing psyops in Africa while she was also simultaneously running for office and claiming that she was an anti-imperialist using those words, right? She was like, I'm anti-war, anti-war. There's never been a moment where Tulsi Gabbard has not been invested in killing Muslims. Never. That's not like a John Fetterman style situation, because at least John Fetterman made a convincing case early on and was not this insane at all. Tulsi Gabbard, on the other hand, has never, if you actually listen to me and listen to her, okay, speak on these issues, you would have recognized from the jump that she was doing the classic, I'm anti-war, but I'm only anti-bad wars. There are some good wars that I am totally on board with. That's it. People that claim to be anti-war are not actually anti-war. People that claim to be anti-war, especially in a position like that in the government, are never going to be truly anti-imperialist, anti-war people. They are literally working for empire. They just mean they don't like some of the wars, and they think that the resources should be redirected to good wars. Okay? Now, having said that, as is her responsibility as the head of DNI, she has to reveal the actual accurate assessments coming from the intelligence community. So when she goes in front of Congress and says, as the director of national intelligence, okay, when she comes out and says our intelligence community assessments does not show that there's like any new any new enrichment opportunities for Iran or anything like that. When she basically said that, that wasn't because she was anti-imperialism. That wasn't because she was anti-war. That was just her job. Her job is to say what is the correct thing that the intelligence community is delivering to her. Okay? Which is precisely the reason why she tried to come out with a tweet, not a new statement, not a new revelation, but simply a tweet that massaged the narrative to suit Trump's demands. As it stands currently, the intelligence community's assessment is quite clear on this. The American intelligence community's assessment is that Iran has no nuclear weapons, have no capabilities of enriching nuclear weapons grade uranium enrichment. They're not moving in that direction, and that there was already an ongoing denuclearization negotiation talks that were taking place anyway. And this new information came from Israel. Okay, this supposedly new information was Israeli intelligence, which again is bullshit. Is fucking bullshit. That's it. So either Israel has some new intel that they are simply not explaining to anyone else, not showing to anyone else, certainly not sharing it with the American intelligence community, or they're lying. And I think, considering Israel's track record, the assessment is that they're fucking lying. You understand?
Another war, but also within his own intelligence community. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified before Congress in March that Tehran was not building a nuclear warhead. And on Friday, President Trump dismissed her analysis.
What intelligence do you have that Iran is building a nuclear weapon? Your intelligence community has said they have no evidence that they are at this point.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Well, let's bring in Alan Fisher. He's live for us in Washington. And Alan, since that public, very public rebuke by President Trump, what have we been hearing from Tulsi Gabbard?
Well, she has put out a statement saying that the media is wrong. They've taken her comments out of context. Here's the problem for Tulsi Gabbard. They weren't. She gave evidence to a committee on Capitol Hill on the 26th of March and said very clearly, here's the context, the international community has made the assessment that Iran is not working towards a nuclear bomb, that it's made no efforts to try and pursue a nuclear bomb since the plan of the operation, the whole project, was suspended by the Supreme Leader in 2013. She is also on the record back in 2019 during Trump's first term as saying that Donald Trump wants a war with Iran because Saudi Arabia and also Benjamin Netanyahu wants a war with Iran. So this is her desperately trying to claw back some credibility with Donald Trump after what was a stunning public rebuke. Here's the problem for Donald Trump and Tulsi Gabbard. A lot of conservatives, and not just conservatives, a lot of Americans are concerned at what is happening here. That there is intelligence that says one thing, but then we have Donald Trump and now the Director of National Intelligence saying another thing. And of course, they remember going to war with Iraq on what was then faulty, if not downright misleading intelligence, and they're concerned that the same thing could happen again.
Well, in the meanwhile, we are getting plenty of US military movements. Can you tell us about the latest ones that we're seeing there?
Well, according to the military, a number of aircraft carriers that are moving into the region are doing so on a normal rotation or to relieve those that are already there. But in the last 24 hours, it's been reported that 2 B-2 stealth bombers have moved from the United States, from their base in Missouri, to Guam in the Pacific, and the intention is that they will then move to the base in Diego Garcia in the Atlantic. So why is this important? Well, a couple of things. Diego Garcia puts them within one refueling stop of hitting Iran, and the B-2 stealth bombers are really the only planes that can carry the so-called bunker buster bombs, which would target Iran's nuclear facilities. Here's a thing for Donald Trump to consider. Experts are saying that even the bunker buster bombs will not be able to penetrate deep enough into the mountains to inflict any real damage on Iran's nuclear facilities there. So he has that to consider, and he'll be doing just that when he flies back from his estate in New Jersey, New York, in the next couple of hours. His intention is to hold a meeting of the National Security Council at the White House. There he will be advised of attack plans. He will look at his options. And of course, he said that he'll make a decision within the next 2 weeks. So everyone is looking at every meeting of the NSC in the Situation Room at the White House to wonder if this is it.
Absolutely. And we will be watching that meeting as well very closely. Alan Fisher, many thanks for bringing us the latest from Washington, D.C.
For more on the escalating Israel-Iran conflict, retired U.S. Navy Rear Admiral Mark Montgomery joins me here at the MAP. He's a senior fellow with the Foundation for the...
The libs are popping off. This is not a lib. Saying Iranians are uneducated from a country where over half the adult population reads at a 6th grade level is crazy work. I don't think this is a liberal. I think the panelists are liberals who are saying Iranian women are uneducated. Oh, the libs are the view. Yeah, I know. I covered it. I covered it when it first happened. I couldn't believe it. It's just like pure. It's like the statements on that panel, with the exception of like Whoopi, was so gross. Like it was basically just pure unadulterated racism. Like I could not believe it. Like the idea that like these guys are throwing gays off the roofs, and also the women are uneducated. It's the worst place on the planet. It's like, dude, you are a psycho. Like you are an actual psychopath. You are so confident in saying wrong things because you know no one will check you on this, because even retaliating with actual facts about the conditions in Iran will be met with tremendous animosity, because everyone else also is just as racist and just as not knowledgeable.
Defense of Democracies. Admiral, welcome. Great to have you.
Mike, thanks for being here.
So since you're a Navy man, let's start with the U.S. Navy assets in the Middle East region. A second carrier group, the Nimitz, is going into the Arabian Sea this weekend. How significant is it to have two carrier groups in the region?
Well, the big change is going to be the Nimitz was scheduled to come. It's coming faster. And I imagine the Carl Vinson strike group here will now stay.
Okay.
So we'll build up. And what that does is double the number of Navy fighter attack aircraft from, say, 50 to 100 that are available to conduct operations. The other big Navy groups up here.
Okay.
So these 5 destroyers, and there won't always be 5 exactly here, are positioned in the Eastern Mediterranean to provide medium-range ballistic missile defense of Israel against weapons fired from Iran, and they can do some limited work against stuff coming from the Houthis down here. But they have a unique capability with the SM-3 missile, so they're big players. These destroyers are still remaining in the Red Sea against Houthi attacks.
Truxton, the Forrest Sherman.
That's right.
Okay. So let's move on. So here we go. So
the most, like, dude, it's awesome. We got our most diabetic admiral to talk about, to basically huff and puff between fantasizing about how we'll strike Iran and how hard we'll strike them. Great, thank you. This dude is about to get struck by heart disease while he's on camera, okay? The only thing he struck is a fucking donut.
These are the nuclear facilities that have been attacked by the Israelis. Fordo is the big one that everybody's concerned about right now. It is not in downtown Tehran, the Iranian capital. Your thoughts on the targets, and what about Fordo?
I think one of the funniest parts about this is that there's no guarantee that even the fucking B2 with its what is it called, like MOF or whatever, the it's like the step above a bunker buster. Even the B2 is not guaranteed to strike with the GB-57. No, not Moab. No, not the Moab, the mother of all bombs, the MOP. Is not guaranteed to actually fucking is guaranteed to actually fucking hit Fordow. So this could basically be entirely in vain. Yeah, massive ordnance penetrator, the MOP, MOP. Thank you, chatter. Thank God I have so many missile autists in here and so many plane autists as well. But basically, as far as I have read, and again, this is not my area of expertise at all, but everything that I read from analysts, everything that I've read from people who love this kind of shit, there is no real guarantee that they can even strike the facility that's deep underground on the side of a goddamn mountain that they're even fantasizing about, which would imply that America would be joining this. America would be joining this military conquest with no real military ambition beyond simply escalating it because their ultimate goal is to destabilize Iran. Yeah, it's not just a guarantee. It's a certainty that it will take at minimum hours of multiple strikes for the 2 B2s they deployed, if it's possible at all. They are specialized at striking basements, not sub-mountain complexes. Yes. Having said that, however, the very fact that they do have air superiority over Iran, let's be real, I can't speak on the area of Fordow, but the areas that they have struck so far, it is very clear that the Israeli Air Force currently has air superiority over many parts of Iran. So much so that, like, when the Iranian foreign minister has to travel, they have to inform Israel at this point that they're traveling. And that I think the first strike was so successful, like the Mossad operation was so successful in taking out a big chunk of their anti-air defenses with the fucking drone operation that they had. And then the subsequent strikes that the Israeli Air Force did, hyper focused on the additional anti-air defense systems that they had, that they're like incapable of even putting up any sort of anti-aircraft defense against flights that are happening. So maybe they can do multiple hits on the Fordow facility, but even then, once again, not entirely certain if they'll be able to even penetrate the fucking thing. Having said that, I don't think that's the goal anyway. I don't think that's the real goal. I don't think the negotiations were the real goal. I don't think that they want to, like, the negotiations between like America and Iran, where America's position was maximalist, which was no more nukes, no more nuclear facilities at all, even though they literally have nuclear facilities in collaboration with Russia and another nuclear facility in collaboration with China. They wanted to say no more nuclear facilities at all. You can't have a civilian nuclear infrastructure, nuclear power whatsoever, and that you're not allowed to have that. You can maybe have a nuclear power grid from another country, but you can't have sovereignty. And I think the real reason was that was even a point of contention. That was the maximalist position here, was because it violates Iranian sovereignty. It weakens the Iranian regime with the ultimate goal of destabilization down the line. That's it. CNN's Van Jones tells liberals to get on board with Trump's stance on Iran. Iran can't have nuclear weapons. Wow, never thought I'd see the day that the media says something so bipartisan and factual. What? Yeah, you have never listened to the Democrats then, dummy. Democrats love fantasizing about the notion of bombing Iran.
He's buying himself some time.
God, I fucking hate Van Jones so much. God damn it. I hate all these fucking pieces of shit. It's crazy. It's crazy. God damn it, the liberals are so ass, bro. This is, once again, like, not even trying hard to manufacture consent at this point. They're not even fucking trying. They're just like, dude, shut the fuck up and be on board with this. That's it. Trump isn't even trying. He's like, I don't know. Maybe I'll bomb them. Maybe I won't. They're not negotiating. It's like, bitch, they were negotiating. What the fuck do you mean? You were saying they were negotiating last week. And then Israel struck them and you were like, haha, we actually did this super cool, super secret thing, which is to violate every fucking principle of diplomacy by letting Israel do whatever the fuck it wants in the process of negotiations. This doesn't make any sense. They're not even trying. They're not even actively trying. And I don't know why they're not even actively trying. Maybe they've just like dropped all notion of democracy, where it's more like a might is right politics and what the fuck are you going to do about it at the domestic level, where they're basically saying like, nah, you know, we're going to bomb Iran. There's nothing you can say about it. There's nothing you can do about it. Sucks to freaking suck. And the liberals are running around also saying we should bomb Iran, but also we should do so in a way where it makes legal sense. Like, let's get congressional authorization first, please. Like, they're not even saying you need congressional authorization and we're not going to give it to you because you should not be bringing America into another war. You said you were the peace president. Look at how much war you're trying to do. This is the maximum amount of war. Oh. Instead of doing that and garnering some popular sentiment and launching a real anti-war initiative in the country, they are fully on board with it. They're either quiet on the sidelines and going, oh, I hope this happens, or they're actively championing it. Chuck Schumer's statement a couple weeks ago was calling Trump a pussy for not bombing Iran. Hakeem Jeffries' statement yesterday was, Mr. President, we'll give you the legal authorization. We believe in the reasons as to why you want to strike Iran, which are fucking bullshit, by the way. And the average American doesn't even fucking agree with you, but we agree with you. Just let us do this the right way with congressional authorization. Like, that's basically what Hakeem Jeffries said. It's psychotic.
In some room. I was also in the Holy Land very recently.
Bro, it's so, this is just single loyalty. Like, it's not even, like, people will be like, oh, dual loyalty. Like, Van Jones just only cares about Israel, okay? We've escalated beyond even, like, the dual loyalty stereotypes at this point. Well, I mean, he's not Jewish anyway, so it doesn't, that doesn't fit that stereotype. He just doesn't care about America, I don't think. He just straight up only, so many of these motherfuckers are just like, no, I only care about Israel. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Israel is the only country on the planet. We went from Israel's the most moral nation in the Middle East, is the only democracy in the Middle East, to Israel is the only country on the planet that matters. No other country even remotely matters. Do not ever talk about Israel. Do not ever talk against Israel. We will strike you down. This man used to be a Maoist, chat. A Maoist third worldist.
I think progressives underestimate how dangerous Iran is.
Like, every single person, virtually every single person that is in a position of prominence right now in mainstream media, whether they are liberal or Republican, are talking about this like they're an evangelical pastor in the South, dude. What the fuck? First of all, what do you mean the Holy Land? I just got back from the Holy Land. The fuck are you talking about? You just got back from the Holy Land. Just say Israel, dumb fuck. What do you mean you got back from the Holy Land? Are you that religious? Are you really a religious person? Really? Why are you faking being an extra religious person? You're fucking Van Jones on CNN. What do you mean I just got back from the Holy Land? And then we have to turn around and be like, oh, these Iranian mullahs, bro, they are so radical. They're so fundamentalist. Yeah, they are. Except when it comes to diplomacy, they are infinitely less insane than America and Israel is and ever could be. What are we talking about?
Iran is not a normal country. Normal countries don't blind women because they showed some hair.
Are we a normal country? Are we a normal country? Are we a normal country? We are talking about openly bombing Iran while their leadership is at the negotiations table. We have bombed them while their leadership was at the negotiation table with us. We are the least normal country on the planet. How is this in any way, shape, or form normal?
They don't empower little gangs and proxies to surround a country and fire rockets and rape people.
That's exactly what America does. That is the only thing America does. What do you think our military bases are doing? Why? We have done this to the entire planet. We do this domestically. What he's describing, we do domestically and we do all around the world. What do you mean? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Every military base around the planet. People are saying Okinawa. That's not even what I'm talking about. Look at all the fucking bases in the region. I wish this country and these clowns on CNN were as secular as you are wish casting them to be. These guys are sincerely ultra-religious maniacs defending Israel because of their Christian theology. I don't think so. I don't think Van Jones was like that big of a Christian unless he got a fucking struck in the head with a blow or something and is going down with the John Fetterman syndrome. No, I think these guys fake it. Look, Van Jones especially is a charlatan, okay? He's just a suit. He is just a well-paid actor, okay? And as a well-paid actor, he will play any role that he believes will advance his interests and his interests alone. And he knows that right now there are a lot of moneyed interests that want people to get on board with America bombing Iran, with destabilizing Iran. So he's serving that purpose. That's it. That's it. Like, if you think that he is, in his private affairs, a real, legitimate, ultra-religious psychopath, you're out of your mind. The only religion he cares about is money, okay? That's the only thing he cares about. Money, clout, prominence. That's all this is. He didn't become like a born-again Christian or something, and he just like turned into Michael Pence. Hasan, why do you dislike Christians? That's your takeaway? What are you talking about? This guy got $100 million from Jeff Bezos. He's not a real Christian at all. He's just faking it because this is the role he must serve. Yeah, Mazel Tov to Scott Jennings and fellow CNN contributor Van Jones on getting a cut of that $150 million in Hasbara prices. The Israeli government plans to offset wartime spending, an economic slowdown with tax hikes and deep cuts to public services. But the proposed budget for 2025 also includes a massive new allocation towards pro-Israel advocacy efforts abroad, Hasbara. Under the new budget, Israel's foreign ministry will receive $150 million on top of what it gets for its existing activities for what's officially known as public diplomacy, or in Hebrew, Hasbara. That sum is more than 20 times what such efforts have typically been allotted in past years. He's saying all this about how Iran treats women while sitting next to a guy from Kentucky. Bro, Van Jones is a black man in the United States of America. There's a black woman in Georgia that was literally kept alive, or not even alive, but just like was hooked up to fucking life support so that post-mortem, she would have to carry a fucking pregnancy to term, and they had to literally take the baby out prematurely. What are we talking about? Like, what do you mean? Like, what are we talking about? They had to literally cut her body up, her rotting body up, because she was rotting and the fetus could not survive inside of the body. Yeah, and at the start, the baby was 9 weeks. She probably didn't know she was pregnant before death. we like to entertain. We like to think that we're just like super woke for some weird reason. Like we have our own litany of problems, but the only way we avoid thinking about the litany of social and socioeconomic problems that we are experiencing on a daily basis is by thinking about an exaggerated version of events elsewhere that is sometimes true. It's actually worse, right? Like the treatment of the social repression that women experience in Iran is fairly significant, but that doesn't justify war, okay? As a matter of fact, war only accelerates further repression because it basically destroys any opportunity to have any kind of civil struggle internally in the country when they're constantly being fucking bombed or constantly being destabilized.
So Iran, the two things are clear. The what, they cannot have a bomb, and the why, because they say death to America, death to Israel.
I will always repeat this over and over again. It is perfectly valid for everyone over there to say death to America and death to Israel. It is because of what we have done to them. We are actually doing death to Iran. And they've done nothing to us, and we are doing death to Iran. So maybe recognize why they have such deep enmity towards American imperialism. We're bombing them. We're bombing them before they said that. They're saying that because we're bombing them. They're saying that because we've destabilized these countries. Jesus Christ. Yeah, liberals aren't even trying anymore to temper their hatred towards people from the Middle East. Here's Van Jones talking about how Iran isn't a normal country and therefore progressives should embrace the idea of bombing Iran. Iran is a country where they blind women for showing some hair, and the U.S. is a country where they make a dead woman give birth. Perhaps Iran and the rest of the world should devise their foreign policy towards the U.S. accordingly.
And death to all the Jews. One of those should offend you if you're progressives. At least one should offend you. And so the question, though, is...
No, they don't even say death to all the Jews. They say death to Israel, for the record. And even if they were to say all of those things, that's not a justification for killing all of the Iranian population. What are we doing? Oh. Does anyone actually believe this bullshit? I think like a lot of boomers still definitely believe this because there's like, this is a relitigation of so much Islamophobia that was necessary to justify the war, the war on terror, the failure that is the war on terror. And they just quickly snap back to that position and they're trying to relitigate it. They're trying to churn it out so that the American population is on board with the action that we take in Iran, except it doesn't seem like the American population is taking on this message, even if they even if they have deep hatred against every Muslim. Most Americans still understand that Iraq was a failure. Afghanistan was a failure, at least from their perspective, right? Yeah, by Van Jones' logic, we should also bomb Israel because death to Arabs is literally so common to say that they literally have psytrance songs about killing Arabs and burning down their villages. Yeah, may your village burn, and death to Arabs is the most common fucking, it's a super popular song. They have multiple songs like that. You're right. The relitigation and the way to frame it, it's the same old position. Same shit my parents just rattle off. The sick part is my parents went to Colombia. So did I. But I'm not speaking to my dad over this loser. I don't even think it matters that there isn't enough appetite to go to war with Iran. I still fear that eventually, here's what's going to happen. If America strikes Iran and Iran hits American military bases or like kills Americans, okay, hits like USS Nimitz or something, right? One of the fucking carriers or something, somehow. That's it. It's over. Most Americans will go, all right, well, yeah, this is an unstable country. It's time to go to war, baby. Hell yeah. I think a lot of Americans who are currently still restrained and currently still demand that we don't go to war with Iran will probably get on board. Or at least enough of them will get on board. But the reality, the scary reality is The scary reality is, even if they weren't, even if there was like a 60% disapproval, even after Iran strikes back at like American positions, after America hits Iran directly, even if there was tremendous uprisings in the country, they would still go, fuck it. What are you going to do? Shut the fuck up. They would just prosecute and arrest people on U.S. soil, and they would continue doing whatever the fuck they want to do. This is the next step, I think, in our history. This is what's coming, is if we strike Iran and Iran retaliates against American military positions, American military bases, which is well within their right at that point. Okay? And remember, we're not even striking like just a regular part of Iran. We're hitting a nuclear facility. Okay? A nuclear facility. Remember how much back and forth took place when some of the nuclear facilities were damaged in Ukraine. The fears that people had, the understandable fears that people had. America's now openly salivating at the prospect of destroying an Iranian nuclear facility with massive ordnance penetrators. And then if Iran retaliates against that, which is what they said they would do, and they are well within their legal right to do so at that point, and Americans still hate that and still don't want to go to war with Iran, and they take it to the streets, we're just basically going to do the same shit that we did, and this time with maybe even more legal backing. Because in times of war in the past, America has stamped out any sort of political opposition against the wars. Eugene Debs, the most successful, the most famous socialist attempt at the presidency, had to run because he was a conscientious objector to World War I. He had to run from prison. So you will really see how little America gives a fuck about the First Amendment in time, in potential World War III territory.
Is the who and the how. Is Israel going to take out this nuclear capacity by dropping people there who blow it up, or is America going to take it out by dropping a bomb that blows it up? But
what, dude? What kind of fucking Israel can't even drop its people to kill babies in Gaza? Israel, how many fucking troops did Israel drop against Iraq? The fuck do you mean Israel's gonna fucking put actual troops? Israel is going to actually put a single Israeli in harm's way. That is the least likely event of all time, okay? What are you talking about? What kind of idiotic statement is this? Half of the fucking troops that explode in the Gaza Strip explode because they're too afraid to get out of the goddamn tanks. So after the Air Force rolls in and reduces the entire strip to rubble, tanks roll through the streets, and because they're so fearful of offering infantry to the tanks to protect the tanks, as is normal standard operating procedure for every fucking army, you got 18-year-olds crawling out of fucking holes in the ground and dropping bathtub rockets on the side of these fucking tanks and lighting the 19, 20-year-old rear admiral generals on fucking fire in the Gaza Strip. I don't even think America would drop troops into Iran. That would be devastating. It would be devastating for Iran, certainly, but it would also be insanely consequential for America. It would be the end of America. What an insane assumption. You're doing state versus state warfare with a country whose entire troops are expressly tasked with guerrilla warfare. I can't, like, it would be Vietnam, but probably even worse than Vietnam. And Vietnam did get a lot of help from, of course, other countries on the Soviet side as well, in terms of, like, I mean, USSR weapons and things of that nature. And I suspect that Iran will probably have, at that point, similar help. So when this is the assessment, okay? When this is the assessment on the table, if I can fucking see this, do you think America and American advisors are incapable of seeing this? Of course they're not. They are able to see all of these potential results. So why are they still doing this? This is where it comes down to how much they rely on Israel from an advisory position. And I think this is the other side. This is the ideological zealotry and the unlimited confidence that they have within Israel playing a major role in why they're letting Israel lead the pack. Obviously, they're not leading the pack in terms of, like, putting their bodies on the line, but, like, leading the pack in terms of the advisory role that they play. No, it's not blackmail. I don't think blackmail is that consequential in this day and age. I think it's just simply ideological zealotry. These guys are Zionists, ultra-Zionists through and through. They have a complete commitment to the greater Israeli project. They truly believe it. They truly believe that these they're almost like philo-Semitic in the way that the Japanese Empire was. You know what I mean? Where they're like, no, these are like magic military people. They know what they're doing. It's they are incredible. They're incredible warfare. They're a nation of special people that can do tremendous warfare. I promise. I believe it. Of course, we have to listen to what they have to say. Their intelligence is amazing. Occam's razor would say blackmail is more likely than magical thinking. No. This is not magical thinking. It's just social conditioning. It's not. I'm exaggerating when I say these are magical warfare people. Okay, I'm embellishing. But no, it's not. It's not that crazy to assume that half a century of pro-Israel propaganda that is deeply embedded in every orifice of American society, all the way up to like institutes of higher learning, has probably taken a formative role in shaping the ideology of Americans in positions of power, especially considering how formative of a role Israel has played in our grand design in the fucking region. So it's both. It's both the Mersheimer principle of like the Israel lobby and its pervasive influence, but it's also Noam Chomsky's attitude, which is that Israel is an extension of America. But that is precisely the reason, because it's a bit of both, that there are instances where like Israel steps out of line or actually will make decisions that are not as calculated as people think they are, but America lets them do it. No, magical thinking is a psychology term. Basically means that an adult has an idealized view of a person or entity scenario like Disney or Marvel brain. No, I know. I'm just saying that it's not magical thinking at all. They just they are just like heavily invested in believing that Israel is like much more capable of a war fighting nation than Israel actually is.
But the what and the why are clear, and I think progressives should get on board with that. We cannot have a nuclear-armed Iran. I was in the region. You were in the region. This is a very dangerous power that cannot get a nuclear weapon.
What? By the way, you should listen to this at some point.
Will the U.S. be dragged into war? I sometimes take questions on my Instagram stories, and while I usually answer by writing, which I already did in this case, I'm particularly inspired to...
Who's this person? I don't know who this person is. By the way, you should listen to this at some point. It's long, so it might be too much to stream. For stream, she's really a brilliant analyst. Pretext, new State Department announces U.S. citizens lightly wounded by Iranian counterstrike. Several U.S. citizens were lightly wounded as a result of the impact of an Iranian strike. State Department tells CBS. U.S. is unaware of any U.S. citizens' death in Israel and in the West Bank. I mean, we know when Israel kills American citizens directly, nothing changes. So it'd be really interesting to see how they turn around and go, well, Iranian rockets lightly wounded, lightly grazed an American, a piece of hair on an American's head. So I think it's time to nuke Iran.
To make a video.
Yeah. Scott Jennings scraped his knee on his, dick sucking mission, which we are attributing to an Iranian strike. I'm not going to watch the whole thing. I'm going to just see the first minute of it.
Question. We are Thursday, June 19th, 2025. 6 days ago, Israel launched its largest ever strike on Iran, an unprecedented aerial assault targeting nuclear facilities, IRGC command centers, and air defense systems across the country. Key Iranian military leaders were killed, nuclear centrifuge networks disabled, and state media bombed during a live broadcast, not to mention the civilians who were killed. In response, Iran launched an unprecedented wave of missiles and drones at Israel, striking Tel Aviv, Haifa, and other major cities. And now many are wondering if the United States will be dragged into war. And this is my answer. The United States will not be dragged into war. The United States has been plotting for this war for a long time. It is its architect. Saying it's being dragged is like saying P. Diddy got dragged to his own parties. He's the host. And the U.S. is the architect of this war, not a reluctant participant. Let me explain. One of the great misconceptions about the United States is the belief that the president is the ultimate decision maker, akin to an emperor or a king in the classical sense. No, the decision maker is not Donald Trump, nor has any other president before him ever held control over U.S. foreign policy. The decision maker or architect of U.S. foreign policy is the national security state. What does this mean? The organs of the shallow and deep state. The Pentagon, the headquarters of the U.S. military, the State Department, the U.S. equivalent of a Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the CIA, and the intelligence community. And layered beneath them are the corporate and military industrial lobbies and powerful interest groups, oil and Israel, AIPAC and beyond. One could even include the hidden influence of secretive networks, Freemasons and other underground elites, some very, very dark, all embedded together. Think Jeffrey Epstein, a convicted sex trafficker, alleged Mossad agent, and operator of a global blackmail ring involving underage girls. The Epstein files are still sealed by U.S. courts, allegedly containing the names of presidents, royals, billionaires, and intelligence operatives, all accused of rape, abuse, and trafficking of children. You know, the same files Elon Musk recently accused Trump of being in before quietly deleting the tweet. Read with me. Time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That is the real reason they have not been made public. Have a nice day, Donald J. Trump. You see, this is not fantasy. It's part of the constellation of power that surrounds, insulates, and protects the system. That is the national security state. The president is not the architect. At best, he's a rotating spokesperson for interests that are far more permanent than his ego. And often, he owes his power, his protection, and his silence to the very deep networks that put him there. Okay? Even though campaign trails are filled with partisan rhetoric and dramatic contrasts, it's all theater. U.S. foreign policy has remained remarkably consistent across administrations, Republican or Democrat, Dove or Hawk. The illusion of change from one president to the next is a performance staged for voters. Voters too busy trying to stay out of a hospital that would bankrupt them to notice that it's exactly the same policy repackaged every 4 years. I'm not even kidding. If the American people were not drowning in medical debt, they might actually have time and clarity to notice the con.
I don't know who fucking linked this. I don't know. This is my favorite chat freak out. She said Freemasons? She believes in fucking... Bro, what the fuck? I had to go pee literally for a minute, and I left chat alone with one fucking video, and all of a sudden it's Freemasons? God damn it. She's wild, but some of the analysis is good. Okay, stop. Today I saw a shredded baby in Gaza for probably the 30th time in the past 20 months. Scores of starving people are killed, lining up for scraps in a daily sadistic mass killing ritual. This is what normal countries like Israel and the U.S. do, CNN tells us. Reality has no meaning. What sustains this alternative reality is not, if not a sophisticated mix of racism, corruption, chauvinism, and a quick and unforgiving system of harsh disciplining of anyone with a conscience. Are you afraid of getting out-analyzed? Yes. Shahed 136 drones do serious damage. Iran launched a drone which successfully penetrated all American and Israeli air defense systems, evaded pursuit by helicopters, and targeted a house and occupied city of Beit Shan. Seems like a targeted assassination with high precision. So that's the other thing I was going to talk about. We didn't even get to it yet, but a lot of the Iranian strikes have been penetrating the air defenses. A lot of the Iranian strikes, regardless of whether or not their capabilities of launching multiple missiles at once, it does seem like the Israeli air defenses have been drained. Okay? Because now they're launching less missiles and less drones, and yet the precision has gone up significantly. Part of that is because they're using newer technology now. They dumped the older payload early on, and now they're actually using faster missiles and newer technology, which the air defenses are completely incapable of intercepting. But it is interesting to note that the strikes have continued regardless of the Israeli air superiority that they claim they have over the Iranian airspace. Now, Iran is a massive country, very difficult to be everywhere all at once, very difficult to figure out whether or not these constantly moving missile delivery systems are evading the Israeli Air Force. But this is not a good sign for Israel. Just in, new footage reveals the moment when an Iranian drone struck the base on area. Israeli air defenses failed to shoot down the kamikaze drone, now granting the Iranians greater air superiority over the occupied territories as it fails to shoot down much slower munitions. Early strikes was probing for weak points in their defenses so that when they were to send in the better tech, they increased the likelihood of actually hitting their targets. I thought that they were also hitting the air defenses as well, like the missile launchers as well. I'm pretty sure they hit a bunch of missile launchers early on. Obviously, they don't have the same capabilities that Mossad had in terms of like deep penetration into Israeli society, where they could like launch a bunch of drones internally and like blow up some of the anti-air defense missile systems, anti-air defense systems. But considering that Israel supposedly has air superiority over Iran, I don't understand how they're not capable of taking out all of their launchers, and they're still eating drone strikes, and also with the limited limited ballistic missiles they do send. It seems to me like those limited missiles that they do send end up actually fucking striking Israel. Now, the calculation here for Israel, if they are committed to defending their civilian population, as their defense capabilities are diminishing, should be whether or not Hasan avoids sex terms challenge impossible. Dude, are you fucking stupid? Penetration is not a sex term in this regard. This is the most normal term to fucking use. God damn, dude. Jesus Christ. What the fuck is happening? Anyway, lock in. The point that I was trying to make is that if Yemen and the other regional actors still have munitions and a capability and an interest to strike, let's say Iran is holding back on Hezbollah launching any sort of missile operations into Israel until the war escalates, until America joins in, and then while Iran is striking American targets, you can have Hezbollah and Yemen strike a diminished Israel that in previous times would have been able to easily intercept missiles coming in from Hezbollah and missiles coming in from Yemen. Not as easily for missiles coming in from Yemen because they have bigger ones as well, but still, because Yemen does not have the precise targeting capabilities that like Iran has. But if their anti-air defenses have diminished significantly, all of a sudden, those other countries, the remaining militancy in the region within the axis of resistance, can actually move towards Israel to do big damage. Just something to consider as what could be the trump card here.
So exactly right. They've hit Natanz, Isfahan, and other Iraq and other sites here, and done significant damage. They've been around Fordo, but the reality is the president's right. Prime Minister Netanyahu said they could take Fordo. I think a fair statement is they could do significant damage to Fordo.
Yes, Yemen has said that they will time their missiles. They will coordinate their missile strikes with Iran. But as far as I've seen, there hasn't been a lot of movement from Yemen so far. That could, given Yemen's resources and their tenacity, I would assume that they are holding off rather than having their capacity significantly reduced by the joint Israeli and American strikes that took place in Sanaa. Reuters now reporting, what? Reuters reports that Israeli officials told U.S. officials that they could act on Iran's Fordo nuclear site before the end of Trump's 2-week deadline. Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, so what we're looking at here is we're being told this is, I think, anywhere from just shy of 200 to 300 feet in depth. There are all kind of reports out there of 1,000 foot, but I think that's more propaganda. So what you end up doing is if you saw the movie, the latest Top Gun movie, eerily enough, this is that plot kind of coming to fruition in real life. It's not just one bomb. It'll be a bomb after a bomb to get through that penetration.
And just lastly, that's what you're talking about. Can penetrate up to 200 feet below the surface. And then, of course, we'll see it try and put the second one in there and go down in there. Yeah. Let's bring in David Burke, our Top Gun and former Top Gun instructor, retired U.S. Marine Corps officer. Now, David, I don't know how well we did that, but you know this better than anybody. Talk to us about, questions over whether or not this can successfully be done.
Joey Jones just crushed that explanation. You guys hit the nail on the head. So really well done. This absolutely can be done. There is not a cave in the world deep enough to defend itself against the American military if it needs to hit it. And you described the weapon system and the aircraft and the mating of that exactly right. Now, this is a hard problem to solve, but it is absolutely a solvable problem with this system.
This is just like Top Gun. Anyway, this is what the spokesman for Yemen's Ansarullah, Yahya Sari, said. Confirming that Yemen will target all American Navy and commercial vessels in the Red Sea and Bab al-Mandab if the U.S. goes to war with Iran. This is also part of the reason why they, I suspect, are holding off on their stockpile and not deploying everything that they have at this moment. Here, let's see what he had to say. The battle with the Israeli enemy, the aggressor against Iran, with what it has previously committed of crimes against the Palestinian people, genocide and continuous attacks on the... Okay, it's too fast. Attacks on the Lebanese and Syrian peoples and the aggression against Yemen, then a move towards a comprehensive aggression against the Islamic Republic of Iran under the title of changing the face of the Middle East, and the Israeli enemy seeks complete control over the region and implement the Zionist plan with open American support and American partnership, and is trying to remove the Islamic Republic of Iran because it considers it the greatest obstacle to the achievement of its plan. Therefore, any American attack, aggression against Iran, yeah, basically, all right, whatever. He just said exactly what the summarization was. That if America gets involved against Iran, Yemen will restart their aggression towards American Navy vessels in the region. And the ceasefire will be nowhere.
But the only way you're going to destroy Fort Dow, and it's not a guarantee, but the only possible way are B-2 stealth bombers delivering the GBU-57, that 30,000-pound weapon.
Okay, so let's continue on. This is Fordo. Good look at it. Here's the facility. So you've got tunnel entrances here. You got centrifuges beneath the mountain. You got a support building at 18,000 square feet, a checkpoint there. There's been some suggestion that Israeli commandos could do the job, but that has great risk. So there is a lot of attention, obviously, on American might. And
was this type of diplomatic breakdown have a ripple effect even outside of the Middle East? It depends on what America ends up doing. I suspect in the long term, who knows, this might actually cause the populations of a lot of these Gulf region states and all the Abraham Accord states and even Turkey with NATO to really reconsider how their leadership has involved themselves alongside America and Israel. Could potentially lead to some rebellion in these places. They will be violently squashed, of course, but that's in the long term. In the short term, if you're asking me what the calculation is for all of these regional actors, they are fully and unconditionally in support of America and Israel. These guys hate Iran more than they hate Israel. I promise you. If you ask KSA, UAE, I'm not even factoring in Morocco, obviously. They're a major component here, or a major trade partner to Israel in perpetuity. But for all of them, they absolutely hate Iran way more than they hate Israel. Okay? Motherfucker, no, they don't. I'm talking about the leadership, dude. The leadership. If you personally think that the only reason why Gulf leadership and Abraham Accords countries exclusively release damning statements against Israel in an effort to thwart rebellion in their countries because their populations are obviously anti-Israel, you are silly. Iran is a market competitor. Iran is a political competitor that is a domineering force in the region. Iran is Iran's version of Islam, Shia Islam, also creates deep enmity and poses serious instability, or at least is a threat to the Sunni power structure that exists in the region. If you personally think that these guys actually don't hate Iran more than Israel, I don't know what to tell you. And the same goes for Turkey. 100%. Turkey is a fucking NATO country. Turkey has the second largest standing military in NATO. Okay? Sectarianism is not a serious issue in the region, bro. Sectarianism is not a serious issue in the region for the populations, with some notable exceptions. Sectarianism or sectarian divide for the governance is a serious issue. Stop. assuming that these guys who are in charge of the Arab League are not fully on board and fully committed to. Bro, do you think MBS gives a shit about Shia or Sunni? The guy is a gold goblin. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Brother, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. It's not like, this is not an ideological difference. This is one that threatens MBS's power. That's it. Iran is also a market collaborator or maybe even a market competitor. Iran, an antagonistic Iran to Saudi Arabia, threatens Saudi Arabia's most valuable commodity, oil. MBS would fucking love for America to nuke Iran. Are you kidding me? Oh, he would nut so hard. He's probably been nutting nonstop. The joke in the region is if Israel was not a Jewish country, but a Shia country, the Gulf states would have already nuked it out of orbit. Okay? They would have invaded it and destroyed it a long time ago.
The impact it could have there at Fordo.
You're exactly right. So the Israelis...
Anyway, I don't want to listen to this anymore.
This is a GBU-57,
Oh, yeah,
known
yeah.
as a massive ordnance penetrator. At 20 feet long and weighing 30,000 pounds, it is the world's largest non-nuclear bomb and can destroy targets buried deep underground, earning it the name Bunker Buster. To destroy Iran's heavily fortified nuclear facilities, experts say these are the conventional weapons with the best chance of success.
This is a big sucker. It is called the Massive Ordnance.
Fuck you, don't disrespect Morocco. We love Palestine here. We only trade with Israel for security reasons and the Sahara problem. Iran are funding terrorism in the Moroccan Sahara. Don't reduce it to we love Israel for no reason. Yeah, exactly. What do you think the fucking MBS position is on this? That's a carbon copy. You just literally copy pasted the Gulf. You just copy pasted the exact same reason that Gulf leadership and Jordan or any number of different fucking players in the region will say down to the wire. Yeah, no shit. Word for word UAE propaganda. Word for word MBS's opinion. That's it.
Ordnance penetrator, which basically sums up what it is.
Here's why the MOP represents Israel's best chance at destroying Iran's facilities and why it can't do it alone. The MOP is the largest bunker buster bomb in the US arsenal. It's designed...
Yes, I know. They can't dance in Iran. It's illegal to dance in Iran. MBS is pro dancing. MBS says we will dance again.
to penetrate hardened targets and plow through almost 200 feet of rock before detonating. Due to the MOP's weight, they can only be carried by the biggest bombers, such as B-2s. One bomb is unlikely to burrow deep enough to hit Iran's nuclear facilities by itself.
The metal is going to melt at some point, and so it does have limitations in terms of how far it can penetrate, and that's why you may have to follow it up with multiple instances. You drive a wedge in, it expands, and then you continue to drive it in the second time, and each time it's more effective. In a sense, you're trying to create an earthquake. You're trying to crack the mountain and to channel that seismic energy down to make whatever is under there, whatever facility is under there, shake around a lot.
The MOP is equipped with advanced guidance systems, including GPS, to allow for accurate targeting. It is also fitted with a delayed fuse, which allows the bomb to explode after it has penetrated its target.
You're going to wait until it gets down in there before it blows up, because you want to maximize the energy. Every foot counts in order to get it deeper to burrow down and have the effect.
Since it launched its campaign against Iran's nuclear program, Israel has damaged critical nuclear infrastructure and killed scientists. Iran has denied trying to build nuclear weapons and says its nuclear program is peaceful. According to the International Atomic Energy Agency, Iran already has enough highly enriched uranium to make around 10 nuclear weapons. Satellite images have shown damage at nuclear facilities, including Iran's largest enrichment facility, Natanz. But one key location remains unscathed, the Fordo fuel enrichment plant, where Iran produces highly enriched uranium. It's hidden in the mountains and is believed to be buried up to 295 feet below ground.
It's harder to hit deliberately so because the Iranians buried it under a mountain. Look, the U.S. put NORAD under Cheyenne Mountain. It's way down under a lot of granite and a lot of rock. And you want to raise the threshold for your adversaries to hit something. Sometimes it's just really useful to bury it.
While Israel has bunker busters, none of the ones in its arsenal are powerful enough to penetrate deep enough to hit Fordo.
This is why the Israelis probably need U.S. assistance. The Israelis have a lot of bombs, but they need things that can kind of crack the mountain and create a wedge to create the tremors and to create vibrations that will be helpful to destroy the facility.
In addition to lacking the weapons to destroy Fordo, Israel also lacks the heavy bombers. Its ally, the US, has both.
Fundamentally, there's a choice here to be made about whether it is...
Yeah, fundamentally, we got to keep doing it. We got to keep doing more war, please. Multiple countries evacuate Mideast embassies as Israel strikes another Iranian nuclear facility.
Its official confirms to Fox News B-2 stealth bombers appear headed from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri to a base in...
Like, I hate how normalized the idea of striking a nuclear facility is. Yeah, this is one of the... at least one of the only successful aspects of this kind of like faucet of consent manufacturing is that it's on all fronts and the crime is so severe that you can't literally tackle every aspect of this because there's like multiple different ways of covering this issue, like no congressional approval. Why are we even doing this? Holy fuck, they're actually thinking about striking a nuclear facility. Like, that is like third down the line at that point in terms of priority. So no one can pay attention to all of these things. Most people don't pay attention to any of it at all. They just basically go, I don't think we should go to war. And that when they're constantly talking about striking Fordo, a nuclear facility, as a given, like they're not even discussing why it should not be done. And it's difficult to obviously address every single reason why this is insane. So you have to basically focus your efforts on some of the most indefensible positions and attack them directly. And when you do that, we don't even actually have a conversation about like how damaging it is that the established hidden premise here is that we're striking a nuclear facility no matter what.
In Guam, as President Trump weighs possible U.S. involvement in the war between Israel and Iran. It is now week 2 of Israel and Iran trading strikes. Meantime, the first talks on Iran's nukes since the warfare began were held in Geneva, but no breakthrough. So all eyes turn to Washington. President Trump heads back to the White House tonight for a security briefing after saying he'll decide in 2 weeks whether our forces join Israel's. Good afternoon, I'm John Scott, and this is the Fox Report.
Hell yeah.
But first, Fox team coverage. Lucas Tomlinson is at the White House for us. But we begin with senior foreign affairs correspondent Greg Palcott. He's live in Tel Aviv right now. Greg.
Oh, they busted out the OGs, bro. It's over. It's a wrap.
Hi, John. Yeah, it's nighttime here in Tel Aviv, and officials are on high alert for any new attacks. As we saw last night, Iran seems to prefer darkness for its dirty work. 5 Iranian missiles were launched. All were shot down by Israel's anti-missile defenses. This is Israeli jets today pummeled the Isfahan nuclear facility. The IAEA confirms damage to the centrifuge construction facility. The IDF says, in addition, they've been hitting Iran's military infrastructure in the southwest part of that country. There was also another assassination by Israel today. This time, Saeed Izzadi was killed. He was a Revolutionary Guard commander who played a key role in the deadly October 7th Hamas attack against Israel. And the IDF says it shot down.
What is the point of watching Fox clips when it's mostly lies and propaganda? What do you mean? Do you not want to know what your fellow Americans are getting beamed into their minds directly? Also, there's the reason why we watch Fox News here is twofold. One, because you need to understand what the right wing believes, because they will literally spit this out, hook, line, and sinker. And number two, I use this as an opportunity to show you how similar the coverage is on the Fox News front as opposed to the coverage on the CNN front. That's why I'm going back and forth. One video from Fox News, one video from the Wall Street Journal, one video from Fox News, one video from CNN. And it's to showcase how uniparty American foreign policy is and how much liberal outlets are also invested in the exact same ambition, going to war with Iran.
Renewed missile strikes happening between Israel and Iran overnight. CBS News' Haley Ott is in Tel Aviv this morning with the very...
Four sources said it is now increasingly likely that Israel will launch a solo military operation against the Fordow nuclear facility, according to Reuters. What are they going to soften it for? They're going to soften it with the modified bunker busters that they got, and then have the B2s actually finish it off or something. They're never going to solo it. That's crazy.
Very latest. Haley, good morning.
Good morning, Dana. Here where we are in Tel Aviv, there were sirens warning us to go to shelters in the middle of the night. And the Israeli military said 5 missiles were fired towards the country.
Missiles over Tel Aviv, launched from Iran in the early hours, sending people fleeing to bomb shelters. No casualties were reported, but a fire broke out at an apartment building near the city, and Israel swiftly responded, targeting missile storage.
Wait, oh, this is the media trying to sell World War III right now.
Imagine a playground, and there's a bully that nobody likes. Okay. Iran.
No.
You didn't even. You got to let me finish.
The way you're saying
what?
it.
Iran?
We need to normalize relations with Iran. We need to bomb Iran.
Does sound cooler.
Nobody wants this.
Could I interest you in some cool footage of bombs exploding?
No.
What if I told you they're an existential threat?
Oh.
Weapons of mass destruction. Okay.
Yeah, the problem is they're like, if we just keep repeating it, then maybe we'll pick up some steam.
Please?
No.
That's all this is. All they're doing is just basically saying it over and over again with the hopes that like some dummies will actually believe it. Like some dummies will get scared. The Times has published an article urging war on Iran, which is co-authored by someone who was wanted by the ICC for war crimes, a new low for British media. Israel has done most of the job. Now Trump can finish it. Co-authored by Niall Ferguson and Yoav Gallant. The only one Air Force has the power to take out Iran's last standing nuclear enrichment site. Incredible. As of 2021, more Americans thought Iran had nuclear weapons than thought Israel did. Tells you a lot about the quality of U.S. media coverage of the two countries. Yeah. Great. I love when they do polls like this and the media covers these polls because I always say it's like a flex. This is the media basically flexing how successful they are at dumbing the American population. Like, remember, I think it was like 9, 10, maybe like a year in to Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign where they would like put out polls asking the American public, like, who has killed more people, Hamas or Israel? And it was like obviously not even a question at that point. If anyone had a fucking brain, and yet it was like half of Americans think Israel has suffered more casualties than Palestinians. That's you. You did that. Okay. Yes, this is from 2021, chat. I know. The reason why I'm showing this is for a broader point. I'm not saying this is what they think right now. They probably still think this, but that's not my point. My point is broader than this, which is that this is the mishandling. This is the abdication of duty from the media, or rather, the media doing their actual duty, which is to make Americans think that the world is almost completely upside down. This is the media flexing how successfully they've been able to delude Americans into thinking the exact opposite of the truth. You understand? Yeah. March 2024, majority in the U.S. says Israel has valid reasons for fighting. Fewer say the same about Hamas. This was the Pew Research that was conducted, and the majority of Americans thought that Israel had withstood more casualties than Palestinians at that point, which was obviously not the case. I can't fucking, it's not loading. All right, calm down.
Origin launch infrastructure sites, it said, as well as the Isfahan nuclear site, and killing 3 Revolutionary Guard commanders. Iranian state media reported a 16-year-old was also killed when his apartment building was hit. Here in Israel, this week of war with Iran has rattled both residents and visitors caught up in the fighting. Wide-scale flight cancellations mean many Americans are now trapped, including Adi Gabay and her daughter Alexis, who have been sheltering in place as they wait for guidance from the U.S. Embassy.
There's a lot of stress in the background with the uncertainty. It's as if sometimes it feels like getting out of here feels insurmountable.
Warren Cohn was on a business trip when strikes began and his flight back was canceled. He thinks the U.S. should be doing more to get its citizens home.
Mr. President, please bring me home to my family. I'm your neighbor at Mar-a-Lago, and I really want to go see my wife and kids.
Israel also struck Gaza overnight, intensifying its air assault on Gaza City, with hospital sources telling us scores of people were killed as Palestinians still face the risk of starvation. And those who do seek what little food aid is available in Gaza risk even more. My husband goes to face death just to make us happy, Anwar says, with a little flour and a bag of pasta.
I asked the IDF about the increased number of airstrikes in Gaza over the last day and night that our team on the ground is reporting. A military official said Israel is getting used to fighting in multiple arenas, and the war in Gaza is still ongoing. Michelle?
Haley Ott, thank you. Tonight, the news strikes. A surveillance camera capturing an Iranian missile hitting a residential building in Israel. And this Iranian strike hitting the northern Israeli city of Haifa, while Israel striking missile launchers in Iran. Today, in an exclusive interview, Iran's foreign minister...
Yeah. It's just crazy. Iran is always striking residential buildings, and Israel's only striking military targets. However, Israel has killed 624 Iranians so far, okay, with the overwhelming majority of them being civilians, and yet Iran has only killed 24 civilians so far. It's just weird how Israel keeps striking military targets, and yet they end up successfully killing so many more civilians than Iran is capable of doing, despite the fact that Iran is exclusively targeting residential buildings with civilians in them. I don't know how this keeps happening. I guess Iran has strapped its civilian population of children and women and babies to their missile launchers. I guess, Iran is using human shield. Israel, not using human shields. When Israeli anti-aircraft defenses are smack dab in the middle, positioned smack dab in the middle of residential neighborhoods, that's not a human shield. Okay? It's when Iranian civilians get in the way of Israeli bombs, that's a human shield. Yeah. Turns out Iran is also Hamas.
Minister calling on President Trump to demand Israel stop its attacks.
What it needs is only a telephone call from Washington to Tel Aviv to stop everything.
Tonight, President Trump responding, saying Israel is winning.
I think it's very hard to make that request right now. If somebody's winning, it's a little bit harder to do than if somebody's losing. But we're ready, willing, and able.
Yeah. J-Post misleading article photo about the target of Iranian strike in Haifa. Mosque hit by shrapnel is down the street. The building destroyed is the Israeli post build. The underground entrance to the Haifa government HQ. Video from near the underground entrance showing smoke from underground. We have not seen a crater yet. Heavy damage to headquarters entrance and burst water main. Likely that utilities have been disrupted to the headquarters. How is Israel financially sustaining fighting on this many fronts? I mean, shouldn't they be struggling financially? What are you talking about, chatter? They are backed by every single Western nation. Every single Western wealthy nation is expeditiously sending weapons, missiles, offering political support, sending love letters, kissing Benjamin Netanyahu's feet. You know, what are we talking about? Israel is the tip of the spear for America's ambitions in the region. Almost every single country is like, come on, can we give you more money, please? Can we give you more weapons, please? Please keep using the weapons that we will ship you that we paid for instead of fixing our fucking infrastructure. Please use them on those dirty Arabs and Iranians, please. Those Muslims, eradicate all of them. This is awesome. Woke war crimes is awesome. 16 Israeli female fighter pilots are striking Iran. A regime that spent decades oppressing women is now being hit by them. Call it justice at 30,000 feet. I love woke war crimes. This is unironically the meme. This is literally hashtag girlboss genocide. Fantastic. Yeah, Iranians are on the ground going, at least this one is coming from a woman, you know? At least.
We've been speaking.
I wonder why they blurred her face. Interesting. It's rather odd that since grassroots initiatives were launched to directly identify every single Israeli occupying force soldier in the process of, like, I don't know, wearing women's underwear in a fucking in a house that they displaced the residents from, possibly killing them. Since those lists started circulating online, Israel has, as a matter of operational security, decided to never show the faces of their soldiers. What are they afraid of? I mean, really, though, what are they afraid of? Like, what? You think that fucking justice will ever be served? Do you think these people will be tried for the war crimes? Of course not. Unless they also are not confident that Israel can maintain this going forward. Who knows? You got a beef with Hoda Kotb? Why won't you watch this clip? It's so relevant now. I've seen that clip. It's a very famous clip. I don't care to watch it right now. Yes, it basically says, she basically says, like, what are you talking about? The Western world is way more fucking violent than Iran ever could be. I know. I've seen the clip a million times.
To Iran, and we'll see what happens.
All of it as President Trump again met in the Situation Room as he decides whether to launch a U.S. airstrike on the underground Iranian Fordo nuclear facility. Only the U.S. has the bunker buster bombs capable of destroying it.
Within a matter of weeks, or certainly within a matter of months, they're going to be able to have a nuclear weapon. We can't let that happen.
He said he'll wait up to 2 weeks to give diplomacy a chance.
Just a time to see whether or not people come to their senses.
Tonight, Iran's foreign minister tells us they won't resume talking to the U.S. until Israel stops attacking them.
Can diplomacy produce a solution in 2 weeks?
Well, I think it's up to, Americans, the United States, I mean, to show their determination for going for a negotiated solution. We have come to the conclusion that negotiations by the U.S. was in fact a cover for what Israelis did. So they had perhaps this plan in their mind, and they just needed negotiations, perhaps, to cover it up.
I can't believe how anti-Semitic he's being. Wow. You mean to tell me that Israel, the most moral nation, the Jewish nation, would ever use the cover of denuclearization agreements to strike first at Iran? Wow. Wow. This kind of anti-Semitism, this is exactly, I mean, this guy just signed his own death warrant, okay? Wow. More blood libel.
We don't know how we can trust them anymore. What they did was, in fact, a betrayal to diplomacy.
While Iran vowing to respond to any U.S. strike.
Would Iran retaliate against U.S. targets and U.S. forces in the region or elsewhere?
Well, when there is a war, both sides attack each other. That's quite understandable. And self-defense is a legitimate right of every country.
President Trump again rebuking his director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who said Iran has an unprecedented amount of enriched uranium for a state without nuclear weapons, but that Iran's supreme leader has not yet authorized the nuclear weapons program.
My intelligence community is wrong. She's wrong.
Tonight, Gabbard says her previous comments were taken out of context, while Iran's foreign minister told me Iran's nuclear knowledge cannot be destroyed by bombs. Tom.
Andrea Mitchell with that big exclusive tonight. Andrea, we thank you. We thank you for watching.
Actually do conscription in the U.S.? I mean, yeah, they did. They did the draft, but given the lack of appetite for going to war and the military manpower necessary, I could totally see it, because our numbers, like our military's, the military has a amount that they need to hit in terms of new enlistment. And enlistments have been pretty fucking low for like the tail end of the war on terror. And the enlistment numbers actually went up a lot because of 9/11. While the military can still serve as a domineering force all around the world, with the poverty draft that it has, you still need so many more troops. And in the absence of some 9/11 style situation that creates a incredible amount of patriotism, oh my God, take a day off, dude. Stop sending me the same link over and over again. It's like not even that long of a link, but I'm just now annoyed because you just, when a chatter who has subscribed and has the privilege of sending links, okay, and you can get this privilege as well by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, okay? When a chatter gets the link privileges that they get only by subscribing and supporting the broadcast, the Piker Broadcasting Service, by doing so, because there's no ads on here. They think that I have to click on it. When I give you a verbal warning and I tell you I'm not going to click on your link and you just keep spamming it, I am going to give you a day off. When you come back, if you continue doing this, I'll give you a week off. And if you continue doing this, I will permaban you. Okay? Please stop. CRR, thank you for the 5 get the subs. I want people to understand, my expectation is never that like an American politician is going to be honest about this, but if they were, they wouldn't call the members of the spontaneous militia within the Palestinian resistance that is fighting against an illegal belligerent occupier encroaching on their limited amount of sovereignty and human rights as terrorists. Hamas and the entire Palestinian resistance that is currently actively fighting against Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign are 1,000,000% within their legal right to defend themselves under international human rights. Israel, on the other hand, is illegally bombing Gaza as a belligerent occupier of Gaza while simultaneously starving Gaza. They are the terrorists. It doesn't stop them from being terrorists too. No, it actually does. Just because they didn't start it doesn't take away from what they've done in the past. No, it quite literally does. It quite literally does. You're actually completely wrong about this. Okay? War crimes during October 7. War crimes during October 7 should be dealt with through an international tribunal. Were there war crimes on October 7? Absolutely. Okay? But the amount of war crimes committed on October 7 pales in comparison to the metric ton of war crimes that Israel has committed before October 7 and after October 7. War crimes don't get reset. War crimes don't get reset after a certain period. No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. An international tribunal that would accurately assess who was responsible for any war crimes on October 7 and also all of the war crimes post October 7, which are so vast, it would be virtually impossible to accurately make an assessment there. Okay? And even before October 7, like the war crimes that Israel is engaged in, like the crime of an apartheid state. Even the acts of resistance historically are usually matched against what the true responsible party, the settler colonial occupying party, has done. This is why, while there are some criminal penalties that are given to people who have resisted against violent criminal occupation, they are limited in terms of the amount of crimes, the actual war crimes that are supposed to be the actual war crime litigation against the occupational force. God, this assessment is so juvenile, and I can't believe this is like one of the most like radical positions that a sitting congressperson could take right now. It's crazy. It's like, oh yeah, it's Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir that's really fucking pushing Netanyahu to punish Gaza. Oof. Yeah, that's the reason I think Rokana's team got that from me. That was my bar for bar.
Having a normal
I know they watch. And if you're watching right now, Ro Khanna's team, okay, if you're going to give him some talking points, give him some better talking points. Stop with this like Hamas terrorism. They're destroying Hamas terrorism, or Itamar Ben-Gvir is actually pushing them to do this, pushing Netanyahu to do this. That's not the truth. Okay? Come on.
Conversation.
They do not know who you are, little bro. Okay.
Like that.
So Ro Khanna literally defended what Israel was doing at the DNC nearly a year since 10/7. So this 2-month narrative that he's talking about right now is such bullshit, and I expect nothing less from Ro Khanna. Yeah. I mean, I talked to him directly. I was like, Israel's doing a genocide. He's like, well, I wouldn't. He's like, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't use those words. I was like, well, I would, because that's what is going on. And many human rights groups would also use that term. Ooh, TRT World, the history behind the U.S.-Iran conflict. Let's hear what the Turks are up to.
For many years, Iran has defined itself in part by its opposition to my country. And there is, in fact, a tumultuous history between us.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil, arming to threaten the peace of the world.
Relations between Iran and the United States have been mostly adversarial since the 1979 Islamic Revolution.
Here was not an embassy. It was a CIA center. This was a den of espionage, where they were plotting against the Iranian people.
But the seeds of animosity between the two countries were planted decades before. In 1952, Time magazine chose Iran's Prime Minister, Mohammad Mossadegh, as the 1951 Man of the Year for his efforts to nationalize his country's oil wealth, despite mounting economic pressure from Britain. Mossadegh was Iran's 35th Prime Minister, but his government succeeded in doing what no other Iranian leader was able to do before. He went against British interests in his country and deprived the Navy from securing oil supplies. To understand how important this chapter is in Iran's history and how it shaped its future.
Yeah, how dare they deprive the British the British from the oil that they have, their own oil. How dare they do that?
And its relations with the US. We have to go back to the start of
it wasn't even like depriving, by the way. It was just like, we want to nationalize our own oil, our own natural reserves, you know? You can't do that.
The century, when Iran was still known as Persia. Like many states in the region, Iranian oil wealth was monitored by foreign countries since its discovery. In 1901, the British government encouraged entrepreneur William Knox Darcy to invest in Persia's oil sector.
Look at this fucking guy.
The British brokered a deal between Darcy and the then Shah of Iran, Muzaffar al-Din. Darcy was granted a 60-year concession to prospect, transport, and sell petroleum, natural gas, asphalt, and minerals in 3/4 of the country. Under the deal, the Shah was given a lump sum of £20,000 in cash and a further £20,000 in shares, with Iran set to receive only 16% of the profits. The Darcy Agreement is known historically as the deal that compromised Iran's ability to benefit from its own oil wealth for decades. In 1908, a significant oil reserve was found at Masjid Suleiman in southwestern Iran. It was the world's largest oil discovery at the time, and it set off a wave of exploration that would change the region's future. After the discovery, the British government bought out the Darcy concession and the Anglo-Persian Oil Company that later became the British Petroleum Company, or BP, in 1954. In the coming era, navies and national economies would be powered by oil, replacing coal. Iranian oil helped the British Navy substantially during World War I. Winston Churchill, who secured the purchase of the shares from the Darcy concession, affirmed the importance of Iranian oil.
Fortune brought us a prize from fairyland beyond our wildest dreams.
For the next 50 years, Iran's vast oil reserves came under British control. That is, until Mossadegh came into power. After
an illegal move when you democratically vote for someone with national interest in mind, okay? Famously, that's something that the Western powers do not like, okay? They do not like that. Let me tell you, you are not allowed to do that. How dare you? You get democratically elected, and your population that is supposed to be sovereign in your sovereign nation decides to move forward in a different direction, to exercise their autonomy, to exercise their sovereignty. Nope. No, no, no. No, no, no, good sir. How dare you? How dare you? Here, let's do it.
In
Let's
1951,
do it even deeper.
Iran
Let's
is
go
at
even deeper.
A crossroads. After decades of interference by foreign powers eager to exploit its oil reserves, the government decides it will throw them out and take control of the country's wealth. But with the superpowers' Cold War paranoia and thirst for oil, it won't be easy, especially once the CIA gets involved. By the
Initial Iranian sources are reporting some kind of ground attack on the Gaza Fordow. This report comes just after Israel warned the U.S. they might not be willing to wait for 2 weeks before for a U.S. decision entering Iran. They might be doing a Mossad operation. Not sure how successful this would be. Let's keep going with this.
Early 1950s,
we'll monitor the situation.
Iran has experienced decades of upheaval. In 1921, Reza Shah Pahlavi comes to power in a British-supported coup and begins a program of modernizing and westernizing the country.
It's true. I saw Israel post they were conducting ops in Fordow, but they quickly deleted it before I could grab a pic. I'll send one over if I can find.
Country on the Turkish model, while at the same time resisting British and Soviet influence. He also renews agreements with the Anglo-Iranian oil company that give the British state-controlled firm preference.
Bro said, why do you hate America? Dog, just watch. Sometimes, not everything deserves a reaction. Sometimes it's okay to sit back and just listen to the fucking video and make up your own mind on whether or not this was appropriate to do to a fucking whole ass country. You feel me? Just kick back, dude. Just kick back and learn some things. Please, for once. Oh, my Lord.
With the Anglo-Iranian oil company that give the British state-controlled firm preferential access to Iran's oil for extraction and sale. The Second World War brings dramatic changes. In 1941, British and Soviet troops invade neutral Iran to get control over its oil, prevent German influence, and open a route for military aid to the USSR. They exile Reza Shah and replace him with his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who takes the royal title of Shah. The Soviets also try to muscle their way into Iranian oil in 1944, but they fail. Iran's new ruler faces a host of problems during and after the war. He's unpopular, not least because he represses nomadic tribes, confiscates privately owned land for himself, and fails to meet citizens' expectations of a better quality of life.
Wait, I don't get it. They're saying he was dope, though. But like bikinis at the beach. Only in select areas. What?
Many Iranians are unhappy with foreign occupation and poverty. And even after the British and Soviet troops leave in 1946, that its oil reserves are controlled by foreign oil companies who don't share revenue fairly. Many of the Shah's critics want to use oil revenue to restore Iran's full sovereignty and modernize the country. And the question of who will control Iranian oil sets the stage for a major crisis in the early 1950s. Some parties support the Shah's position, who wants stability and to continue to benefit from the oil deal with the British. The large communist Tudeh party wants the Soviet Union to have some control. The Islamist terrorist movement Fedayeen-e-Islam opposes foreign control, wants a theocracy, and assassinates several high-ranking politicians. But the most important...
By the way, that's not... I wouldn't say Fedayeen-e-Islam is an inappropriate translation. No, literally. Fedai, like... It's not... This is not TRT. This is a American outlet, but like low key, that is not like that much of an inappropriate interpretation of Fedayeen-e-Islam. No, that literally is like, I don't know how you would compare it. I don't know how you would translate it in a more woke way. That is kind of true. like, yeah, kamikaze, I guess. Yeah, kamikaze for Islamist kamikaze movement, like like a warrior. I mean, it's defenders of Islam, but like
important political force.
Martyrs, martyrs of Islam. Fedai is a martyr, a person who is willing to die. And even Fedaikin from Dune as well.
Mohammad Mossadegh's National Front, a broad coalition of leftists, centrists, nationalists, and even conservative clergymen.
Oh yeah, okay. Sacrificers.
Like the influential Ayatollah Kashani. This mixed group is held together by opposition to British influence, the wish to empower Parliament at the expense of the Shah, and the desire to bring the oil industry under Iranian state control by nationalizing it. In 1951, the Parliament elects Mossadegh Prime Minister with a large majority. He's a wealthy landowner and a monarchist, but introduces sweeping reforms, including more rights for workers, social security, and a tax on landowners. Mossadegh's priority, though, is getting the British out and nationalizing oil. He demands a better profit-sharing deal and expels some British oil company personnel, but Anglo-Iranian interrupts production. Mossadegh, with the approval of Parliament, announces...
Yeah, remember, there is already a wing, as they described here, there was already a wing that was pro-USSR integration. And the National Front, led by Mossadegh, is basic social democracy. And that is enough for Western powers to be fearful. Hasan, please shut up, idiot. What? Why? What did I say? Like, there was no... Like, even within the National Front coalition, there is no indication that they are aligning with the Soviet bloc. But that was enough. It was enough for them to move against Mossadegh.
The expense of the Shah and the desire to... He's a wealthy landowner and a monarchist, but introduces sweeping reforms. Mossadegh's priority, though, is getting the British out and nationalizing oil. He demands a better profit-sharing deal and expels some British oil company personnel, but Anglo-Iranian interrupts production. Mossadegh, with the approval of Parliament, announces the nationalization of the company in April 1951. Long years of negotiations with foreign countries have served no purpose. The Iranian state prefers to control its own oil production. Thanks to the nationalization of the British company, we can combat corruption in our country. Our oil profits will enable us to review our entire budget to fight poverty, sickness, and underdevelopment. Another important...
Wow, this sounds... Sorry, sweetie. This sounds a little too radical for my profits and my national security concerns. I mean, oil is incredibly important to me.
Important point. We will now be able to preserve our international interest from foreign influence. The British company has nothing more to do in our country save to return its assets to their true owners. Iran's oil is now under its control, but Mossadegh has made many enemies. The Shah's supporters, landowners, and religious conservatives feel he's too radical. Today is upset that the USSR has not been involved and has the support of many intellectuals and some army officers. The Islamic extremists even try to assassinate Mossadegh since he won't introduce Sharia law. The economy also suffers since there are not enough trained Iranians to run the oil wells. Oil production falls from 241 million barrels in 1951 to just 10 million in 1952, with a corresponding and catastrophic drop in...
By the way, this is the exact same cope that they push for in Venezuela as well. The idea that like these countries simply are too barbaric. This is like a slight. This is a maybe not so subtle way of claiming that like these barbaric monsters don't know how to fucking control their own, or don't know how to make best use of their own natural reserves, and therefore we should still control it. Like, that's the hidden premise here. Yeah, farmers in South Africa and Zimbabwe. It's a classic colonial trope. The idea that like the idea that the people in the global south have no way to control their own destiny, no way to control and make best use of their own natural resources.
State revenue. The British are furious as they view their oil interests in Iran as a question of state security. London complains to the UN Security Council.
Like, the fairness in this circumstance, the fair thing to do in this circumstance, if you truly still want to maintain oil production at similar levels, would be to train the Iranian nationals, right? And then just pay a higher fucking price, a price that they determine that is fair, and get into a negotiations process with the Iranian leadership. But that, of course, that's unacceptable because that disrupts the steady flow of oil that they're getting. They would never do that. That's fucked up. And that was the point, by the way. There's not like it's not as though these guys are against that sort of thing.
Council and the International Court of The Hague, but neither feel that the problem is within their jurisdiction. The British sanction oil sales. Their forces carry out military exercises in the region and
they sanctioned oil sales. By the way, this is when you know the empire has way more motion. Still, I mean, this is when Western imperialism is taking root in the region.
Opposition leader Winston Churchill even suggests a coup. London does pressure the Shah to get rid of Mossadegh and appoint a more compliant prime minister, and British MI6 agents secretly support anti-government protests, although the Foreign Office sees a danger in half measures. Until we made it perfectly plain that we see no
British Foreign Office says Mossadegh is seconds removed from Mossadegh is seconds removed from this new controversial weapon. Who knows? Who knows what they might call it, but it can any day now.
Possibility of reaching an agreement with Dr.
Any day now from building a nuke.
The growing opposition to him will be unwilling to commit themselves to the point of bringing about his overthrow. Meanwhile, the United States worries that conflict between Britain and Iran might play into the hands of their Cold War rivals, the Soviets, when in reality, Moscow has a poor opinion of Mossadegh at this time. In fact, the CIA has been quietly trying to limit the Tudeh party's growth for several years. So President Truman sends diplomat Avril Harriman to Iran over British objections. Many Iranians, including the government, see the US as a fairer partner than the British, especially because the US has no major economic.
Once again, major fucking L. Of course, always and forever. Every single story, especially around in the beginning of the Cold War or pre-World War II, every single country around the planet looked at America as an emerging power that they could actually deal with, that they had favorable opinions of. Like, Ho Chi Minh asked for help from America against French colonial occupation. He tailored his revolutionary sentiment around the founding fathers. And America, every fucking step of the way, America used and abused all of this goodwill that these guys had for no reason other than the fact that they were just not England, okay, to their advantage by, ironically, aligning with the British and destroying them.
Interests in the country. Harriman does convince the British to restart talks, but these fail, and he blames Mossadegh for being unwilling to compromise. Still, Truman and Secretary of State Dean Acheson are skeptical of British motives and veto a British plan to occupy the port of Abadan. The Shah, meanwhile, fears Mossadegh's reforms and the danger of conflict with Britain. He even fears, as he will later write, for the monarchy's very existence. The worst years of my reign, indeed of my entire life, came when Mossadegh was prime minister. Every morning I awoke with the sensation that today might be my last one on the throne. When Mossadegh resigned suddenly in July 1952 after an argument over who should control the military, the Shah appoints Ahmad Kavam in his place. Mossadegh is still popular among the people, and now even some of his political rivals are outraged. Kavam must know that the people will not submit to his colonialist policy. It is not by terrorizing people that he will manage to govern. If need be, I shall call Iranians to a holy war, the jihad, against all foreigners and their mercenaries who want to steal our country's assets and endanger its independence. Most parties support a 5-day uprising following Mossadegh's dismissal. Dozens are killed in the violence, but the revolt forces the Shah to reappoint Mossadegh as prime minister. Tensions have only increased, and Britain now turns to the US for help since Iran has broken off diplomatic relations. President Eisenhower's election in late 1952 changes US policy in the Middle East, as his administration adopts a more active, new-look foreign policy. President Truman had earlier supported Mossadegh and didn't want to provoke Soviet intervention by getting involved. Now, though, the intensity of the Cold War, including the recent Chinese Communist victory in their civil war and the ongoing conflict in Korea, heightens US fears about communism in Iran.
What a time.
There is some debate about whether US oil interests play a role in their eventual decision to launch a coup.
Do I like Truman? What are you, on crack? What? No.
But it's more likely that the worries about communist spread are the main motivator. Eisenhower will later share his view. Iran's downhill course toward communist-supported dictatorship was picking up momentum. For the Shah, the time had come to check that course. Iranian anti-communist political figures and some in Washington now suspect Mossadegh of authoritarian and communist sympathies. This is how they interpret events when Mossadegh interrupts the 1952 elections before all parliamentary seats are filled, requests emergency powers from parliament, pushes for more centralized power, removes unfriendly army officers, and works with Tudeh in parliament. Several National Front allies, including Ayatollah Khashani, break with Mossadegh in protest. And it's possible that MI6 and CIA agents have contributed to some of this internal discord as well. Meanwhile, the British still want to recover their stake in the oil industry and approach the Americans with a plan for a coup in Iran. In November and December 1952, CIA and MI6 agents hold secret talks. British agent Monty Woodhouse chooses his words carefully. Not wishing to be accused of trying to use the Americans to pull British chestnuts out of the fire, I decided to emphasize the communist threat to Iran rather than the need to recover control of the oil industry. I argued that even if a settlement of the oil dispute could be negotiated with Mossadegh, which was doubtful, he was still incapable of resisting a coup by the Tudeh party, if it were backed by Soviet support. Therefore, he must be removed. The US agrees to the plan despite the objections of some CIA officers, and Operation Ajax is born. The CIA, MI6, the Shah, once he'll be informed, and some anti-Mossadegh Iranians will work together to remove Mossadegh from power. Among these are paid agitators and informants, including journalists, officers, and intellectuals, but some sources claim former Mossadegh ally Ayatollah Khashani is also involved. Retired General Fazlollah Zahidi is to be the new prime minister, and the CIA sets aside $1 million for the plan, about $12 million today. The main organizer is CIA agent Kermit Roosevelt. In early 1953, anti-National Front propaganda appears in Iran, including several new newspapers, and several major anti-Mossadegh riots take place, especially after he dissolves the parliament via a rigged referendum. Agents also target members of parliament and army officers to turn them against the prime minister. In August, Operation Ajax goes into action, an episode whose events and interpretations are still controversial today. The Shah is hesitant to move against the popular Mossadegh openly and distrusts the British. He only agrees after reassurances from Roosevelt. On August 15, 1953, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi dismisses Mossadegh with a CIA-drafted decree and has several ministers arrested. But the Shah's decree is illegal as Parliament has not approved it. and Mossadegh is tipped off, possibly by today. Police loyal to the prime minister arrest the officer of the Shah's imperial guard.
You mean to tell me that the Western intelligence community took advantage of sectarian disagreements and different political ideologies to cause instability and thwart a popular leader, simply not even because he was aligned with the Soviets at all, but instead wanted to exercise sovereignty over its own natural reserves in its own country? That's never happened in this region before. This seems so strange. And then in the process, they worked with the monarch, a ruthless tyrant. This sounds so different from everything that has happened since and before. I don't get it.
Guard who serves him with the decree. Army units are also on the move, some to arrest Mossadegh and others to protect him. General Hussein Fardoust recalls. Zahedi ordered the execution of the plan for the coup.
Yeah. Ironically enough, if Mossadegh was a communist who exiled the Shah and strengthened ties with the Soviets, the coup would not have happened. That is also true. And the USSR would have gotten a ginormous foothold in the region early on. And who knows how events might have unfolded after that.
But surprisingly, none of the military formations moved from their locations. The Minister of Defense, General Riahi, was informed of the incident, and the military units loyal to Mossadegh disarmed and arrested.
This is why I said, like, the Iranian history is always, the Iranian history always revolves around the population and most of its like successful political expressions being a sovereign state, being rid of any kind of intervention from foreign states. I think it's important to acknowledge that and factor that into your modern day analysis. Always. Like finding themselves amidst different poles of power and refusing to cooperate with either. Beyond a defensive pact, if necessary, if the moment calls for it.
The three military units of the coup without a clash. In the aftermath, chaos reigns. Forces loyal to Mossadegh search Tehran.
The Soviet occupation of Iran was very unpopular, and they tried to absorb parts of the country into the USSR. I do doubt that Iran would have ever accepted. No, I'm saying that Iranian politics always revolves around developing sovereignty for their own population. That's what, yes. Whether it be USSR or whether it be Western influence and Western intervention.
For Zahedi, who goes into hiding at a CIA safe house. Angry crowds tear down statues of the Shah, though it's still debated which political or foreign forces are behind them, and the Shah flees the country, much to the surprise of the Americans and British. Government forces arrest suspected plotters in the military, and there are even reports Mossadegh orders gallows erected on Sepah Square.
This also is important to understand when you factor in the revolution that took place after. This is just like CIA and British MI6 intervention and a coup, and how Mossadegh was thwarted. But in the events that unfold in the aftermath of this, the Western intervention playing a prominent role, developed so much more resentment towards that sort of thing from the Iranian population, which led to a popular revolt, a successful one.
Large two-day protests add to the confusion, especially since they're likely started by Iranian CIA agents as a false flag to discredit Tudeh before actual Tudeh supporters unknowingly join. Washington believes Operation Ajax has failed, but Roosevelt, Zahedi, and their allies try again. Roosevelt arranges for journalists to interview Zahedi, and the clergy begins a new propaganda effort. U.S. Defense Department official Wilbur Eveland recalls what happens next. On August 19th, loyalist mobs were collecting.
Yes, I know Ynet and Channel 14 are reporting about a ground assault on Fordo. Mossad or special commandos from Israel are engaging in a ground battle, it seems, at the Fordo nuclear facility. And there's reports so far that the IRGC has also been fighting back. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's real. It's just very limited information. We'll wait. Okay? We shall wait. We shall wait.
In southern Tehran and were led into the modern quarters, where they swept along soldiers and officers. General Zahedi emerged from
Iran. The IRGC has also launched the 19th campaign on Operation True Promise 3. The 19th wave of Operation True Promise 3 has begun with a large number of attack and suicide drones launched towards strategic targets across Israel. The operation will be sustained and aims to disrupt Israel's defenses. All of this is happening at the same time, but once again, we're waiting. We are waiting for more information to come out while we learn about American and Western intervention in Iran.
Hiding to climb into a tank and be taken to the radio station where he proclaimed the new government. The crowds are the subject of many allegations that they're paid by the CIA, organized by Kashani, or egged on by criminal elements. Some police and military units join, and pro-Zahedi forces with 32 Sherman tanks besiege key points in the city. Around 300 people are killed, Zahedi's troops arrest Mossadegh after heavy fighting at his home, and the general proclaims himself prime minister. The Shah returns, and his court sentence Mossadegh to house arrest in his home village. According to Roosevelt's later memoir, the monarch credits the CIA agent personally. I owe my throne to God, to my people, my army, and to you. There is, though, some discussion about who is really responsible for the coup's success. Most historians and the CIA and MI6 agents who later write memoirs attribute the coup's success to the CIA and MI6. President Eisenhower believes Roosevelt's version as he confides to his diary. Another recent development that we helped bring about was the restoration of the Shah to power in Iran and the elimination of Mossadegh. The things we did were covert. If knowledge of them became public, we would not only be embarrassed in that region, but our chances to do anything of like nature in the future would almost totally disappear. I listened to Roosevelt's detailed report, and it seemed more like a dime novel than a historical fact. We can understand exactly how courageous our agent was in staying right on the job and continuing to work until he reversed the entire situation. But some point to US State Department documents that order a halt to the coup after its initial failure, which would place more responsibility on local actors like General Zahedi and the clergy for its success. Woodhouse even claims the CIA simply exaggerates its role to get a budget increase from Congress. In any case, Iran was now a US-friendly power. The Shah's government supports US interests and opposes Soviet ones most of the time, and the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, soon renamed British Petroleum, resumes the extraction and sale of Iranian oil, now joined by US companies. The success of Operation Ajax helps encourage the US to sponsor other Cold War coup attempts in years to come, including in Guatemala, Egypt, Indonesia, and Cuba. In Iran, the Shah and Zahedi crack down on internal enemies. The government declares opposition parties illegal, hunts down Islamic groups, sidelines Kashani, and represses Tudeh and the remainder of the National Front. Another step in authoritarian rule is the creation of the Shah's secret police, the Savak, who will soon strike fear into most Iranians.
Oh yeah.
US intervention based on Cold War fears of communism creates a powder keg in Iran. It will take more than 50 years for future President Barack Obama to admit the US role in the 1953 coup, and by then, Iran will have faced even more dramatic upheavals. Since you made it to the end of this video, you're probably a fan of detailed history documentaries. We actually produced 3 documentary series with a combined runtime of more than 9 hours.
Crypto drop live on the rumor of IDF attack, lol. Wait, what? That was pretty cool. Here, this goes, now that we learned a little bit more about American involvement and Western involvement in general.
World War II, Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi's rule was weakened
shout
by
out
the
to real-time history for the video. It was
rise of nationalist voices in the Iranian parliament. In March 1951, Iranian Prime Minister Haj Ali Razmara was assassinated by an ardent supporter of oil nationalization. Shortly after the assassination, nationalists in the Iranian Majlis, or parliament, nominated Mossadegh as their new prime minister. Fearing the strength of the nationalist movement, the Shah was forced to approve Mossadegh's nomination. And in May 1951, the Iranian parliament voted to nationalize the oil industry. Addressing his victory, Mossadegh said in a famous speech,
"Our long years of negotiations with foreign countries have yielded no results thus far. With the oil revenues, we could meet our entire budget and combat poverty, disease, and backwardness among our people."
The nationalization of Iranian oil was a blow to Britain's economic interests and to the survival of the British Empire.
Views of the great refinery at Abadan are sufficient evidence in themselves of its size and importance. This great undertaking, built up over many years by British skill and with British money, has now been evacuated in humiliating circumstances.
Britain took the matter to the International Court of Justice and placed an embargo on Iran's oil industry, making it impossible for Iran to sell its newly nationalized oil on the world market. The British hoped that economic pressure would threaten the popularity of Mossadegh and force him out of power. But Mossadegh was adamant.
Abroad, that strange politician Dr. Mossadegh continued on his strange way, refusing every offer for settlement of the oil dispute.
Desperate to regain control of Iran's oil industry, the British government approached the United States to assist in orchestrating a coup against Mossadegh. Harry Truman's administration rejected the idea of a coup in 1952, but when Dwight Eisenhower came to power in 1953, the British were able to persuade him by warning him of Mossadegh's communist alliances.
Demonstrations and riots in the streets of Tehran have followed the usual pattern in that troubled country. With shouts of "down with the Shah," fanatical leaders have been rallying the people in favor of Dr. Mossadegh.
The initial plan of toppling Mossadegh had failed, but the British and Americans eventually succeeded when they relied on royalists, the supporters of the exiled Shah. The country was divided between the Shah supporters and Mossadegh supporters. This is how pro-Shah demonstrators took over the streets of Tehran. Mobs set pro-Mossadegh newspapers on fire, General Fazollah Zahidi surrounded Mossadegh's residence with tanks, and protesters clashed with his guards. Mossadegh and his cabinet eventually surrendered, and General Fazollah Zahidi became Iran's new prime minister. The US then restored the pro-Western regime of Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi to power. This was the first foreign intervention orchestrated by the newly formed CIA. The agency, with the help of British MI6, overthrew the first democratically elected government in the country. It was the beginning of the sequence of events that shaped Iran's relations with the US today.
In the military court at Tehran, where he's been on trial for treason, the Persian ex-premier, Dr. Mossadegh, demonstrates that he knows how to make an entrance.
Mossadegh was imprisoned for 3 years, then put under house arrest until his death. His family were forced to bury him at his residence. The overthrow of Mossadegh transformed Iran from a constitutional monarchy into a royal dictatorship, marking the beginning of public hostility towards the US. In 2000, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright acknowledged for the first time the US's role in the 1953 coup.
But the coup was clearly a setback for Iran's political development, and it is easy to see now why many Iranians continue to resent this intervention by America in their internal affairs.
After the coup of 1953, the oil was back under the control of the British, and the US gave increasing support to the Shah of Iran. In 2013, Iran's parliament approved a bill for the government to sue the US for its involvement in the coup. The bill followed the release of declassified documents offering details about how the CIA carried out the coup as an act of US foreign policy.
Campaign to install a pro-Western government in Iran.
That's not true that it was the first. The U.S. also rigged Italian elections in 48 and broke major strikes in France in 1949. Yeah, this was, but that's Europe. That's NATO. Operation Gladio, baby.
Iran. Target: Prime Minister Mossadegh and his government. Objectives:
That technically wasn't, I guess that was like OSS and the stay behind network that they had in these European countries. That's like post World War II, pre CIA, or the early formation of the CIA, the predecessor.
through legal or quasi-legal methods to effect the fall of the Mossadegh government and to replace it with a pro-Western government under the Shah's leadership with Zahedi as its prime minister.
In 1957, the US government helped the Shah establish its infamous secret police force known as Savak. Savak was tasked with monitoring the Shah's political opponents and even Iranians abroad. The agency tortured many Iranians, and its agents received training for interrogation tactics from the CIA. But the alliance between the Shah and the US turned a deaf ear to the growing anger in Iranian streets against the oppression of the Shah and US interference. In late December 1977, during a lavish New Year's Eve celebration, US President Jimmy Carter praised the Shah for making his country an island of stability.
Iran, because of the great leadership of the Shah, is an island of stability.
Oh, so stable.
In one of the more troubled areas of the world.
Little more than a year later, animosity towards the Shah and US policies culminated in the Shah's ousting. Religious leader And although there were periods of negotiations and decreased tensions, changes in administration and Iran's proxy wars throughout the region have put the two countries at odds.
I don't know why TRT basically skipped this part, but while Barack Obama did normalize or start the process of normalization of relations with Iran, with the JCPOA, the Iran denuclearization agreement, when Donald Trump came into office, he basically threw it away because Israel wanted to throw it away. That's where Israel's interests or Israel's advisory role takes a front seat, and in the process, Iran still was like, no, we won't do enrichment, don't worry, and they still allowed international investigators to go in and monitor the facilities until, of course, Donald Trump applied sanctions, regardless of the fact that they were still not enriching uranium and following by the agreement that America had put forward that Trump had cast aside.
The campaign aimed to curb Iran's nuclear program and regional reach by draining its economy. Iran responded to the maximum pressure campaign with a maximum resistance campaign.
This is the Guardian. This is the Guardian documentary part 2, Along the Green Line. If you remember last one, he interviewed like the rabid psychopathic settler. Anyway, let's go to real-time analysis from the warmonger networks, because there have been some events that have unfolded in the process of me watching the situation, or watching the history of Iran. I guess there's not really anything going on CNN yet. The Guardian will not admit, or maybe they will, I don't know. The resistance in Tulkarm is literally legal. The Israeli occupation in Tulkarm is illegal. Just so you understand, like every single person that you see there that's being filmed on camera wearing the Israeli occupying forces gear is a fucking terrorist under international human rights. Obviously, terrorism is a vague terminology here. I'm just using like how the Westerners would use it. So when these guys are conducting military operations against like the resistance, right? What they're doing is actually illegal. Those guys have a right to resist. Make no mistake. The guts to eat this while watching this is so gross. You're right. That's what's gross, not Israel's conduct. Perhaps you feel this way because I show Israel's conduct on a daily basis, and because you're not brave enough about your perspective, you have to hyper focus on something else. Talk about what you're actually mad about. Are, what they want to do. It almost feels like when you put them side by side, all of a sudden, you start recognizing that Israeli society is just fucking depraved. And the parties are not on equal footing at all, both in terms of morality, in terms of conduct, in terms of their worldview. It's ridiculous. Where are these shadows coming from? Oh yeah, no, there's a lot of annoying shit stirrers in the chat. They activated like a beacon once I responded to one chatter who was being fucking annoying. So we're just clapping them in an effort not to derail the stream over and over again. They'll probably quiet down in a little bit because I'll stop responding to them as some of them get banned, and then they'll wait for another opportunity to catch me slipping, only to then do the same thing again and then get clapped again. Every now and then it's good to just... He's also capable of driving on those roads. As opposed to he's sorry. He's capable of driving on those roads that others are not, like Palestinians are not allowed to drive on because of their license plates. Like a woke lib, you know, guy who fucking writes, I don't know, like a movie critic walking his fucking dog at the dog park, being like, casually being like, we have to ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians from their ancestral homelands, you know? That's how you know society has completely fucking lost it, dude. When you got like grandmas or dudes that fucking look like this that are also churning out this kind of opinion. Do you understand? Like, that's how you know every aspect. Like this dude's position is like supposed to be the position of a dude who's like insanely hog-like under different circumstances. You might get some criticism for saying he looks like a movie critic. Why? What? Like he looks like a fucking effete intellectual. What? Who's gonna criticize me for this? In the back of my mind, I'm like, please don't be a fucking freak. You know what I mean? I mean, it's still zone of interest regardless. But like, I want to maintain hope that there's gonna be a dude who's like, what we are doing is unacceptable. You know, it's fucked up. Like every time, and I'm usually, of course, overcome with grief because. Well, there it is. Every fucking time, bro. Motherfuckers like, I love my little plants. I'm the most peaceful winery owner in Israel. In Israel, I own the most peaceful winery. Don't talk to me about the Palestinians. Don't talk. Okay. Wait. First he said, who cares about the Palestinians? That's a border. That's a separate state. Why are we fucking talking about that? Hold on. This guy's okay, I've moved my position. He's still obviously a liberal Zionist, but he's a Haaretz reader, okay? He is the Haaretz guy. He must be an anti-Semitist. Anti-Semitism. This man contains multitudes. I know. but you understand the contradiction, right? You understand the contradiction. Like, he is closer to the correct position in comparison to the overwhelming majority of Israeli society. But ultimately he's not overcome with emotion from the metric ton of cruelty that's still taking place. Where it's basically like, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. Fuck the politicians. But there's still an attitude of otherization there. The otherization comes from, one, recognizing the cruel and unusual mistreatment of the Palestinians to a certain degree in a way that creates response, provokes response. It's kind of like, yeah, if you strike an animal enough times, after the fourth time you strike the animal and you back it into a corner, it's going to bite back at you. It's kind of like that. Where it's like, what do you think was going to happen? These people, of course, are going to fucking, it's going to be punishment for arrogance and racism. But ultimately, it's not so consequential or so severe that this is something that he is choosing to change the trajectory on a daily basis. And more so, he's just like kind of tapped out. Like, if I were to ask him, and we don't know, maybe I'm totally off base with this, but the question always remains, what do you think about a one-state solution? And for a lot of these guys, they'll say the settlers are disgusting, they're religious fundamentalists. There is there's a lot of that kind of sentiment expressed, especially amongst like Ashkenazi boomers who are like, who have their very own version of like racism, even against Jews that are from an Arab background as well, depending on their age group. But when you ask them like, is there an opportunity? Like, what do you think about a dissolution of the apartheid state in and of itself, where everyone on this territory is forced to live together? Most Israeli society will say absolutely not. There are plenty in Palestinian society that would also say absolutely not. For the record. Brother, how can Palestinians live with Kahanas animals? I don't know, man. Do you feel like the Black American contemporary existence right now is better than the Palestinian experience in both the West Bank and also fucking Gaza? Because I personally think it is better. And most people would tell you it is a tremendous improvement. It doesn't mean that it's like a complete solution. White Americans own slaves, dude. What are we talking about? They owned black people as humans that they didn't even treat as humans. The violence ultimately still comes from the Kahanist animals. You're not wrong. The violence ultimately would come from the Jewish supremacist parties. I hate this kind of talking point because it's kind of apples to oranges in their origin of conflict. What? No, because the major point that we're talking about is like human beings with supremacist values are oftentimes incredibly resistant to the racial hierarchy changing, but have to, even after fighting against it through violent means, taking matters in their own hands, like the Klan, right? The violence of the Klan in Reconstruction will inevitably have to shut the fuck up, especially if there is proper adjudication and a federal power that is making sure that the consistently destroyed and underserved minority population, which in this circumstance wouldn't even be the fucking minority population, it would be the majority population, okay, would be able to develop autonomy, would be able to actually fucking fight for their own rights. That's the major point that you guys don't understand. This is the reason why Israel is terrified of a one-state solution, is because there's more Palestinians than there are Jews in Israel. Like, it's not even a question. This is even before we think about a right to return. There are more Palestinians overall than there are Jews in Israel. And it's not even a distinction between Palestinians and Jews. I'm saying that this is the Israeli state's own distinction. Especially when you look at the immediate surrounding region, that number is a lot larger. No, before right to return is 50-50. No, it's not. It's close to a 50-50, but no, there are more Palestinians over. I mean, I don't know what the numbers are in the Gaza Strip any longer, but before October 7, it wasn't even 50-50. It was actually larger, especially when you consider Palestinian citizens of Israel. Palestinian citizens of Israel plus the West Bank population plus the Gaza Strip population was larger than the Jewish citizens of Israel population numbers. Because Palestinian citizens of Israel is also 25% of the Israeli population. This is before we look at, yes, the Jordanian Palestinians, Palestinians living in Lebanon, Palestinians living in Syria, Palestinians living all around, like in the immediate area, that have been forced away from their homes. But then when you add in the right to return, the total number is, I believe, larger than the total number of Jews around the world. Anyway, this is precisely the reason why they are afraid. Israel is very afraid of offering full autonomy, decency, humanity, full protections of the state to the Palestinian population, because they worry that if there was a real democracy there and not the apartheid state that exists, then society would be too even and too equal. And they can't have that. You feel me? You smell me? I can't believe people actually listen to you and believe in what you say. Trump has now arrived at the White House for his big national security meeting tonight. He did not stop to take questions from the reporters, but he did stop to admire the new flagpole he installed last week. Ay, ay. Nice. AOC and Mahmoud with media.
Thank you, everyone. First of all,
Before people say that she's doing this as a photo op, her team has been coordinating with Mahmoud Khalil's, from what I understand, for a while, okay, from the jump. And secondly, he's happy that she's there. So I know that everybody loves to fucking complain and be like, why is she there? She's just there for a fucking photo op, whatever. Okay? Just understand that you're silly for taking this position. Like, it would be like if I were to interview him and you guys say, oh, it's a photo op, when for months I've been trying to fucking, not only for months have I been talking about the situation, the injustice, but also for months I've been trying to literally go down to the facility with politicians and actually go and talk to him directly, Mahmoud Khalil. What is this? Working Fox News link, but it's ads? Oh. Thank you.
Victory for advocates challenging President Trump's immigration crackdown. Mahmoud Khalil, the pro-Palestinian activist and Columbia University graduate student, is now free on bail. Yesterday, he was released from a federal immigration detention center in Louisiana after more than 100 days in custody. Khalil said he'll share more of his story at a news conference here in New York today. But first, his first order of business, hugging his wife and newborn son. Lilia Luciano has the story.
Turn around, turn around, turn around. When federal agents arrested Mahmoud Khalil 3 months ago, they would not reveal the charges against him.
The man said, "We're with the police, you have to come with us."
Khalil's wife, Noor, described the arrest to CBS Sunday Morning.
At this point, Mahmoud was like, "Go take the keys, grab my green card." He thought maybe like if he shows the green card, you know, we'll be fine.
The ICE agents also refused to say where he was being taken. Khalil was flown to a detention center in Louisiana before his attorneys could track him down. Khalil was among the most visible figures at the pro-Palestinian demonstrations at Columbia University. He does not have a criminal record, but as his case got more attention, the Trump administration accused him of lying in his green card application.
Okay, that was added on after, and it's still fucking bullshit. They're not even saying that he lied. They're saying that he failed to talk about his background on the background checks. He omitted key details about his past. He didn't lie on his background check at all. Also, the Trump administration didn't even know he had a fucking green card when they arrested him. For the record. And lying about him trying to buy weapons, no, that was Mohsen Mahdawi, not Mahmoud Khalil. They added on additional reasons to extend extend his prison sentence. To say, which, by the way, you can't even fucking keep him in prison for that, for the record. It's so stupid. Like, it's literally like saying, oh, you failed to admit that you started a Marvel fan club in your high school. Why would that be important for the fucking federal government to know? Which they have that information on their end anyway. You know what I mean? They were like, oh, you started a fucking student club for Palestine at school, and you also worked for UNRWA, you interned at UNRWA. Dog, we fund UNRWA. What are you talking about? It's like, that's not any kind of information that would stop someone at the time, maybe not anymore, but at the time when he was getting his fucking green card, that would not have been sufficient cause to deny someone a green card. You can't make this post hoc rationalization for why he must have his green card removed.
Of being a Hamas sympathizer and participating in anti-Semitic protests. They never charged him with any crime.
I think we ought to get them all out of the country. They're troublemakers. They're agitators.
Ultimately, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that Khalil's actions would have potentially serious adverse.
Yeah, also, he was kept in fucking prison for 104 days. Worth noting, yeah, Graham-Lowe, shouts out to Graham-Lowe. He's been a real help on this, on connecting with Mahmoud Khalil's legal team. Worth noting that everyone was denied access to Mahmoud, media, congresspeople, family, even his lawyers were being given a hard time. The Trump admin was trying to disappear him. Oh yeah, 100%. It's crazy. And last night they were crying. Last night, the DHS, once again, was posting like a bunch of babies crying that it's like, this is another rogue judge decision. I hate it. How dare they do such a thing? Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. It's like, they are fucking unbearable, dude. It is so goddamn annoying. I can't stand these motherfuckers.
Adverse foreign policy consequences. A federal judge appointed by President Biden ruled that detaining Khalil was a violation of his First Amendment right to free speech. He has been held for 3 months and missed the birth of his son.
Dude, I can't, like, Litigation of this sort is so fucking insane because there's the federal government doing it. Like, having the federal government operate like they're fucking Ethan Klein is insane, okay? Having the Trump administration use the court structure to basically behave as though they're a fucking annoying, washed 40-year-old pro-Israel YouTuber that's just like engaging in ridiculous litigation, frivolous lawsuits because he wants to like eradicate his enemies or at least like put them through a long and convoluted legal process because they dare defy him and follow through on his agenda of react to my YouTube video, which they did, and they were fucking featured in the goddamn YouTube video only to be upset at the reaction and cynically try to make it seem as though this is a real copyright violation when in fact it's just a way to try and punish people for criticizing you, which is a chilling effect on free speech, by the way, from a private party. Obviously, this is nowhere near as disgusting and as awful as the federal government doing so, because the federal government has the capacity to kill you if they wanted to and take away your freedom. But the modus operandi is identical. It's just like, it's just so pathetic.
My husband was taken away from me in the middle of the night. It was one of the most terrifying times of my life.
Early Friday evening, Khalil walked out of the Louisiana Detention Center a free man, 104 days after he was arrested.
The message is justice will prevail, no matter what this administration may try to portray.
For CBS Saturday Morning, I'm Lilia Luciano in New York.
Full war against Palestinians across Palestine. The U.S. government is funding this genocide. And Columbia University...
No! Mahmoud, don't say that. That's what put you in prison the first time. No, I'm just kidding. But like that literally is. There was someone yesterday that was in my chat being like, oh, dude, I can't believe they released this like grave threat, this grave security threat. And I was like, what do you think is the security threat? That he's going to do more speech? Is that what you were afraid of? That he will do more of the thing that put him in prison, which is saying the truth about Israel?
Is investing in this genocide. This is what I was protesting. This is what I will continue to protest with every one of you. Not only if they threaten me with detention, even if they would kill me, I would still speak up for Palestine. Again, I just want to...
New York Times editorial staff edited out the mention of Israel's genocide from a quote his wife said about his release for what it's worth. Yeah, does anyone have the link to that? The OG quote versus what the New York Times quote was? Because I saw a tweet about it, and I don't know if I have it here on the docket somewhere. I thought I did. But where the frick is it? No, that's not it. Those are B2s. Mahmoud Khalil's wife's quote versus the New York Times quote. This ruling does not begin to address the injustices the Trump administration has brought upon our family and so many others. But today we are celebrating Mahmoud coming back to New York to be reunited with our little family and the community that has supported us since the day he was unjustly taken for speaking out for Palestinian freedom. We know this ruling does not begin to address the injustices the Trump administration has brought upon our family and so many others the government is trying to silence for speaking out against Israel's ongoing genocide against Palestinians. That's crazy, man. I cannot believe it. Like they just don't even want that mentioned. They don't want that mentioned at all. Most watched clip of Mahmoud Khalil at the airport with Rep AOC and his attorneys. It's astounding to me how empathetic, clear-eyed, and resolute his is after being worn down by 3 months of unjust detention to chill his free speech. His first thoughts were for his fellow detainees in the Louisiana prison and speaking for their humanity and worthiness. Yeah, he's a good dude, man. He's a great ambassador. He's a great advocate.
Go back and just continue the work that I was already doing, advocating for Palestinian rights, a speech that should actually be celebrated rather than punished, as this administration wants to do. But we'll take a few questions.
Mahmoud, what would you say to the Trump administration because they wanted to keep
I met my wife, sweet maple syrup, because of you.
Just the fact that I am here, it's a message. The fact that all these attempts to suppress pro-Palestine voices have failed now. So this is the message. My existence is a message. The Palestinian existence is a message to this administration.
How does it feel to be free? How does it feel to be free?
To be honest, I'm I'm still trying to just comprehend that. Of course, it feels great. When I was on the inside, I was free. It's just I was locked up. The fact that they put me in that place, that didn't mean that I was not free. I continued to advocate for Palestinians, for the immigrants who are left behind in that facility. The 1,200 men who, all of them, are incredible men, who the Trump administration are trying to portray as whether criminals or just like illegals, as they say. And as I said yesterday, whether you are a citizen, an immigrant, anyone on this land, you're not illegal. That doesn't make you less of a human. And this is what the administration is trying to do, to dehumanize me, to dehumanize the immigrants, to dehumanize anyone who actually does not agree with what the administration is doing.
Excuse me. We're not going to do any more questions today. Come tomorrow to the press conference.
Mahmoud, do you still believe in the promise of America,
Excuse me, please. No more questions today, but we do have one more speaker. And you can come tomorrow to the press conference where there will be time for many, many more questions. But because of the security here, we have to leave. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. First of all, first and foremost, I think we speak on behalf of so many people across this country, across the state of New York, but also across so many communities in the United States, and welcoming Mahmoud home to be here and to be reunited with his wife and his newborn son. Mahmoud Khalil was imprisoned for 104 days by this administration, by the Trump administration, with no grounds and for political reasons. Because Mahmoud Khalil is an advocate for Palestinian human
Didn't she help pass a bill that made it being anti-Israel equals anti-Semitism? No, that's not. No, she didn't.
rights, he has been accused baselessly of horrific allegations simply because the Trump administration and our overall establishment disagrees with his political speech. This was a form, his detention by ICE, being taken from his home, as well as other advocates, Ms. Ozturk in Boston, Massachusetts, ripped off of the street, being taken is wrong, it is illegal, it is a violation of his First Amendment rights, it is an affront to every American, and we will not allow and we will continue to resist the politicization and the continued political persecution that ICE...
I like that I already prefaced this by saying, if you're going to fucking sit here and yell about AOC being there, like, it doesn't seem like Mahmoud has a problem with that. And also, like, she's there to offer her platform and her support to Mahmoud Khalil. And you guys are fucking mad. And you're outflanking Mahmoud Khalil's legal team. You're outflanking most likely him. Because, like, this would not be allowed if he said no to it. I know this because I've been in constant contact with this fucking legal team as well. Okay? So if you're getting mad, you should get mad at Mahmoud too, I guess, and his entire legal team, I guess, because she didn't just like roll up to this thing. Okay. Yeah, here is Noreen Akhtar. We worked in lockstep with Mahmoud's legal team every step of the way to support his release. AOC has consistently called for his release and support his transition back from Louisiana. Some of y'all's misogyny is showing. Like, there are things that you should get mad at every politician over, including AOC. Like, working tirelessly for a ceasefire is really fucking stupid to say. It's not true. It's not stupid, actually. It's indecent to say. Okay? But, like, this is not one of those instances. She's also quite literally, it's your own Hoscord that breeds this extremism. Oh, shut the fuck up. I yell at my Hoscord. I'm yelling at my Hoscord right now by fucking saying this. Okay? Most likely Mike chatters. No, fucking Mike actually, I think, respects AOC quite a bit. No, that's bullshit. There are certain people he like targets, perhaps maybe a little unfairly, but AOC is not one of them. This is more so like Twitter, more radical elements within the pro-Palestinian movement that understandably are frustrated with like the limited amount of mobilization that Bernie and AOC engage in. There's reasonable criticism and then there's unreasonable criticism. Like I retweet Chris Van Hollen with regular frequency nowadays. Do I do that because I think he's like a perfect politician? Do I agree with him on everything? No. But if a American Democratic senator is going to come out and say, don't look away. Since the start of the Israel-Iran war 7 days ago, over 400 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed. Many shot while seeking food. It's unconscionable that Netanyahu has not allowed international orgs to resume food delivery. The weaponization of food must end. He didn't call it a genocide, right? Should I say this is fucking, should I yell at him? He's not a leftist at all. Should I yell at him? Some of you guys don't understand what it takes to build a coherent and successful movement against like these atrocities that are unfolding that many people would rather turn a blind eye to. You feel me? AOC's doing a good thing here. We want more politicians to do this. It shouldn't be AOC. You know who should be doing an actual fucking photo op? Fucking Chuck Schumer. Okay? And in a world where Chuck Schumer is doing this photo op, AOC is supposed to be fucking carrying the torch for Palestinian liberation. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries should be waiting. They should be the ones who are routinely releasing condemnations of the Trump administration every single day. Been 103 days since Mahmoud Khalil was falsely imprisoned by the anti-First Amendment government for criticizing a foreign government, which he has every right to do so. I'm not saying that's what Chuck Schumer would do, for the record. I'm saying that, I mean, if given the opportunity, I'm sure Chuck would fucking kill him. But like in a normal, civilized country where there is truly an opposition party that isn't just servile to the uniparty interests of foreign policy and servile to a fucking foreign government, that's what would be happening. Do you understand? Hasan, dumbass, doing limited praise for politicians championing causes we all believe in. Me, The smartest little leftist online sitting at home in my underwear doing nothing but dishing out purity tests. Yeah. Like for me, I don't give a fuck where this is coming from. I mean, I've even offered like very, very limited praise, like unimaginably limited praise, albeit still incredibly critical of fucking Tucker Carlson for doing the bare minimum decent adversarial reporting against Ted Cruz. You feel me? Am I a fan of Tucker Carlson? No, I am not a fan of Tucker Carlson. I have often said he's one of the most dangerous political actors in the country.
Is engaged in. And so we welcome Mahmoud home. We will continue to support. I also want to thank the incredible work of CCR, the ACLU, IMEU, and many other advocacy organizations, the lawyers and organizers on the ground who have supported his family. And I have to, of course, thank my staff in office, Maureen Akhtar, who has done so much incredible work as well in ensuring that Mahmoud gets the justice and dignity that he deserves. And so right now we hope that, and we wish for Mahmoud and his family to be able to enjoy some peace after an incredibly difficult 104 days. But we also have a path ahead of us. This is not over, and we will have to continue to support this case. And I also want to thank, I know we have representatives from Senator Schumer's office and others, because everybody agrees. Everyone agrees that the persecution based on political speech is wrong. And it is a violation of all of our First Amendment rights, not just Mahmoud's. Thank you very much.
What does Mahmoud Khalil's release mean for President Trump's immigration agenda?
I think the thing that we know first and foremost is that the Trump administration knows that they are waging a losing legal battle. They are violating the law, and they know that they are violating the law, and they are trying to use these one-off examples to intimidate everyone else from not going to school, from not using their speech, etc. And so we hope, we've seen that a judge has tossed out their actions not just once, but twice, and we hope to continue to advocate for the administration to follow the law, frankly. Thank you.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
We will do some Q&A with Baher and Ramsey if you want. These are attorneys, and they will answer questions.
Tomorrow. What time is the press tomorrow?
I think it's 5:30, but we'll send out an advice.
I love this look, bro. This guy's a fucking, I can tell this motherfucker's crazy. The disheveled attorney.
St. John? What? St. John the Divine?
Can you tell us what you expect? Is there a timeline for when?
Waiting for someone to say from Hamas. Yeah, I can't believe it. Mahmoud Khalil said free Palestine and nobody said from Hamas. It is clear to me that this is a grouping of terrorism.
Hey guys, pressure, back up there.
Come to
the question is about what is the meaning of his release. It's
What is this?
An important.
Oh, this is the Beitar lady. Fucking freak. A Zionist in New York was asked to stop antagonizing and stalking campaign staff of the mayoral candidate Zohran Mamdani. I can do whatever I want right here. I'm Jewish.
No, I don't have to. I'm on public property. I can do whatever I want. I could do whatever I want right here. I'm Jewish.
Oh, hi, Kaya. That's crazy. Bro thought she was in Tel Aviv for a second. That's crazy. As of now, New York is still the Istanbul of America. You know what I mean? It's not the Tel Aviv of America. What do you mean I could do whatever I want? I'm Jewish.
Whatever you want. Just keep your distance from us. We don't want to stand next
I can do whatever I want right here, right now.
We don't want to be near you.
I don't want to be near you either. It smells.
You're the one filming us.
Oh, and then she goes, it smells like you're like a smelly Muslim. Got it. Cool.
You started with me. I could do it. I could do whatever I want. I was born.
She thinks she's in Israel, I think. She's like, where's your house? Give me your house right now. Give me your house right now. I'm going to take it. I'm going to follow you home. I'm going to sit in your living room. It's mine now. Insane. Oh, yeah. Beitar's caption, by the way, of the same video that they posted was this. By the way, Beitar posted this video thinking it was good. She's a part of Beitar, the rabid Jewish supremacist terror group that operates as a 501c3 inside of U.S. borders, by the way. Beitar, you guys might know, is also famous for doing those deportation lists, but also... I mean, while that's insane and very scary and really insane that the government is actually following through on this like right-wing terror cell, this right-wing Jewish supremacist terror cells list of political dissidents. The funny part is when Beitar will release lists of Jews that they think should be barred from entering Israel. As recently as last week, they also said Trey Yingst, Fox News foreign correspondent, needs to be kicked out of Israel because he was covering the impact sites. That was cool. Centrist Democrats fear a far-left Zohran Mamdani win in New York City could hurt the party's image. Hurt the party's image. The party is poopy. All right, we're back. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Hopefully you can hear me and see me. I'm back now. That is a major F that just took place. A major F, and it took place because the internet is completely out in my house. I don't know what happened. I think Baytar came after me. And, hold on. Can you see? Can you see me? I think you can see me. Okay, you can see me. Do I look fine? I think I look fine. Alright. Luckily my trusty sidekick PC was here. No internet connection right now. Murad, did you restart it?
No, it came back-ish, but I don't know what's going on.
Wait, what came back?
It kind of came back for a second, but there's no internet. I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Who knows? Maybe I'm getting fucking DDoSed or something. Not that this will be a problem. Not that this is going to be a problem in the upcoming week. Video quality is great. My quality is decent, but not as good as your usual. No noise gate. It's like we're there. Flirt. The DNC took me out. Why don't you get fiber, dude? Hezbollah has it. Why don't you? Yeah. If only. If only I could do that. Wait, so you reset it and it started again, but then it went away again?
No, I didn't do anything. I thought it came back, but it didn't.
Okay. Is there any other thing you could do, like hit a hard reset or something?
Yeah,
What?
I'm looking at it.
Okay, Murat's gonna fix it. This isn't their laptop chat, this is the remote. Yeah, no, this is the IRL camera. This is the IRL setup that I have. You should get a backup ISP. Yeah, I know. I think we have something in the works for that. But I also have to pee, and I don't want to leave. But I can't take you guys with me to the bathroom. So, don't know what to do here. Anyway, we're back for the time being. What was I talking about? Give the other guy the phone? No, Murat is working on the internet because he's here right now as well. So this is one of the few instances where I can get him to actually do some goddamn work in the house, because it's in his best interest as well. He lost his own internet as well. So for once, he's doing the dang thing and actually working. Is this a Daily Spectrum thing? Like, again, a few years ago, you were talking about how the Dems are saying that they want to, ruin the party image. I know. There is no party image to ruin. There is no... The Democrats are complaining that Zohran's far left... Zohran's far left image, if he were to win the New York City mayoral primary, would ruin the Democratic Party, like the image the Democratic Party has created. And I think that that is the dumbest possible thing you can say, considering that the Democratic Party's approval rating is at, like, what, 20%? Spectrum does do this constantly, I know. This seems a little bit different, though. This seems different than a regular outage. Oftentimes when stuff like this happens, Spectrum will turn around and be like, hey, by the way, my bad. Massive outage in your area. Like, they'll famously... They'll routinely turn around and be like, hey, by the way, sorry about this, but you're experiencing a ginormous outage in your area. It is what it is. You know? I can also do one other thing, which is to potentially use the the bag that I have for pure internet. Open up the World of Warcraft collector's box? No. Someone in Long Beach, California was cutting internet lines. Maybe it's not contained to LA County. Wait, what? No. I do not have fiber in LA. What the fuck? I don't have fiber because my neighborhood doesn't have fiber. In Los Angeles, there are plenty of places where you literally don't have fiber. Cuomo has a 15-year-old girl standing outside paying her $25 an hour handing out flyers for Cuomo. Tell her to do a bad job. Tell her to do a fucking bad job. In LA, there are buildings that don't even have cable internet. This is why I'm saying I'll move to New York if Zohran wins. Maybe for a little bit. Is it illegal if someone is getting paid by the Cuomo campaign and they turn around and actually, despite being paid for by the Cuomo campaign, if they turn around and advocate for Zohran Mamdani? Is that illegal? I have fiber in a village within dumb fuck nowhere. Brother, in Montreal, I'm installing 3 gigs next week. I can install 8 gigs in my new house. You need to move to Quebec. Yeah, let me move from one fucking incredibly expensive housing market to another one. At least they have fiber. That's what happens in competent countries, where you can literally move from, where you can move to a house where they will give you that opportunity. We don't have that here in the United States of America, or especially in Los Angeles. If I lived in like maybe Tennessee or something, where, you know, you have Chattanooga, Tennessee is like all fibered out the wazoo from what I understand. Montreal is cheaper than America. In Los Angeles, Montreal is actually pretty cheap. How do you not have fiber where you are? I have fiber in the middle of the desert. Keckle. Yeah, I don't. Okay? I don't, and I don't want to hear it. Also, I don't like that the internet is completely busted right now, which is why I wonder if I should just like swap over to the starting soon screen and then turn this into, turn the bag into a fucking full-blown modem in and of itself and continue off the computer, because usually I just swap it over to the bag. Oh, it's back. Never mind. We are back. Okay, we are back. Murad, it's good. It's back. Okay, I'm swapping it. I'm freaking swapping it. Boom, we're back. Did you miss me? I'm gonna text Murat so he doesn't fuck with the internet now. It's back, yeah. Did you do something? Wait, I don't get it. Why, like, why does it have to be a hard restart? Wait, really? That's weird. Don't worry, we'll get a Spectrum outage report in a second. That's usually how it goes. They'll be like, yo, my B sounding hot again. Restarting your computer every day is as essential as wiping your ass. CIA director just walked into the White House. Wait, what? New York City, breaking, Democratic wins media. New York City's mayoral election is on Tuesday. We encourage voters not to rank Zohran Mamdani. He didn't endorse Kamala Harris, doesn't support our platform, and if he wins, his policies will hurt our chance to win in the midterms, and we can't afford that. Wait, what? What the fuck is the Democratic wins media? Cuomo's doing full Donald Trump. Andrew Cuomo's appearing with the mother of a murdered 15-year-old Junior Feliz at Villa Verde in South Bronx, and he just got props of Zohran Mamdani's tweet, defund the police from tweets from 2020. Oh my God, he is literally Trump. We already had a Trumpian Democrat, dude. His name is Eric Adams, and he was a disaster. What the fuck is... The NYPD is wicked and corrupt and racist, anti-queer, Cuomo says, quoting Mamdani's past posts and interviews. To say these things is reckless and irresponsible, especially at a time when we're trying to hide additional police officers. What's Cuomo's closing pitch to voters? Experience matters, knowledge matters, accomplishments matter, he says, stepping into his Dodge to drive away. When a person says they have no qualifications for the job, but they believe the job of being mayor is to be the messenger. The Bronx LGBTQ Pride Festival was a few blocks away from the event. Fair to say most other mayoral candidates would have walked through the shake hands and pass out lit, but that has not been Cuomo's style throughout this primary. Feels like a desperate move. It is a desperate move. He is desperate. He is so desperate that they're doing like 20. They're doing 2001 level Islamophobia right now. Like, what are you talking about? They're going all systems. They're literally firing off on all motherfucking cylinders, dude. Jason is with Sakura right now. Wait, what? How? Wasn't she like in fucking... Wait, what the hell? He's got 82,000 people watching him, dude. That's amazing. I'm so proud of him. W nephew. Farm that shit. Farm the fucking parasocials. W farm, W farm, W farm. I really hope this doesn't turn sour.
Thank you for coming.
Wait, she came back?
Wait,
she came back to him?
Initially you said no. You were VCT.
Wasn't she already in... Wasn't she already in... Wasn't she in like have you met Sakura? No. I don't think I have. I might have at one of these events or something. I don't know her. I don't think I've ever met her. She helped Judge Master Baker as a judge?
And then I got taken a flight back, so I felt really bad.
You've been
What is this? Are you 55?
like
No.
Yeah.
I am not 55.
We taking them to Japan?
Yeah.
We gotta go shopping in Japan.
To be a magic girl.
I was thinking more like coach or
Fuck off, Jason.
Have you met Tens? Yeah, of course I've met Tens. I know Tens well. I obviously I know Kaide very well. I just don't know Sakura.
It's like cheaper.
Is it?
Yes, in Japan it's cheaper.
How is Sakura the younger sister or the older sister of Kaide? I don't know.
My lady.
Younger, she's 20. Wait, isn't Kaide also like 20?
We'll do
That's crazy.
How can I help
Table
you?
for 3.
Who's
Yeah.
Kaide? Oh my god, I've cultivated a community that is so fucking out of touch with the rest of this space. It's crazy.
Are you moving it sideways?
Nice. Smart. Wow. Smart. Pull her chair. Respect. Respect. That's good.
It's like F back.
W, nephew. W.
I can
Dog,
use,
I'm 26 and watching this stuff makes me feel ancient.
Yeah. But
It's okay to have a little fun in your life, dude.
Oh, it's just back now.
It's because you're always live. When are we supposed to watch anything else?
You want something, Red?
Get off your phone, nephew. Talk to her. Ask her what she wants to order.
Wait, you were streaming.
Talk about the-
and you were gifting me subs. Thank you.
Talk about the delicacies that they serve here.
I've gifted one sub. I did my part though, bro. That's my
No,
part.
that was very sweet. I appreciate it. Thank you. That was really kind.
Was it the night? When did they start going crazy?
Like when we were leaving.
Yo, it's like 3 days.
You do realize half of these kids wasn't even around when COVID was happening? Dog, COVID happened fucking 5 years ago, okay? They're not 6. They're not 5 years old. Hasan lies about not watching Twitch on his off time. No, I know everything that's going on Twitch because I'm on TikTok all the time. And their clips showed up on my TikTok. Their nephew's clips are all up and down my timeline all the time. That's how I keep up with all the things that are happening on Twitch. Not because I'm on, not because I'm watching Twitch, but sometimes I do. No!
I mean, it's not that weird, but I don't.
Oh my God, I almost typed F. Chat, I almost typed F. Is this how you guys feel? Is this how you guys feel when you're watching me and you see a brief stutter? Immediately, I wanted to, something overcame me. Like there was a feeling. I was overcome with emotion. I had to inform my streamer. That there is an F that took place. Hey, just wanted to let you know it's effing.
Yeah.
What did you say when that was happening?
I just laughed.
Yeah, but your cat told still like
Huh?
Your cat told still like
Yeah, but in real life, it's crazy. I was like, yo, I laughed. I was like, bro, I didn't have a good workout.
Yeah, when I was leaving VCTs, we were like standing outside the church, screaming at each other.
What they say?
Wait, did my internet have a brief stutter too, or are you guys fucking around?
Famous out there.
Sorry? I think we want to wait for them to order, right? I think so, yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Wait, what do you want to get? I'm thinking, you want to split up on me?
Yeah, do you want to do lemongrass chicken?
Yeah, what?
Lemongrass chicken.
I've never read or watched Rent a Girlfriend, but I imagine this is very similar to the plot of that anime. I don't know anything about that anime, so I can't speak on that.
I do like pork better. Now we can do chicken though. Because chicken is more lean. I'm trying to cut.
In real life, what is going on, man? Who are these people? Where are they? What happened to Iran? Is Israel and Trump in war yet? What about Mamdani?
Where the fuck did he go?
What about Mamdani? This is my nephew Jason the Ween on a simulated date in the real world with another streamer, Kai Day's little sister Sakura. They've had a tumultuous last 48 hours. Okay, going from Jason inviting her to the streamer prom. All the way to Sakura memeing too much in said streamer prom, Jason getting in his fucking feelings, and then feeling hurt by what she had said as a joke, and then like the parasocial fans losing their minds and like sending death threats to everybody involved, especially her. Okay, so this is not a real date? No, it's basically fucking interactive reality television.
Yo, I was scared.
It's interactive TV.
Where does it start?
Damn, they're getting.
I've used that before that.
Damn, they're establishing physical contact. This is good. Oh my God, I'm so fucking old. I'm old and I'm parasocial. What am I doing? What the fuck am I doing in my life? This is, oh my God. I gotta stop. I gotta stop. This is embarrassing. This is an embarrassing thing to do online. This is like, this should be This should be done privately when I'm sitting on my couch and seeing this in like little TikTok.
And that's on.
You made it seem like.
That's what I heard. But that
Yeah,
was
Hasan right now 33 and tapped in. That's right.
Friend, like before everything. Before it.
But look at this. But this was what made me like kind of scared.
Okay, my little heart can't handle this. Oh my god.
Out of nowhere, I was literally chilling. And he texted me.
I think this is like, you're giving me the ick right now, Unc. Well, whatever. I don't care. You should have a little bit of fanfare in your life, okay? I have a child. Please get back to the news. I am too old for this shit. Watching this is giving me an existential crisis of how I'm continuing to age and rot away. Please go back to covering the impending war with Iran. I mean, there is no war, dude. Trump is the peace president, and you guys got duped into thinking that there was a war. That's right. I've forgotten all about it. I guess that's like the point, right? Like the point of this entire thing, the point of stuff like this and watching content like this is because it takes your attention away from the horrifying existence, the horrifying day-to-day existence, war with Iran, global instability, a genocide unfolding every single day. So people like watching cute things like this and then forget about all those other things. You know what I mean? If you did gear, your heart would be bigger and you could better handle this. The girly pops like this content too, because they're cute. Like, look, they're sharing secrets from the secrets away from the chat. Like, look at chat. They love it. They love it. Are they mudded? So it's spectacle to quell the masses? Yes, dude. Jason the Weed is actually a federal operative to keep you servile. Spam W is on. Oh, fuck. I need to subscribe to right. This motherfucker.
Jesus.
I know.
Wait, why can't I subscribe? Oh, here it is.
What the fuck?
Let's see if it worked or not.
Crazy, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. I hit the W. I hit the W in the chat. Look at that. Is this how you guys feel? This is liberating, dude. This is fun. I'm being a chatter today. I'm being a chatter. B-2 bomber is moving in, but is Jokera going to move further beyond the friendship? Get in here. Yeah. B-2 bombers are moving into Guam, but is Jokera going to move into the same house when they're in Japan? Find out more. That type of shit. You know what I mean?
Yo, my bad, chat. It's confidential. Y'all can't know. Confidential, y'all.
This feels like when I was in high school and everyone at my table were friends but me.
Oh yeah, you told me. Wait, no, did you?
Jokera is not home. Live dating content is the sigh of the oppressed creature. I think for me, the best possible way of consuming this is still in the TikTok clip format.
They didn't hear.
Could you imagine how this chat would react if Austin were to bring back Rochler and you were on it again? I think they would kill me and Austin. I think like a 37-year-old mom of 3 would get a gun and shoot both me and Austin because I took away from their morning news time. It's kind of crazy to think like, but I used to do this. Like I used to do not this content, but like I used to do a broad variety of different things. Like it wasn't all fucking news all the goddamn time. You know what I mean? Unc, let him know he's doing well, gang. He's doing great. What do you mean? She likes being around his presence. He's polite. He pulled her chair. Those are all great. They're close. They're sitting close to one another. They're whispering into each other's ears. These are all good things. I do, as an old man, still worry that this is, I hope that, you know, this doesn't turn sour, because it is far too popular, and it's a little scary how much people like it. And when people really respond positively to this kind of stuff, they read too far into things when people are making jokes and whatnot.
That looks.
You know what I mean?
Damn.
Sir, listen to yourself. She likes his presence. He pulled her chair for her. Get a grip.
I don't know what the fuck's going on. What might say going on?
So this is all fake for what exactly? This is you watching the children enjoy the peace you wish to create for everyone. Yes.
What?
What's their ship name? Jokera.
Lacey's calling me. Can I answer? Yo, Lacey. What's up? I'm live, bro. What's up, bro?
See, there's multitudes. This contains multitudes. I don't know what that means. See, I'm not as tapped in. What did he, I don't know what he said. L. Lacey is what people are saying, but I don't know. Hell the fuck no. Fuck Lacey. Lacey DM's just blown up right now. L. Lacey. Why is it L. Lacey? L. Lacey, Shizuku is his London home. This is like no pixel RP but IRL. She has the potential to be explosive. What do you mean? It's just like
appreciate it, bro.
WK song. None of these words are in the Bible. Yeah.
But she was like, let's wait for Red to get back. But he just never
yesterday we were talking about how you don't laugh as much anymore. I just realized a large part of it is the fact that chat genuinely gets upset if they see fun stuff. We used to do fun reacts from Friday night to Sunday night. Now we can do 10 minutes of fun, not news. Chat becomes murderous with rage.
Where did he go?
I know. It effed.
He dead ass left.
There's no way he takes that long to take a shit even.
Yo, did he go in there, chat? Did he go in there? Yo, you bro. No,
I didn't.
I doubt it. There's no way.
We don't have a cameraman now. No
I
way.
felt so old watching this. I thought Maya Higa was with Jason.
There's no way. Wait. He's taking a wait. Did chat? Did he go that way or this way?
He's probably just walking.
Peak content. I feel like I'm in the stalker van with chat.
Should I call him? I know I was with the five. Okay. Damn, I'm not gonna lie, Japan so cool. Hit fast as fuck. You know how crazy that is?
I thought
8,000 top 6.
Bit.
What's 8,000 top 6? You got 8,000 subs offline, right? 50K.
Okay, don't talk about how much money she's making, Jason. Fuck. Bro, stop. Talk about other shit. Like, I don't know what people talk about. Music? Is that what people talk about? I don't even fucking know. I don't know how. Tell him he's speaking game, Unc. No, this is not game. Okay. Well, I'll watch the clips later on my For You page when it shows up. Okay. Bring back our impending sense of doom. All right, we're done. We're done with this brief sidestep. Dude, I effed, right? I lost internet connection for like 5 minutes, came back and was just straight to camera talking, and I didn't experience a drop off. I go and I click on Jason the Ween's date, and literally like 2,000 people are like, fuck this. Y'all are terrible. You guys are He's letting her lead the conversation. That's the point. I don't know. You should help Jason come up with plans for Japan. He's going there soon. Help with the content, old head. So what happened? Did the fucking commandos actually attack the Fordow nuclear facility or what? As a green card holder, is it dangerous traveling to Qatar? I mean, if you don't want to keep your green card, yeah, go off. You know what I mean? There is virtually no guarantee that you will keep it once you come back. I think so. No, this is the only quote-unquote reporting we've seen on it. Initial Iranian sources are reporting some kind of ground attack on the guards at Fordow. This report comes just after Israel warned that they would do this, but no other details so far. Yeah, you fucking moron. We like you for one thing and it ain't that. I'm gonna be honest. You have to dial it back. Like, if you ever find yourself this angry for a brief pause on unlimited news content, you have to just, take a little bit of time off and maybe dial back from consuming the news. Even OSIN accounts, me searching for the Israeli outlet that reported the ground attack on Fordow took place. It doesn't exist. It's only LARPing Twitter account / journalists trying to cause fear. I recommend chatters search the word kayfabe and its relation to wrestling. It might offer broader insight on the methodology behind a performance presentation and the viewer's observations within the meta behind the performance. Basically meaning, y'all need to take this shit less serious and enjoy the content. Yes. We have yet to find official confirmation of events that took place. So, I don't know. New information coming out of Iran. The Israeli attacks on Iran so far have killed 865 and wounded over 3,000, according to a rights group. 363 of the fatalities were civilian, 215 were military, and the rest is undetermined. 9-day Israeli military campaign has killed 865. I assume the reason why the rest of it is undetermined is because they haven't gone through the records yet. No attack on Fordow at all so far. The B-2s are landing in Guam in the next 2 hours, and no IDF op on Fordow so far. Thank you, Elent News, for the update. It felt like, look. Israel has conducted successful Mossad operations inside of Iranian soil with, I would say, regular frequency is not the appropriate term here, but like definitely a higher percentage than you would expect. Having said that, the notion that like Israeli commandos would drop into Fordow and try to engage in direct war in like a fucking gun battle, that sounds pretty crazy. That sounds out of that just simply sounds insane. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's correct. Once they fully taken air defenses, they could do a raid hypothetically, but Iranian ground forces would respond heavily and it may end badly. That's what I mean. Because the reason why, yeah, it would be a one-way mission. Like, there is very little chance that they go in and they fucking kill a bunch of people and then they like extract in time before the IRGC arrives, I feel like. Maybe they could pull it off. I don't know at this point. I just find it to be highly, highly unlikely, especially considering that Israel values in its operations, with the exception of like Mossad operations and like espionage, intelligence operations, in which they even still use assets more than like use their own fucking citizens. especially when they're conducting operations in like Iran, they'd rather use assets than go in themselves. And also on top of that, the idea that like Israeli nationals are going to dropship commandos into Iran sounds fucking nutty, especially considering how little they choose to go out and fight on the ground, even in fucking Gaza. This isn't even about like the military might of the IRGC either. This is just more so how protective they are over their own nationals. They're mad enough and arrogant enough to try it? No, they'll just fucking blow it up from afar. If they have air superiority, the much more likely scenario is just like trying to blow up the guards at the fucking guard tower or something with a from afar with their air forces, or like a drone or something. When you think about it, it's not the Osama bin Laden operation where it's one house, the whole militarized facility. Exactly. Like, even the Osama bin Laden operation was like dead of the night, 3 Blackhawks, 1 down. And again, it's not hostile territory necessarily. It's Pakistan. And again, it was a compound and not fucking a foreign adversary's like nuclear facility that they have probably good reason to have tremendous security over. They have done a similar successful raid on an underground Iranian ballistic missile site in the middle of Syria last year, however, while Assad was still in power. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's very different than actively being at war with Iran and simultaneously putting the highest priority target. Yeah, that's very different. That's Syria. Like, I feel like doing that in Syria, Assad's Syria, nonetheless, as opposed to actively going to war with the #1 adversary in the region, and then it's the #1 priority target that has probably additional attention to it right now, considering that they've been saying they're going to blow it up over and over again. To have that facility, I mean, maybe it could happen. It's just very, very, very unlikely, I think. They not only need to kill anyone guarding the facility, but then they need to infiltrate the facility, plant enough explosives to take the entire facility out, and then make it out. Yeah. Is Elent News trustworthy? Yes. Probably one of the more trustworthy, if not one of the most trustworthy OSINT accounts. But as is the case with OSINT, people tend to sometimes get things wrong. It's understandable. I get things wrong as well, especially when events are unfolding. Especially when what most of these accounts are tasked with, and even myself as well, is to pierce through the fog of war and try to offer you the most accurate assessment of events that are unfolding, and that is spectacularly difficult. Given that is spectacularly difficult, given that the both of these countries have some kind of censorship implemented. Noldo, what's going on?
To be some movement here. We're seeing American hardware and military assets being moved. And of course, so is Donald Trump. He's on the move on his way to the White House at the moment.
Yes, there is continuing speculation here in Washington that US military action in the Middle East could be imminent, and it's fueled by 2 things. The president's return to the White House this evening, that's not unscheduled. It was planned in advance, but it's still very unusual for Donald Trump to spend Saturday and Sunday at the White House. And
that's so funny. He's right. He's fucking right. Isn't that crazy? The American president not golfing in his New Jersey golf facility, his New Jersey golf club, is uncharacteristic of him and is a sign that things are escalating. What an insane turn of events for the most powerful nation on the planet. Like, you have a serious news reporter saying that, and it's not even a joke. It's like very serious. That is like actually an indication that things are getting more serious by the moment.
Equally unusual for him to be meeting with his national security team as often as he is. The speculation is also being fueled by the departure of B-2 bombers from their base in Missouri. These are the very aircraft that would be capable of carrying out any bunker bombing of Iran's underground nuclear capabilities. Now, right now, they are flying west towards the Pacific region, not to the Middle East, but of course they could continue further around the globe until they reach the Middle East, should the president deem that necessary. We are hearing that the line of communication remains open between the United States and Iran, although Iran insists it will not engage in negotiation while Israel continues its bombing campaign. We are also hearing that there was a very tense phone call between the Americans and the Israelis on Thursday. Israel reportedly very unhappy about President Trump's suggestion that there should be a 2-week window for diplomacy to be given a chance. And all of this, I think, speaks to the challenge facing the president right now.
Why do you think the B-2s are going west? Guam is, or there are a couple air bases where they can fly from if they want to do a targeting mission on Iran. And I think like Guam is either a point, right? A point in the, like a checkpoint to reach Diego Garcia. Love is the answer. I hope you can have one day this freedom. Tel Aviv is an hour drive from Gaza and 20 minutes from the West Bank. I can't stand, dude, Israeli propaganda is so fucking gross. It's so fucking bad. B-2s can strike a target halfway around the world. No, Guam ain't close, but it's in range for Iran. It's crazy, but I think the B-2 bomber range is fucking insane. Hold on. Yeah, the Northrop B-2 Spirit bomber range is 6.9 miles. 6.9 thousand, sorry, not 6.9. 6.9 thousand miles. Is almost 7,000 miles. And on top of that, I suspect you can probably refuel as well, but I don't know. I don't know. Not with 60,000 pound explosives. B-2 bomber range with ordnance. What? Don't show on stream? Okay, then don't fucking send it to me. If they do it, they will fly from Guam. Usually it's Diego Garcia, but that's within the range of some Iranian munitions. B-2s with air-to-air refueling could technically fly from U.S. to Iran and back in one go. They refuel in the air. They can literally be in the air for 24 hours plus. More than likely, Iran has their AA defense against Israel on the Western Front. Well, if America launches from Guam, it would be opposite direction, but it would still be awareness. But it would still be awareness of it being deployed. Range with max combat payload. It won't tell me. It won't tell me what it is with maximum payload. Oh, it says the B-2 can carry a 20-ton payload 6,000 miles without refueling.
Built to give America a decisive advantage in a nuclear war, the Northrop Grumman B-2 Spirit was the world's first heavy payload bomber to incorporate a radar-defeating stealth design.
I'm not going to ask Murad about this, dude. What are you kidding me? It's fucking competitor. He's gonna lie and tell me it's shit. He's gonna lie and be like, oh, it sucks. It's fucking maybe 10 miles max. Heard it can't carry any payload, actually.
With the ability to carry 8 times the payload of the F-117 Nighthawk and an unrefueled range of 6,000 nautical miles, the B-2 Spirit is a globe-spanning bomber that lives up to its ghostly name. Despite a 172-foot wingspan and the ability to carry 20 tons of firepower on board, it's alleged to be smaller on radar than even America's F-35. This bomber was so advanced when it entered service in 1997 that today, more than 25 years later, America's enemies are still trying to catch up. Meet the B-2 Spirit.
Fun fact, modern radar can probably track the B-2 if it gets close enough. We might have a Yugoslav invasion incident where we lose it like we lost the F-117. Here's the B-2 route from Afghanistan, so it's the same for Iran. The longest bombing run in history, the B-2 Spirit of America logged 44 hours of flight time and 5 aerial refuelings to bomb Afghanistan from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, October 8th and 9th, 2001. Jesus fucking Christ. God, we are... Dude, can you imagine all the brain power necessary to make this happen? All the money spent to make this happen being spent virtually anywhere else. Like, that is so much. I want to start judging American expenditure on how many healthcares this is, okay? I want to judge this off of how many healthcares this cost. Like a dying orphaned cancer patient child. So sick, man. So fucking dope. I know there are people that see this and they're like, hell yeah, dude. It's fucking sick. And it's like, I look at this and I think, how many fucking free school lunches for how many years could every American child unconditionally receive free school lunches? Yeah, think about how much of our tax dollars are being used to just ensure Israel can continue its genocide and wars of expansion. The billions of dollars spent directly on the weapons Israel uses are only scratching the surface. Oh. But that's precisely the reason why, for the record, these guys, like all of these outlets will be fucking talking about how sick these weapons are, how awesome they are. When I see that, I read it like an ad. It's like an organic ad that they just placed in there without telling you, without having to fucking say hashtag ad. You know what I mean? All of that. What is this? So someone worked out a timeline for the B-52s based on all available radar geolocations as well as confirmed refueling stops. The American B-2 bombers appear to set to arrive at Iran right around 6 p.m. on Sunday night, right in time for futures to open. Tomorrow is going to be a lot of chaos and rapidly moving parts. I'll be covering it in all detail in real time as it happens. Considering that a lot of this has to happen for capitalism to continue because imperialism capitalism necessitates imperialism, and that this kind of imperialist dominance can only happen if you're constantly pouring all of your resources, your brain power, and your money into being everywhere all at once, being able to reach anywhere around the planet in a moment's notice to fucking laser people out of orbit. If it wasn't for the current organization of the economy, we unironically would have already been living in fucking space colonies, I think. Like we would have already had tremendous development in every field, as opposed to wasting it on aircraft that could just like bomb anywhere around the planet, deliver 60 tons of payload. Think about all the cancers we could have cured. Everyone could get the best education. Think about your fellow man being at least at bare minimum like 40% more intelligent. You know what I mean? Like actually literate. Hasan, I said this days ago. Loud noises in Nebraska. It's been deployed days ago. One B-2 bomber could underwrite 1 year of healthcare for about 144,000 Americans at the current per person spending rate. No, that is with the healthcare expenditures being as costly as it is. Because obviously, it wouldn't work that way. We wouldn't be funding the private healthcare industry that way. It would just cease to exist. What? We have space colonies already and the cure for cancer, but they want to keep us as slaves or it's lonely? What? Okay, chatter. Do you think the International Space Station is a space colony? One tier one city from China, one Iraq war, 3 trillion. Yeah, one Iraq war and how much the wealth that we accrue from one Iraq war and how that wealth gets distributed is also entirely different than one tier one city from China, which houses tens of millions and is a beacon of commerce, a beacon of prosperity, erodes, like shreds the homeless population. And by that, I don't mean literally fucking kills them. I mean like people don't succumb to homelessness because they have affordable housing. Night rain tomorrow for Sunday fun day or what? No, I'm flying to New York. I'm going to be at the Mahmoud Khalil rally. Too complicated for Americans. Take notes from Delta Airlines. You need to use how many Nintendo Switch 2 consoles it could buy for it to land. Oh, you mean like instead of membership dues for your labor union?
Although Lockheed took home the first stealth contract with a design that would lead to the F-117 Nighthawk in 1976, the competition at Northrop continued working on their stealth designs. By 1979, 4 years before the Nighthawk would even enter service, the Air Force was already on the hunt for another stealth platform, this time for a heavy payload bomber with a truly global reach. The Air Force called this new program the Advanced Technology Bomber Competition. Despite its unusually square and duck-like appearance, Northrop's experience with their Tasted Blue technology demonstrator helped position them to win the new competition in 1981. Unlike the awkwardly shaped Tasted Blue, however, Northrop's new bomber drew inspiration from legendary flying wings like the YB-35 and the YB-49, designed by the firm's founder, Jack Northrop. Initial plans called for a massive fleet of 132 new stealth bombers. But increasing costs and the fall of the Soviet Union ultimately led to a production run of just 21 bombers, skyrocketing the cost of each to more than a reported $2 billion. The B-2's stealth design was about more than just preventing radar detection. It incorporates elements meant to reduce detection against infrared, acoustic, and electromagnetic sensors as well. Its 4 General Electric F-118 GE-100 engines are tucked deep within the fuselage to minimize both radar and infrared detection, and the entire aircraft is covered in a layer of radar-absorbing material, said to be able to absorb as much as 80% of inbound radar waves. Originally intended as just a nuclear bomber, the B-2's design was shifted to incorporate precision-guided conventional bombs in the early 90s. Leading to its combat debut in Operation Allied Force, where B-2s accounted for 33% of all targets destroyed in Kosovo during the first 8 weeks of the conflict, flying out of the U.S. for each mission. The aerodynamic efficiency of its flying wing design and 167,000 pounds of internal fuel storage could allow the B-2 to fly from Whiteman Air Force Base, Missouri, all the way to Moscow and back with just a single mid-flight refueling. Since then, the B-2 has flown missions over Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, South Korea, and more. No B-2 has ever been lost in combat. With air defenses continuously improving and stealth bombers in development in both Russia and China, the B-2 Spirit now runs the risk of losing its competitive edge. In 2022, Northrop...
No! No, not the B2. Losing its competitive edge, dude. What the hell?
Grumman unveiled the B-2's successor, a similar but smaller flying wing that builds upon the B-2's successes while incorporating stealth technology. Northrop.
Iran has not fired a ballistic missile in 24 hours. Yeah, they only shot drones into Israel in the past 24 hours. And I don't know what the reason is. It could perhaps be because they're gearing up for America striking, or it could be because their fucking capabilities have diminished spectacularly. I don't know. Why are people adding XUC and saying suck me?
Claims is 2 generations ahead of the legendary Spirit. This new optionally manned bomber will replace both B-2 Spirit.
More on how the bunker buster strike could work. See, okay, see, missile autist Elent News immediately. As soon as I start watching one video, he's like, hey, check this out. We watched this yesterday, I'm pretty sure, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Or did we watch this today? Each GBU-57 MOP bunker buster, which was designed specifically for Iranian bunkers using composite concrete, is estimated to be $20 million a piece. $20 million a piece. All right, let's watch fucking Israelis talk about Iranians.
If I was sitting one-on-one with an Iranian citizen, this is what I would say.
To my Iranian friends, we are with you. We want peace.
The war is not with you guys, it's with the regime.
We live only once, so choose the good life.
We all stand behind you here, and we just hope that at the end of the day, you know, we can have a direct flight from here to Tehran.
I hope that one day we can get lunch in Tel Aviv.
We want you to have what this is, which is freedom, peace, democracy, and hopefully you'll get that.
Dude, the proximity that they have to a fucking death camp, like a Holocaust-style open-air Auschwitz, is alarming while they're saying this. Like, in the backdrop of all of this is a straight up live stream 24/7 Holocaust happening to the indigenous population. And they're like, oh, one day you'll get to have this too, chap. You know, have your own, hello, have your own authentic, fair trade, organic, Menoresian accent, yeah? Fucking hell. Everything that I see from Israel is zone of interest. Everything, every single thing that I see. Oh my God. I will never be able to see. I mean, I have not for many years, but like, it is virtually impossible for me to ever see Israeli society as anything but contributing to the death and destruction and the Holocaust of the Palestinian population. Yeah, you can have all of this, yeah? Maybe we can do this to the Kurds living in Iran. Fucking hell. It's called democracy, yeah?
That very soon.
We love you and we want peace.
Make another one, 2025. Make another revolution in your country.
I mean, the last one didn't work out too well for you guys, I think. You know? Yes, do another one. Ultra Islamic revolution. Ultra. This time have even this time you get a super Ayatollah. Super Ayatollah. This is good. I think he's saying it as a treat.
Become peaceful, become freedom, become free country. I admire you.
My parents are both born in Iran. This is not obviously a war on you. This is a war against the Iranian regime.
I hope that one day we all can live together in peace like the old days.
Stop with the violence, stop with the hate. One day we'll all be free and proud to be under the same sun.
I mean, come on, dude. Come on, dude. Why is it that no one ever says maybe Israel should stop being a violent nation and lay down their weapons? What do you mean? Look, does it look like violent nation? Does this look like Gaza? Does this look like Gaza? This is Tel Aviv. This is Tel Aviv, Israel. What can the average Joe Israeli do about the situation? What do you mean? Fucking revolt. I feel like if Israeli society was like, I think about it on my own, right? Like, we live in America. We are an incredibly fucking violent country. We are contributing to Israel's genocide. And there is a lot of discontent in this country. Obviously, it demands significantly more. Okay? Far more discontent than what we have shown so far against America. Right? Says the American law. Oh my God, I'm literally fucking in the process of describing my moral culpability. What the hell is wrong with you, bro? What? We have completed, what the fuck? Breaking. Donald Trump just said, we have completed the very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, 4 down, Natanz and Isfahan. All aircraft are now out of Iranian space. A full load of bombs was dropped on the main site, Fordow. All aircraft are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. No other military in the world could have done this. Now is the time for peace. That's it? What the fuck? Okay, I need a fucking CNN link pronto. Do we have one?
Poll shows that tattoos, well, they're trending to the right. According to YouGov, they're now more common among Republicans than Democrats, and that's a complete reversal from a decade ago.
Oh my God. Republicans are fucking talking about tattoos, bro. Oh my fucking Lord.
When we come back.
Trump
July 4th.
prefers. Okay, we're ahead of the news. We're ahead of the news. The news is not even caught up yet because this just happened, which is why they're not even. What? Did he accidentally post that too soon or something? President Trump announces the U.S. has bombed Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan in Iran. He calls it successful and says U.S. planes are outside of Iranian space. Now is the time for peace, he writes. Dude, the peace president does it again? What do you mean? What do you mean the peace president? We just bombed a fucking foreign nation. What the fuck do you mean, peace president? He said it again. I gave Iran chance after chance to make a deal. No, this is early, dude. This is from a couple fucking weeks ago. Or not a couple weeks ago. This is from like a week ago. Why are you sending me a tweet from June 13th? I told you that 2-week narrative was bitch shit just to make the Israeli freak out as punishment for forcing his hand. Wait, first of all, I also never believed the fucking 2-week narrative. I told you that it was most likely going to happen this weekend. Yeah, here it is. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. The Truth Social post got deleted and updated 18 seconds ago. This was the OG. What's different about it? What's different about this from the other one? We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including 4 down Natanz and Isfahan. All planes are now out. Baba vurdular. Amerika vurdu. İran'a. Nükleer siteleri. Fordo, Natanz ve Isfahan. CNN is fucking doing Viagra commercials, and Fox is talking about the Democratic Party's style still. I cannot. Trump said he struck Iran, the American troops, American bomb. No, it is. He deleted it and then reposted it. We have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including 4 down Natanz and Isfahan. All planes are now outside of Iranian airspace. A full payload of bombs were dropped on the primary site, Fordow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There's not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Nothing was changed in the fucking repost. Guys, I'm on CNN. There's nothing happening. Remember when General Keane advised them, tell the Iranians through the back channels it will be a one-time strike, don't respond or else? Now we wait. What are the other bombers doing today? What do you mean? They're probably fucking... they're probably coming in because of a potential retaliation, which might come. And I think it will, but I don't know. We'll see. Now we wait. Now we wait. From this point on, we wait. We see what Iran's retaliation is going to look like. But remember, right as this information was coming in, I said they are perhaps holding off on deploying ballistic missiles because they're worried about an imminent American strike. Literally, this happened out of... I mean, this was the most expected attack, the most anticipated attack of all time. Seymour Hersh was right, for the record. Cy Hersh's reporting was correct. No, oh shit. Al Jazeera is just
all right,
now
bringing you some breaking news now. We're just seeing U.S. President Donald Trump post on his Truth Social account that the U.S. has attacked 3 Iranian nuclear sites. Trump has said that joined the Israeli air campaign, and now we wait to hear more from Tehran and the Iranian government. All planes are now outside of Iran airspace. This is, I'm reading now from the Truth Social post.
They got caught so off guard that their delivery mechanism for this looks like a live stream. Looks like my fucking live stream. Look at this. Both CNN, literally, they screenshotted it so fucking fast that they still have the notification up.
He says in all caps, thank you for attention to this matter. Again, the breaking news coming from President Donald Trump that the U.S. has indeed bombed sites in Iran. I want to go to Elena Treen, who is there at the White House. Elena, just to back up for a second, this news coming that they have attacked 3 nuclear sites there in Iran, as we saw President Trump coming back to meet with his national security team there at the White House, as we saw these B-2 bombers, stealth bombers that were involved in this being mobilized earlier. What more are you learning as we get this brand new information?
Yeah, so we do know that the president is still currently inside the West Wing with his national security officials. We saw CIA Director John Ratcliffe enter the West Wing just a little over an hour ago. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, we just spotted moments ago outside of the West Wing on the phone, engaged in a phone call. And look, I mean, so far all we know is what we have seen the president post. Of course, this is very different from some of the things that we've been hearing in recent days, that he was still weighing this decision. Well, despite that 2-week deadline that he gave himself on Thursday, just 2 days ago, he has now, of course, made that decision moving forward with this series of strikes. I think very notable, you know, I was in some conversation with folks who are wondering, does this mean the U.S. when he says we? Well, he thanks
I don't even know
American
if I can leave for New York now. This
in
is
this, saying that no other military in the world could have done this. Some other things I think very much worth emphasizing here, Jessica, is he says that the bombs were dropped on the primary site, Fordo. Of course, that was really what we had been hearing in all of our conversations, that really only the United States bombs, these B-2 bombs that you mentioned, we had reporting that had left that Missouri Air Force Base yesterday. They were the only ones that could really penetrate Fordo, that nuclear site, to really help the Israelis in their ultimate goal of wiping out Iran's nuclear capabilities. He says that they have done that, of course, and strike 2 other facilities as well.
Will this be like a Qasem Soleimani moment of restraint from Iran? And not even restraint at that point. It's like complete and utter domination. Or does Iran retaliate against American troop positions in the region and close off the Strait of Hormuz?
States into this in a far more offensive way than we have seen, and also kind of going against some of what we've also know as many people really wary of the United States getting involved in this. Some key things I think, though, are also important to note here, Jessica, is what I had heard in my conversations after we had reported earlier this week that the president had reviewed attack plans on Iran. I was told that behind closed doors in these conversations, he had asked his team specifically if there was a way to have the United States carry out some of these strikes without launching them into a prolonged war. I've been told repeatedly in my conversations here with White House officials that their goal was to see, even if they get involved in this, perhaps that does not necessarily mean that the United States is getting involved in a war or that this will make it a full-scale war. Of course, we have to see how the Iranians will respond to this, but that has been what I've been told in my conversations here at the White House.
What?
And Elena,
Let me
just
guess,
to give
the
people
Barack
again
Ravi tweet that's in Hebrew is somehow going to tell us Israel knew about this all along. Wow, dude, color me surprised, brother. What a shocking development. Meanwhile, he was trying to pull the fucking Ayatollah to Turkey or some shit, or the foreign minister to Turkey, right?
If Israel wants to get rid of any threat of Iran having a nuclear weapon and getting rid of that program, how do you achieve that goal? And the big question around that was whether the U.S. would get involved, because, as you mentioned, the key way to do that is with these bunker buster bombs. You need these B-2 stealth bombers in order to do that. Now, the Israelis had said they had contingency plans, but they certainly wanted the U.S. to step in here and help them offensively. The U.S. had been helping them defensively, trying to protect them as
turning
Iran
off the strait do? What do you mean? You shut off the Strait of Hormuz, the entire world's oil production collapses. Not the entirety of it, but a big chunk of it.
That's exactly right. I mean, and you're right. I do think stepping back and looking at how we got here is so important. I would note as well, of course, that one, the president has been saying for months, even before he took office, that he believed that the Iranians could never have a nuclear weapon, that the ultimate goal was to find a way to prevent that.
They're already packaging this
attempt
as
at
like
that was really what we've seen this administration do, which is try to engage in negotiations
bloodthirsty
with the
administration, ready to collapse the entire globe, but instead a peaceful demonstration of restraint, a first strike that was necessary. What a psychotic fucking country we are.
To strike Tehran. And then, of course, those strikes began just over a week ago. And if you look at where the president has been, at first he really was saying that he wanted to find a diplomatic solution to try and de-escalate the conflict between Iran and the Israelis. And essentially had said that he needed the Iranians to be far more forthcoming in those talks and really make major concessions, what they had really been unwilling to do up until that point. And then he gave himself that 2-week deadline on Thursday where he said, I will make a decision. Even though we had been reporting up until that time that he was closer to wanting to involve the U.S. militarily than he had been. But now it is clear, of course, that he has made that decision, gone ahead, ordered the military to strike these 3 different facilities, specifically Fordo, again, which you've pointed out, is really the key one that a lot of people believed that the United States needed to be involved in. And your point as well about what the Israelis have been asking the president. They've said it publicly. We know they have been saying this privately in their conversations. They wanted the United States to get involved. This is exactly what they were hoping they would do. A key question now is, where does this go from here? And we're going to have to continue monitoring that to see exactly what this could lead to now that the United States is far more involved in this directly than they had been up until this point.
Certainly. All right, Elena Trine with the very latest at the White House. Thank you for that. Again, the breaking news, President Trump saying that we have completed our very successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. We have special coverage of this breaking news continuing right now with Anderson Cooper, who is live in Tel Aviv. Anderson.
Chatters. This is one day of traffic in the Strait of Hormuz, through the Strait of Hormuz, of oil tankers, cargo vessels. It is a tremendously important choke point that Iran stated they would start mining if they were attacked. Look, the calculation here is simple. As I said, either the Trump generals are correct and Iran will behave in the same fucking way that they did after the Qasem Soleimani assassination, but this is a severe escalation beyond that. This is exactly what Israel did to the Palestinians for 75 fucking years. Basically, not in the same severity, obviously, but like this is a show of force that says you will not negotiate with us. We will not negotiate with you as even partners. We are here to dominate you. Just as the Abraham Accords basically proved to the Palestinian population that there was no other way out of this, that they were backed into a corner and they had to fight their way out of it. This is another escalation from the American government and the Israeli government, that their goal here is complete subservience from the Iranian government. They are no longer a sovereign nation from this point on, is basically what they are saying. They have their airspace. They fucking use the diplomatic talks
get to the depth
as a cover, as a protective cover,
that facility
to basically blow up these facilities. Now, we don't know
that strike. The question, as you said, how many runs did it take? Were they able to destroy it completely? You know, we don't know that yet. We don't have that battle damage.
Yeah, we don't know if they actually were successful.
Point out
but
the Natanz facility, according to the IAEA and others, that was damaged by Israeli authorities. That was damaged early on in Israel's actions against Iran. The exact level of damage was not clear. There were some initial reports that perhaps the damage was worse than it actually was. The electrical supply to the centrifuges at the Natanz facility were cut. That electrical supply was cut. I spoke to the head of the IAEA who said he believed that would have caused some of the centrifuges in that Natanz facility to spin out of control and probably go offline and be damaged. But again, it seemed like Fordo had not really been directly hit as far as we know.
That's right. The Israelis had primarily focused their attention on the Natanz facility. We know that they had done extensive damage to the above ground facilities, some damage to the below ground facilities, and then as well some damage to Isfahan as well, although they left a lot of that untouched. Some of that, according to experts who I've spoken to, may stem from the risk of radiation that could...
Heavy GPS jamming and disruptions are being recorded right now throughout Iran and across other areas of the Middle East, likely part of tonight's U.S. strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities, as well as the preparations for a possible response by Iran. From Phil Stewart, national security reporter for Reuters, U.S. B-2 bombers were involved in strikes on Iran's nuclear sites. U.S. official tells Reuters. This is the liberal media talking about this, by the way.
The mother of all bombs, which is in Afghanistan. That bomb is actually not the mother of all bombs if you consider the GBU-57, because it is smaller than this 30,000-pound bunker-busting bomb, which would, every expert has said, would be the bomb that you would use for the Fordo facility. At this stage, we don't know that they have actually...
What will China and Russia do now? I mean, it is the fact that this happened probably means that China and Russia...
The weapon of choice.
Maybe I'm wrong, but the fact that this happened feels as though China and Russia allowed it to happen, if that makes sense. Like, I don't... If they saw Iran as a valuable partner, a valuable enough ally, I doubt that they would fucking allow Iran to get bombed. They would probably intervene far before this took place. If that makes sense. Like, I don't think America can move B-2 bombers into Iran and fly over Iranian airspace and blow up Iran when there are Chinese assets in Iran. There are Russian assets in Iran. Well, notice that they didn't actually bomb the fucking Russian facility. The Russian nuclear facility was untouched. They will intervene now. I think it took everyone by surprise. It took everyone by surprise. So why is a fucking dumbass 33-year-old Twitch streamer who is simply looking at the readily available reporting on it telling you that it was going to happen literally this weekend because I read Seymour Hersh's reporting on it, which was almost entirely correct? There is no world in which if I am speculating on something and telling you that this assessment has a high likelihood that the fucking Chinese state is oblivious to that reality, or rather the Russian state is oblivious to that reality. That's not how states work. Many of you don't understand that, like, states literally engage in deconfliction when they literally do war with one another even. Okay? They communicate flights to one another. I'm not saying that the B-2 bombers were communicated ahead of time to Russia and China, but I would be shocked if they didn't. You did just say that on Thursday. Dumb shit, fuck. My whole point is, first of all, there is no congressional approval. They are basically fucking behaving as though if it's a bombing campaign, it doesn't require, like just with Yemen, just like Yemen, if it's a bombing campaign, it doesn't require congressional approval is like the modus operandi now, okay? This has been calcified as a fixture of American foreign policy, okay? Congressional approval basically is negligible and not necessary when it comes to bombing campaigns. At most, if you want to do probably like a full-blown boots on the ground military campaign, then you have to maybe say like, oh, this is going to be a special military operation, not a full-blown invasion. And then maybe you can exhaust the legal limitations once again. This is a severe escalation. This is a severe escalation, an act of aggression against a sovereign state, directly going to war with Iran, specifically at the behest of Israeli leadership and Israeli advice.
Who have you seen coming in and out of the White House?
In the Syrian civil war, Russian and American air forces communicated their flight paths with one another to make sure no accidental shoot down of the other. This is something that the great powers did since the Cold War to prevent escalation of nuclear war. Exactly. America does not give a fuck about anything, dude. We do not care about anything. We are so fucking awful. We are so goddamn awful. It is crazy. Fuck the Constitution. Fuck international law. We designed it. We can break it if we want to, and you can't do a damn thing about it. That is precisely what's going on here. Now we wait for the fucking retaliation. Will Iran actually pull a post-Qasem Soleimani assassination, and their response is entirely so limited that it's basically nothing, it's negligible? Or will they actually retaliate with severe force, basically saying it's over, it's you know, all systems go, we're gonna fucking blow up every American base with ballistic missiles, we're going to mine the Strait of Hormuz, we're going to disrupt commercial sea traffic, and this is their final step this is their final desperate last-ditch attempt at sovereignty. The problem with this final last-ditch attempt at sovereignty is that it most likely will lead to extended conflict with America and with Israel, and it will most likely lead to the inevitable demise of the country that we know, the United States of America, if it goes in that direction, and it will be used as a proxy by China and Russia if they are clever enough to extend that conflict in the same way that America was using Ukraine against Russia. The difference, of course, between Ukraine and Iran is that Iran has designed its entire society to withstand this kind of thing if push came to shove. They've never used it, and I don't even know if push comes to shove, they will be able to use it, but we shall see what happens. Trump just tweeted a fucking OSINT account. Fordow is gone, says open source intel.
Let me ask you just.
This is so stupid. I'm sorry. What the fuck? I can't take this seriously. Open source intelligence, the OSINT 613 account doesn't know if fucking Fordow was actually gone.
Well, you can anticipate that every intelligence gathering.
Like, what are we talking? What is this? Why is he fucking posting this? Does this mean he directly is saying that Fordow is gone?
Is now focused at least
You are the fucking president, man. What the fuck is going on?
reading of what damage has been done to that
I don't know if this is a retruth because he is saying, yes, I saw it. Or if he's just simply a fucking moron and is retweeting an Osen account to flex. I don't know. I don't even know if they have the capability of knowing if fucking Fordow is gone. How would they be able to know if Fordow is gone? Even Americans. Do they have the surveillance technology to figure out? Like, did they monitor the fucking crater? How would they even figure out? It's in the side of a goddamn mountain.
And intercepting their communications, whether it's digital or whether it's voice, to get some sense of what happened down there. But you're absolutely right. You probably will only get a 10% answer to that question. I would not want to be the targeteers and the bomb damage assessment teams that now have to turn to the president and say, we got it, we didn't get it, or we didn't get it enough.
What?
Likely there will be a need for a reattack.
What? Iranian TV saying no attack has been done. No one in Qom or Isfahan reported hearing anything. What the fuck is going on? All the Iranian media is sleeping right now. Okay, what about Fordow though? I mean, I know that that's like far away. The only way to possibly figure out, and this is, I mean, Fordow is the enrichment facility. Okay? Fordow is the enrichment facility. So I assume that if it was like a successful strike, maybe there would be radiation, right? Iranian Twitter saying they cannot confirm the attacks. There is no confirmed information yet regarding the nuclear facilities, which are subject to tight security and media protection. Weak communications do not necessarily mean the attack was successful, and we are working to verify the details as quickly as possible. Okay, that's a little different. That doesn't mean that it didn't happen. There are 40,000 U.S. troops in the Middle East right now, and any lingering faith that Iran plus allies in Iraq, Yemen, etc. had in Trump's deal-making instincts is now shattered. Hard to see Tehran agreeing with Trump that peace will now come. More likely, they perceive an all-out war for regime survival. What is happening? Dude, I'm in Iran. TV says they don't know yet. So you guys, so people in Iran have internet right now, I assume. Trump set to address later. Trump's Truth Social account has been disabled. What the fuck is going on, bro? CNN brings on a guest to say he's impressed with Trump's use of deception and trickery. Liberal media, by the way.
Of this announcement by the president and the decision to act now.
Well, I'm fascinated, and candidly, I'm impressed. I never really could understand what the 2-week
monsters, bro. These guys are fucking freaks. Wait, so they might not have even hit the fucking facilities? What is happening? It's got to be, nah. Trump's account is not, let me tell you something. Trump's account is most likely not fucking down. What's most likely happening is because Truth Social is a dog shit fucking website, when Donald Trump announces a nuclear facility strike and a first strike against Iran from the American government, of course, a fuck ton of people clicked on to confirm, and it basically destroyed the whole website. It most likely destroyed Trump's account. It's doing most likely like a fucking hug of death. Because their website is dog shit. Because everything Trump does is dog shit. Everything. This is most likely a hug of death that is happening. See, as a consequence of people clicking on the fucking account over and over again. Confirmation via Iranian sources. A U.S. official said on condition of anonymity, given the sensitive nature of the information, that multiple B-2 bombers carried out the strikes against 3 nuclear sites. The White House alerted television networks that the president was expected to address the nation later. The Fordow site was first revealed to the world in 2009. Okay, that's... Defense Department officials said on condition of anonymity, given the sensitive nature of the information, that a number of American B-2 bombers were used to hit Fordo. The bombers can carry the needed 30,000. I will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House. That is in 2 hours. Regarding our very successful military operation in Iran. This is a historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you. This is what Trump said. The bombers can carry out the needed 30,000-pound bunker buster bombs that can penetrate into Fordo. It was not immediately clear whether other American warplanes were using the strikes. 3 senior Iranian officials speaking on the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly said that they believed Americans had bombed Fordo and Natanz at around 2:30 a.m. in Iran. Fordo is right near Qom. Here is an Iranian journalist an hour ago. At least 2 explosions heard in Qom. I'm in a clubhouse room right now, and there are a bunch of people living in the city of Qom, closest to Fordo. They're saying that they haven't heard anything. Breaking. Iranian media claimed that the U.S. targeted Fordo with dozens of bunker-busting munitions. Israeli media state that B-2 bombers dropped GBU-57s. No confirmation of the extent of the damage. Holy fuck, dude. What an insane situation. I cannot believe that we are... I mean, given how stupid things are, of course it is expected that this would unfold in real time in the exact idiotic ways that it did. Sky News.
American diplomats and their families who wish to get out the area. Everyone has been put on high alert. There are a lot of American troops stationed throughout the region, not least in Iran, where there are a lot of pro-Iranian militias, and also inside Syria. Syria obviously is more benign territory, but it doesn't mean that there aren't bad actors there, and that will be of concern as well. Diplomatic, military, and civilian ties. And of course, the State Department have been advising any American citizen to get out of Iran. That will also prove extremely difficult at the moment. But certainly, I would say in terms of foreign policy, this is the most important, most significant moment of President Trump's second term. Whit?
Ian, panel for us, thank you very much. We're going to bring in our Louis Martinez, who's joining us now, covers the Pentagon. And Louis, you're on the phone, I believe, with us. And one thing I just wanted to ask you about, because we were getting these reports from flight tracker sites earlier that these B-2 bombers were on the move. We thought that they were moving, according to sources, toward Guam. What do we know about what may have changed in that plan? And was this part of some sort of diversion, or what was it that led to this move tonight?
Those are all great questions. We're trying to get to get a real good handle on that. But you're exactly right. This was a very public tracking on flight tracker websites, on radio communications from air traffic controllers that indicated that these B-2s had left their base in Whiteman, Missouri, and were bound westward. We talked to officials who told us that, yes, the bombers were headed to Anderson Air Force Base in Guam, which is a place that they've deployed from previously, but that there were no further orders. So the question is, were these B-2s allowed to continue on towards Iran and striking some of these targets? Were they not used? What other kind of assets may have been used? One of the things that I think that has been lost here over the last week or so is that the United States has had a very strong military aerial presence in the region already. We knew that additional fighters and bombers had been surged into the area, but those aircraft are very capable of dropping.
Including the one where he announced that this had happened in the last 15. Latest one.
Well, as you said, he announced he will address the nation at 10 p.m. tonight, so that's in 2 hours' time, just under 2 hours' time. He says, I will be giving an address to the nation at 10 p.m. at the White House regarding our very successful military operation in Iran. This is an historic moment, capital letters, an historic moment for the United States of America, Israel, and the world. Iran must now agree to end this war. Thank you. So 2 hours before he gives what I imagine will be an Oval Office address to the nation. Very unusual for an address to the nation to come so late in the day and at the weekend. When presidents tend to do this, it's usually earlier on in the evening, hitting prime time, 6 p.m. or so. But a 10 p.m. address to the nation. We also know that the House, the Speaker of the House, and the Senate
Look, the only other possible outcome, as that Twitter guy was also saying, is that they actually did not successfully hit the facility. Like they did not reach the facility. Given how deep it is, and therefore. And therefore, the Iranian retaliation will still be severe, I suspect, but not as severe as like all-out war. So we shall see.
Yeah, and this was a question that was raised when I was having these conversations in Israel today with Israeli officials. They said that one of the things that Donald Trump would be asking was, what does the next day look like? What does tomorrow look like? What does it look like in a week's time?
The International Atomic Energy Agency is in Tehran. They'll probably see radiation on site if strike was successful.
Some kind of prolonged situation. So, as you say, and as Ali's
do you think this would have happened if Trump wasn't elected? Not that it matters because Donald Trump is currently the president, but yes, I do think it would have happened if Trump wasn't elected as well. If you think that the Democrats would be any different right now than the Trump administration, then you're not paying attention to what the fucking Democrats have been saying so far. Now, once all of these events unfold and we see the negative consequences of it, the Democrats might finally change their fucking tune. But leading up to this very moment, the Democrats have been lockstep, have not actually moved away from criticizing Donald Trump. And the only time where they've offered criticisms to Donald Trump is when they're actually saying they would bomb Iran harder. And this is not just the words of Kamala Harris saying that Iran is the biggest enemy, that she would be harder on Iran than Donald Trump, or that how she wanted to have the most lethal military. This is not just what they've said during the campaign. This is not how they set the stage for this to take place. This is because of what the Democrats are saying currently. The Democrats are currently saying, the highest level Democrats in Congress right now are currently saying that Donald Trump has the right to do this. They should just do it the legal way by getting congressional authorization. That is basically a demand for rubber stamping this and doing it the legal process. That is not a criticism of Donald Trump doing this at all. At most, if you hear in the upcoming days, if you hear from Democrats, they will probably say, depending on the impact, depending on the retaliation, you will probably hear them yell about how Donald Trump did not fucking follow process. That's not the real criticism here. The process is only important because you're supposed to use the process to stand in opposition to Donald Trump, and you're not supposed to give him the congressional authorization. Donald Trump went ahead and did it anyway, without congressional authorization. I built a live viewer of satellite virus, thermal hotspots, and fire activity in INTENSIFY hotspots all over Iran. I can get you a web map of the specific data if you want to look. If Dems had control of executive and Congress, don't you think they would try to reinstate the JCPOA? We had a Democratic president for 12 hours since Fordo's opening. And no bombing ever happened then. Not running D for the Ds, but I do feel like this degree of escalation could only ever happen under Donald Trump. Joe Biden was the president. Joe Biden was the president and chose not to reinstate the JCPOA.
Success here, although American B2s being dropped on these three sites.
And instead, what Joe Biden did was,
a great deal of damage would have been
instead of reinstating the JCPOA, what he did was full tilt genocide and set the stage for Donald Trump to be able to do this. That's why Brett McGurk has been Joe Biden's architect in the Middle East. What Brett McGurk has been saying on CNN 24/7 is basically how fucking awesome this stuff is that Trump is doing. Israel's Channel 12 is showing images from what they say is Fordow. The vegetation in the image does seem to match the area around the site. Apparent footage from Iran, according to N12 News. I don't know if this is. I don't know if that's is real. We would not be at this terrifying moment without Biden and his team emboldening Netanyahu beyond even Israel's expectations in Gaza and Lebanon abandoning hopes of a renewed nuclear deal and fracturing their voting coalition. A team that promised stability brought huge danger. This assessment is correct.
Yes, it is. And, you know, I keep on saying it can go one of two ways.
Not that it matters right now, guys. It doesn't matter currently, okay? It doesn't matter what...
to coordinate.
It does not fucking matter what... you know, Kamala Harris would have done if she was president right now. It literally doesn't, because Donald Trump is the president and he did this, okay?
Something bigger. I mean, you know, the Iranian regime.
But as you know, if you fucking come to me and you ask me a question such as this one, I'm probably going to be honest with you.
They will be aware. They will be aware of the pounding they've taken over the last week and a bit, and they will be aware of the huge risks of getting into a big war with America now. And so I think there is, and we have seen it before in the last couple of years, I think there is a scenario whereby, not necessarily coordination, but they maybe even take a little bit of time and they make sure
some
that
dude on Twitter saw two B-2s flying east
in the region
over his house in Missouri last night. Lamau, the only one who saw the real strike
package. In such a
package.
way that it is very much signaling an off-ramp rather than an escalation. Now, there is, of course, another scenario, a real scenario, that they say we're going to widen this conflict. I'm not sure how it...
Yes,
more they can
never
do
forget,
Israel.
Cy Hirsch, Papa Hirsch was right, unfortunately, but he was 100% correct in his reporting.
For example, he's suddenly start to really disrupt the global economy. They could...
Brett McGurk on CNN endorsing it? Oh, fuck me. Well, this will perhaps... completely put to bed the notion that the Democrats would be behaving differently right now. Brett McGurk is Joe Biden's own Middle East guy, his envoy. Okay. Is this fucking effing? What's happening right now? And he's on CNN. Let's see.
Regional leaders and to Iran that this is it. This is about the nuclear program. This is not an expanded campaign. They still want to get back to the path of a diplomatic arrangement, which has been on the table for some time. So that is the message I think we're likely hear from the president at 10 o'clock. They are prepared for a potential Iranian response. I would put it in three categories. We know them well. Missiles, militias, and terrorism, or hostage taking. But I think we have, as I understand it, both sent a warning to Iran not to think about that. And if they do, we would have a counter, trying to avoid going up that ladder. There will be a lot of diplomacy here tonight. It's ongoing right now.
What diplomacy?
Clear to Iran, this is about your
what
three
are you
nuclear
talking
sites.
about?
It does not go on from here.
Am I crazy? Have I lost my mind? Am I the crazy one? What do you mean diplomacy? Oh, I can't wait to do diplomacy. This is a great opportunity for diplomacy. That's the dumb fuck shit that Trump is saying. What do you mean? You're supposed to be the fucking serious party. You guys are supposed to be the Harvard-educated foreign policy advisors.
The fluidity today, everybody talking back channels. I was talking to a lot of my former counterparts, trying to find some opening and press upon Iran. Like, look, guys, agree to sit with the Americans and sit down on the deal that they presented 6 weeks ago. And there was just no opening from the Iranians. So in any case, I
can't believe this is what fucking bullshit we were watching when America struck Iran too.
Down to the T. I am fairly confident it was quite successful on those three sites. But in any case, the message now going out is that this is it. And this can be the ceiling of this escalation and try to get a deal. I say one more thing, Anderson. You mentioned last night, it's a little counterintuitive, but there are talks ongoing. Hamas is sending a delegation to Cairo to talk about a ceasefire in Gaza, which is extraordinary in the backdrop of this arrangement. And those who are working on that believe there might be an opening to actually get a ceasefire in Gaza, which is desperately needed. So there is some hope here, some hope that this
is my least favorite type of "I told you so" coverage, where like
some de-escalation on the
where the goal here is not to take out Iran's nuclear enrichment facilities. The goal here is to have a either completely non-sovereign, completely servile state, or most likely it's not even that. It's just regime change. And if you can't do regime change, then complete destabilization of Iran, a country with 92 million people in it. Oh my fucking Lord.
So again, Iran can do missiles, militias, terrorism. We know what they try to do. They are incredibly degraded from what we had assumed, but we have to see where this goes. But I just wanted, that's what I've heard from senior officials involved in this. Those are the messages going out to the Iranians and to regional officials. And I think we'll hear more later tonight.
I just want to reiterate, I mean, you have an extraordinary record of service. You have heard from a senior official the details on this, which you've just given to us, and that the U.S. has sent the message to Iran that this is essentially one and done. No, it's no further from the U.S. as long as nothing else further on happens. Is that correct?
The objective of the mission are the 3 nuclear sites. That's the objective. And so if everything stops here, that's it. If Iran tomorrow, I don't think they will, but if tomorrow they come and say, okay, let's sit down, I think there's a path to an agreement. Look, these sites will eventually be rebuilt in some way. They can be rebuilt in a way that allows Iran to have a civil nuclear program. I do not think Iran will ever again have an enrichment program.
Fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
The Iran we have today, they have no air defense, and I doubt the Israelis are going to permit the Iranians to rebuild an air defense network. So it's just a totally different Middle East than we have assumed even 2 years ago. But Iran has capabilities. It's missiles, militias, terrorism. And they're going to have some choices to make, Anderson. But bottom line, yes, that is the message going out tonight diplomatically, trying to say this is what this is about. This is not about regime change. Again, something you and I have been talking about. This is not about regime change. It's about your nuclear facilities. Should have taken the deal. You didn't. This is where we are. It can stop here or it can escalate. And the objective through that diplomacy is not to go up that escalation ladder, to try to stop it here. But, you know, this is a incredibly serious moment. I think that diplomacy has to be active, engaged from all sides, our allies, our partners, even those who might not agree with this decision, trying to ensure we do not go up that ladder. But if we do, I'm fairly confident that, you know, CENTCOM has prepared our own counters should that happen.
Brett, use your judgment on what you can say, but I just want to ask, how confident can U.S. officials be, Air Force, everybody else, be about the level of damage is sufficient enough, particularly at the Fordo facility? Are they able to do real-time assessments of, or does that require, you know, repositioning satellites and that's going to take some time before there's an accurate sense of how damaged these facilities are based on this new attack?
One thing I'd say about this operation, we know a lot about it. So this is not like a new situation, a new target. I don't want to say too much, but I think our commanders, they knew exactly what to target, what to hit, the pilots. So that's one thing. But yes, there will be, over the coming hours, as light comes up, there will be battle damage assessments to determine the success. But I think right now they believe it was very successful based upon what was practiced and rehearsed over many years. I have to, you know, the massive ordnance penetrator is a munition that back in the Obama administration used to be discussed a lot as we have that option should it ever come to that. We all hope
Israeli Air Force is not going mobile.
But this is a military mission that has been honed across administrations with the hope that it would never have to be used. Now, tonight it has been used, but this is something that has been rehearsed, practiced for years across presidencies. So I think they knew exactly what they were doing and feel good about the results. But I think, yeah, they will do an assessment probably tomorrow, over the coming days, make sure. If you have to go back and hit again something else, that I've been involved in that in the past, that could be a possibility. But again, the message here going out to the region and to Iran, this is about the nuclear facilities. This is not an expanded mission set. That's what this is about. And it can stop
The reason
here.
why he's even entertaining the notion of second strikes, yeah, the video is old. It's not forward out. Despite what many accounts on X are now claiming, this video is old and not from tonight's U.S. strikes against the Fordo nuclear facility, nor any of the strikes tonight against Iran. But that doesn't mean that Fordo hasn't been struck. But as it stands currently, we don't know how deep the penetration was. We don't know what kind of damage the nuclear facility took. Okay? We don't know that. We do not know. This is an important part of the calculation to make assessments on what the Iranian retaliation is going to look like. Okay? That's what's important. I mean, there's a million different things happening right now, but we do not know. We do not fucking know what Iran will do in retaliation. They said Fordow is not burning as of now. Here are all fire signatures on Earth by NASA firms. Yeah. Also, notice how Brett McGurk goes, oh, it's about nuclear sites, but also Israel won't allow them to rebuild their air defenses. Yeah, it's about not having sovereignty. That's what it is. That is precisely the reason why they wanted to take out the nuclear facilities, not because they're terrified of a fucking nuke that Iran might get, or Iran has, or whatever the fuck Israel is claiming. It's about not allowing there to be a sovereign Iranian state. They will either immediately try to implement a puppet state that will be incredibly unpopular and people will resist against it, or they will just destabilize it and turn it into a fucking fail state. That narrative of Israeli special forces raiding Fordow was the most obvious fictional narrative I've ever heard, but at least now I know it was almost certainly just a bait to get as many on-the-ground soldiers into the facilities before the U.S. bombed them, probably spread by Israel to try and maximize the response from the Iranian side and bait the U.S. into further conflict. Iranian official? Wait, is this actually fucking from an Iranian official, or is this just like some dumb fuck account? Breaking. Islamic Republic of Iran state media says the 3 nuclear sites bombed by the United States had personnel evacuated some time ago. They already moved the enriched uranium from Fordow as well to a secret facility. They had already covered that. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Here is what the Senate Majority Leader John Thune said. The regime in Iran, which has committed itself to bringing death to America and wiping Israel off the map, has rejected all diplomatic pathways. What do you mean they've rejected all diplomatic pathways to peace? I'm losing my fucking mind. I feel like these guys are just like wish casting an alternative vision of what unfolded in broad fucking daylight. And honestly, the media is going along with it. The media is not even offering even a fraction of the fucking truth. Mainstream resources for the past week have been salivating at the prospect of American bombers doing exactly what they just did tonight. What kind of fucking insanity, what kind of insane world are we living in where mainstream resources are basically salivating, liberal, Republican alike, at the prospect of bombing a fucking sovereign nation state and its nuclear facilities while there was a denuclearization negotiation going on? And they kept saying, come on, get back to the table, as they kept bombing. Who the fuck would believe this? Who would believe this? Who would ever take mainstream resources seriously ever again? How many outlets? You guys, there's 75,000 people in here, okay? I covered extensively how these facilities were most likely going to be struck this weekend. I covered Seymour Hersh's reporting. I looked at all of this analysis. I warned against how fucking devastating this would be. How many mainstream resources did you hear this kind of information from? How many of them even had a single person this past week come out on television and say, what the fuck are we doing? What do you mean we're bombing Iran? Why is anybody fucking talking about bombing Iran? That is a whole ass different country. Did we learn nothing from Iraq? Did we learn nothing from Afghanistan? Not a single fucking outlet, not a single mainstream outlet offered even a fraction of this coverage. It is mind-boggling to me. What the fuck is going on, dude? What is going on? Not a single one. At most, you heard Chris Hayes have Ro Khanna on to talk about war powers, the congressional authority to go to war, and how crazy it would be if Trump violated that. That was the maximum criticism afforded on any mainstream outlet. One piece of coverage as opposed to literally having Brett McGurk on, which is Biden's Middle Eastern architect, for the record, who was perhaps most responsible in the Biden admin for the genocide in Gaza, constantly salivating at the prospect of doing exactly what just happened. And now I got people asking me if we're going to get nuked. Iran literally doesn't have nukes. People literally think we're going to get nuked. This is why I said if Iran had nukes, this wouldn't be happening, for the record. Ironically enough. Yeah, Brett McGurk on CNN is talking about how we should run it back. Jeff Stein posting and then deleting every single thing that he has said in his coverage. Jeff Stein of Washington Post posting and deleting, dirty deleting all of his tweets about Brett McGurk in real time. Oh my God. This is the most insane thing. Like, I cannot believe it. Tommy Vitor, former Obama NSC staff, National Security Council, says, Donald Trump just took us to war with Iran without explaining why it was necessary or getting authorization from Congress. He is weak and got manipulated into doing Netanyahu's dirty work. What a pathetic, lying moron. There is some truth to this assessment, by the way. It's fucking insane that we literally were like, nah, we want to go to war. Israel told us we should. And it seems like it was a good idea. I wanted to do World War III because I'm bored. Only a couple months ago, Donald Trump came out and was like, listen, guys, I want to nuke global trade. Why? Because I'm fucking bored. I'm bored as shit. And I feel like nothing cool is happening. Let me fucking nuke global trade. And then everybody yelled at him and turned around and said, what the fuck are you doing, moron? You have small businesses that rely on this shit, that you designed. America designed this fucking global trade to basically offer IOUs to every other country so that they can slave themselves so we can get fucking cheap commodities like $5 t-shirts from Forever 21. And then, of course, he had to slowly but surely back away from that position. But it shouldn't get to this point. Okay, it should not have to get to this point. It should not have to get to a point like this. And then everybody goes, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? You have cognitive dissonance, dude. You're on a permanent trip. I have cognitive dissonance. I told you this was going to happen for the past fucking week. It's not my fault that you weren't fucking paying attention. And this is perhaps the worst, most inopportune time to come in here and be like, Hasan, remember the thing that you said was going to fucking happen for weeks? Now that it finally happened, I'm still going to say you're hallucinating. Are you fucking stupid? Am I hallucinating or are you hallucinating? This is the worst time for you to come and be like, you were wrong, dude. You were so wrong. What do you mean? U.S. is briefing troops that Iran will likely retaliate. U.S. military is now briefing troops that its strike on Iran will likely result in counterstrikes on U.S. bases and facilities in the Middle East and likely activate Iran and other foreign terrorist organizations cells abroad, including the U.S., to conduct strikes against U.S. persons and facilities, according to briefing I obtained. Of course. I mean, that's what they're anticipating, by the way. It might not happen. Remember.
At 3 o'clock in the morning here in Tel Aviv, we got word. I'm joined again by Brett McGurk. Brett, just in terms of concern about U.S. forces in the region, other potential targets from Iran or their proxies, what kind of precautions do you think the U.S. has already begun to take, or would the U.S. have begun to take in order to prepare, in order to protect their forces?
I think, Anderson, we have been for the last 8 days moving personnel, hardening positions, making sure air defense is in. So that has been ongoing. We've been seeing it, particularly movement from some of those facilities in the Gulf states, moving into Saudi Arabia, a little more inland. So that has been ongoing. We have in Iraq and Syria, probably it goes up and down a little bit, probably about 1,200 troops or so at positions that can be vulnerable. I have to say, though, I want to remind everybody and the viewers, after October 7th, those positions all came under attack almost every single day by Iranian-backed militias. And 3 Americans were killed at a facility in Jordan. So these militias have attacked us, and it stopped. We got a ceasefire because we did a number of things to deter further attacks. But the point, we know how to deal with that. It's a risk, but it's not a new risk. I think the challenge of Iran's missile program to some of our facilities in the Gulf is real, but the Israelis have been going after those missiles in a systematic way.
Dude,
I would not discount or understate the risk at all.
Bro, go work in Israel, bro. Go fucking live in Israel. Why are you here? Why are all of these people here? You can live there. Israel loves white guys. They love them so much they let every Russian on the planet become Israelis, okay? Why don't these guys just go fucking live there? Why do they live here? Why do these guys live here and fucking act like they are living in Tel Aviv? Why do they care about the interests of Israel more than they care about the interests of America? Get the fuck out of my country, dude. What the fuck is going on? What do you mean? What is this? Oh, dude, this is a fucking really important thing that we're doing here. Like, dude, I'm telling you, American foreign policy and Israel's involvement in American foreign policy is one direction, okay? They are aligned. This much is true. But the fucking, the reality that Israel gets to call the shots in any capacity is so fucking insane to me.
Now. That's very good. So preparations have been underway, but this is extremely serious. I'm sure our intelligence community is doing everything to see what Iran might have in mind, and whether Iran, given their disarray, can really muster any sort of an effective response. And the hope, I know, in the administration here is that the diplomacy and making clear to Iran that, don't think about it, this can be it, prevails. That would not be unprecedented. I have to say something, Anderson. This event we're seeing right now, totally unprecedented. But last October, Israel launched an air attack into Iran after they were attacked by ballistic missiles. That had never been done before. An overt air attack, Israel attacked Iran. The assumption was Iran would massively respond, and they didn't. A couple other things, Anderson, to keep in mind. All presidents they're experienced, determined decision making. President Trump did the strike against Qasem Soleimani in January of 2020, and the response was not insignificant. About 15 ballistic missiles were fired at an American base.
I told you they would use Qasem Soleimani. Did I not fucking tell you that every single person, Brett McGurk obviously is not in Trump's ear because he was Biden's guy, but they are uniparty, so it doesn't matter. I fucking told you that they would use Qasem Soleimani's retaliation from Iran as a reason to quiet Trump down if he were to be like, oh, what if war breaks out? Then they probably told his fucking stupid ass that, remember when nothing happened after Qasem Soleimani's assassination? Don't worry, these Iranians are fucking servile. They won't do anything. So now that's the best possible outcome here. The best possible outcome here for global stability, I guess, is if Iran doesn't fucking retaliate. If Iran doesn't fucking retaliate, and then they're just like a failed state from this point on. Following the United States attack on Iran, the Home Front Command is changing the guidelines back to the most stringent. Breaking, Qom Province Crisis Management spokesperson, hours ago, after Qom's air defense activated and identified hostile targets, part of the Fordow nuclear site was subjected to enemy aerial aggression. These are a few pieces that we know of what might have happened in Fort House. They still are showing the fucking Fort House strike target. Oh my God. They're literally, they love this. They love this fucking satellite imagery, dude. They fucking nut to it. They jerked off to it for literally the past fucking week and a half.
But that they had killed.
Look at that. Look. It's just so strikeable. It's just looking. Look at what it's wearing. Look at what Fort House was wearing. It just looks so submissive and so ready for a fucking strike.
Effectively eliminated many of the people who would be involved in any kind of response of proxy forces, correct?
Yes. As a military tactical campaign, this Israeli campaign over the last 9 days has been incredibly effective. That's tactical. Does it lead to the strategic effect you want of Iran no longer having a nuclear enrichment program by which they might be able to produce a weapon? Still remains to be seen. I think the odds of that after the American strikes tonight are very high. But, Israel's campaign the last 9 days also completely unprecedented. I think if you asked anyone who follows the Middle East 2 years ago, what would Iran do if Israel launched a massive military and intelligence
Watching
campaign
Iranian state news, I don't know how much stock you can put into what's being said right now, but they largely seem unfazed because they insist their key nuclear assets were moved out of facilities that were attacked.
Major regional
I know
war.
they said that already. I know they said that a couple days ago. They said that they had already, before even the new nuclearization agreement started, that they would move the enriched uranium that they already had to different places, like to secret locations. So I don't think they have it there. I don't think they're bluffing. No. That part is not a bluff. I don't think that part is a bluff. But it still doesn't matter. This is a violation of the fucking country's sovereignty, man. What are we talking about? This is America entering the war directly. I suspect that the reason why they're talking about how unfazed they are is because this might show that their response will be relatively restrained again, and then they'll just slowly but surely, death by 1,000 cuts, get fucking destroyed. It's over.
Leader could say, "I have to drink from the poison chalice and give up the nuclear program." Here, that choice has been made for him, and how he responds.
Shut the fuck up! Oh my God. U.S. President Donald Trump tells me in a phone call, "We had a great success tonight. Your Israel is much safer now." Oh my God. Donald Trump literally calling Barack Ravid directly. Your Israel is much safer tonight. Yeah, Trump posts after Soleimani strike on January 3rd, 2020. There it is. Trump posts an American flag. Why doesn't Donald Trump go live there, dude? Oh, that's right, because they don't have enough fucking, gay activities that he likes, like fucking Broadway shows, and enough interest in churning out good art. Is that why? You don't want to fucking listen to psytrance every day, Donald Trump? Go live in Israel. Why the fuck are you the president of America? The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran rarely tweets in English, yet its recent English posts center on condemning the International Atomic Energy Agency, signaling that Tehran may be gearing up to pull out of its safeguards agreement with the IAEA. Our nuclear facilities have been attacked. Why has the International Atomic Energy Agency remained silent? If these attacks are not condemned, the consequences of our decisions will directly fall upon the International Atomic Energy Agency. We no longer trust the IAEA or its inspection regime. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. They're not wrong. That's not a wrong statement. New reporting from CNN. Trump hopes strikes prompt new diplomacy and isn't currently planning on additional. Dude, we are a delusional country. We are actually a delusional country. Iran confirms via drop site. Spokesperson. Here's the first confirmation from Iranian officials on the strikes. Spokesperson for Qom Provincial Crisis Management Headquarters. A few hours ago, the Qom air defenses were activated and hostile targets were identified. Part of the Fordow nuclear site area was attacked by enemy airstrikes. Do we think Iran will retaliate? I don't know. under normal circumstances, yes. If they even care to be Iran going forward, they have to. But given what they've done in the past, their retaliation always has been, including the tit for tat between Israel and Iran this past week, has always been so restrained that that I don't know if they will do the nuclear option, which is not nukes, obviously. The nuclear option in this circumstance would be lighting the fucking Gulf's oil refineries on fire, mining the Strait of Hormuz, and starting a untold barrage, a previously unforeseeable barrage of fucking ballistic missile fires at all American assets in the region, while simultaneously getting Hezbollah to strike Israel now that Israel's air defenses have been depleted, seemingly, considering that even fucking much slower drones were able to penetrate the Israeli Iron Dome, getting Yemen to also strike American assets in the region on the other side, while getting Hezbollah to fucking strike into Israel would be the nuclear option. I don't think that they're going to do that. We shall see. But if they were to even entertain a fraction of what I'm talking about, gas is going to be $1 million, okay? U.S. briefing troops to expect counterstrikes in the region. I know, but if the counterstrikes in the region are limited, like after the Qasem Soleimani assassination from Trump, then it's not that significant. WWE has an event in Riyadh next Saturday. Would blowing up John Cena be seen as a big enough strike on America? I don't know what this will look like. Yeah, if Iran doesn't retaliate, they're just basically telling the world that they're totally chill with what's going on and are basically conceding they don't have sovereignty anymore. It's dire. Yeah, it's basically saying we don't have any anti-air defenses. We don't have any control over our own airspace. We have no control over, we have no protection. You can come in and you can fuck us as hard as you want. Good luck. GG's, you know, well played. GGWP. That is it's, if Iran doesn't retaliate in this circumstance, or even if it retaliates, there still might be a decapitation strike. Okay? If that is imminent, then at that point, it's like, do you want to maintain some semblance of a state? Which then you go into long and extended conflict with the United States of America, which is all but surely going to end the American empire if there was like boots on the ground military warfare. Someone said MAGA would instinctively fall in line, and they are. Matt Gates, President Trump basically wants this to be like the Soleimani strike, one and done, no regime change war, Trump the peacemaker. Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. Good call not going to Bureau card in hindsight, lol. I mean, I wasn't invited. They know I'd be fucking whipping ass. Bernie's live response. Yeah, they're too scared of me over there. They know I'm too much of a good gamer. Don't worry, Dems will follow suit. Iranian officials cited by Fars news agency witnessed attacks near Isfahan and Natanz nuclear facilities. Trump wants Iran to attack U.S. so we can stand in front of Congress and demand troops is fascism, y'all. Chatter, I'm going to keep it $150 with you. There is no Congress, okay? Wake up. The only thing Congress is good for is cutting taxes. That's it, okay? That's it. That's it. That's it. There is no Congress. This is an illegal act. This is an unconstitutional act. It was an unconstitutional act when every other president did it to Yemen. Make no mistake. That was also unconstitutional. But there is no Congress. There is nothing. This is one man's show. I don't even know if it would be, I guess the major difference would be Democrats probably playing it by the book. Still, the actions would remain the same, but they probably try to play it as by the book as possible. And the messaging around this would be definitely a lot more airtight. You know, you would hear Brett McGurk say the exact same things, for the record, on CNN. He would be saying the exact same things that he's saying right now, but that would be the domineering narrative. New York Times is salivating. I know. U.S. enters war against Iran. It's fucking, they're so horny. Yeah, I already hit up Sammy when I go to New York to hang out with him, potentially. I just texted Bannon how he knew so far in advance about the bombing in Iran, and he said the party is on. He was at the White House on Thursday for lunch with the president, which suggests a coordinated front to get MAGA on board. Bernie Sanders found out mid-rally about the strike.
This is a statement from Donald Trump. Quote, "We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran," etc. I agree. And I want to tell you something. Not only is this news that I've just heard, the second alarming that all of you have just heard, but it is so grossly unconstitutional. All of you know that the only entity that can take this country to war is the U.S. Congress. The president does not have the right.
Person from Brazil here. We've been enjoying football World Cup for clubs that's happening over in there in the U.S. Most people in the whole world are fucking watching that while Donald idiotic Trump takes your country yet to another war your own country has started. This shit is ridiculous. The whole world is tired. How the fuck do you let it happen over and over again, decade after decade? Because it is not a fucking real democracy. We are not living in a real democracy. Your voices and your opinions do not matter. Real democracy is only as real democracy is simply aesthetic. Okay, most countries do not have what people read in books and understand as theoretical democracy. We don't have it here. You probably have something maybe closer to it, I guess, in Brazil, but not necessarily a real theoretical democracy. We've declared to the rest of the world that every Palestinian Gaza and the West Bank, U.S. diplomatic capabilities, Bill of Rights, potential nuclear catastrophe, and now Iran are all worthwhile sacrifices for the... Okay. Israel is mini America. That is true. Sean Hannity reports 6 bunker-busting bombs were dropped on Fort Al from U.S. Air Force B-2 bombers. Isfahan and Natanz. Felix Biederman is Jewish, for chatters who don't know. Isfahan and Natanz targeted with Tomahawk cruise missiles from submarines. Straight out of Top Gun Maverick. Hot damn. Fuck, man. Should I quit my job or what? I don't know. I'll tell you maybe in a couple hours, if not in a couple days. Because while this was telegraphed ahead of time, I kept repeating over and over again that it is all a matter of how Iran responds. If Iran, which is well within their rights, attacks American positions in the region, because there are so many fucking bases, and those bases are not as protected as Israel, because remember, M is real high, of course. M is real high, M is real high, 10 times, maybe 20 times. Please, you know, of course. They do not have the same fucking level of protection. Those bases do not have the same protection that Israel does, because all of our money and all of our air defenses are base boosting Israel right now so they can do fucking genocide in Gaza. And they can fucking siege and occupy further Syrian territory. Maybe even fucking fight with Turkey along the way, which is a fucking NATO ally and working at the behest of America to begin with. And also simultaneously, you know, take some of this additional conflict to Iran as well. A U.S. official says that multiple 30K pound GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators were dropped on Iran's Fordow nuclear enrichment facility. The facility has been taken off the table, according to the New York Times. U.S. informed Iran before the strike. CBS News. U.S. reached out to Iran diplomatically Saturday to say the strikes are all the U.S. plans and that regime efforts are not planned. Why would anybody believe that? Why the fuck would Iran, if you believe that, if you're an Iranian diplomat or an Iranian fucking, if you're a member of the IRGC, if you're the Ayatollah, and you believe that even for a second, then you're the dumbest person on the planet. Threatening messages towards U.S. have started to air on Iranian TV, according to the New York Times. Oh my God. I can't believe they're making threatening messages. A news anchor said on Iranian state television, Mr. Trump, you started it and we will end it. The broadcast showed a large graphic of American bases in the Middle East with the headline, within the firing range of Iran. The anchor said the United States had no legitimate place in the region. I mean, that was true before they started fucking bombing the nuclear facilities. I hate to say that this is yet another thing that I told you. There was much hay made about how, is this disrupting the MAGA base? What does America first mean? This is what America first means. Nick Mullen was right, okay? When he said, Patriots, get ready to suck Trump's dick and get ready to eat his cum and also maybe let him bust in your ass. By God, this American patriot is ready to do so. This is what that means, okay? This is what that fucking means. That's what America first is. I didn't say that. Nick Mullen did. Get mad at him. I can't believe I said all that with 8,000 people watching. But it's true. I'm sorry to all the family members that you, for the first time ever, tuned in to watch your favorite political commentator. It had to be said. I'm hearing a lot of name calling in the chat, but no one's calling me a liar. Okay? That was someone's first impression of you? Good. Yeah. These guys are ready to fillet him harder than Melania ever did, okay? Yeah, here is him 4 days ago. 60% don't want America involved in war with Iran. Repeat of 2003? No, it's worse. As everything has gotten worse for the past multiple decades at this point in America, even America's war fighting has gotten worse. Even the fucking machine that is supposed to manufacture consent has gotten worse. That's precisely why when after 9/11, when America talked about invading Iraq for no fucking reason and then lying about them having weapons of mass destruction, it was that campaign of lies was infinitely more sophisticated than what the Trump administration did. The Trump administration didn't even go to the UN with a respectable figurehead that is trusted by international resources like Colin Powell and hold up like a fucking vial and be like, this is terrifying. They didn't do any like Senate hearings about how our intelligence assessment shows that, you know, Iran has weapons of mass destruction. They did the opposite. Tulsi Gabbard came out and was like, yeah, our intelligence community's assessment is that Iran does not have any new enrichment interest or capabilities, basically. And then they didn't even try. They basically were like, no, we're going to fucking bomb Iran because Israel wants us to do so. And we love fucking Israel. We hate you. We hate you. Americans, we hate you. We love Israel. We will do what Israel says we will do, okay? They are the brave war fighters in the fucking region. They know best. Miriam Adelson gave me $150 million, okay? The very same Miriam Adelson who made a brilliant decision to fucking trade Luka to the Lakers. Now, I'm a fan of LeBron James, okay? Not to sidestep too much away from this conversation. So I don't fucking mind it. But if you're a Dallas Maverick and you still think Israel is a valid state and you're not demanding to dismantle it, okay? Remember, Miriam Adelson, #1 Trump donor after Elon Musk, did that fucking Luka trade. Why did she do it? Because she wanted to move the Dallas Mavericks to Las Vegas. Miriam Adelson, wife of former Jabba the Hutt, Sheldon Adelson, who's dead now, rest in piss, is a casino magnate. And because they would not let her put fucking casinos in Texas, she said, fuck it, I'm going to tank your franchise team, and I'm going to move that franchise team that I bought from Mark Cuban, another fucking asshole billionaire, and move it to Las Vegas. Now remember that, okay? Remember that. If you don't care about Israel sending your friends to potentially go and die to Shahed drones, fucking striking them in the dome because, you know, that had to be done so that we can, I don't know, advance America's interests, advance Israel's interests in the region. Get mad because Miriam Adelson wanted that to happen, gave Trump $150 million fucking dollars to make sure that that happens. And Trump said, yes, ma'am, I love you. I will, of course, do your bidding. I will, of course, hold out Benjamin Netanyahu's seat and push it in when he comes and visits. I will give him a standing ovation. Sky News 3 minutes ago. Trump says Iran will get hit again if it doesn't make peace immediately. What peace? Has there been a moment of respite for Iran since Israel decided, fuck the nuclear agreement? We're just going to bomb you instead. What do you mean? There are obviously lots of factors that contribute to our horrible glib media coverage, but a major one is that most of our pundits and anchors view dropping bombs on brown and black people as a game. They have fully dehumanized most of the world before they even get the job. Glad to see Brian Stelter thinks this is hilarious. Oh, it's just like Top Gun, dude. Yeah, you want to know why he's saying that? Because his son or his nephew is not in the fucking military, okay? Because he's going to be fine. It's going to fucking turn into ratings for him. That's what he cares about. He cares that he's going to get eyeballs and attention. The media is going to be relevant again. You know what I mean? He doesn't care about all the fucking Iranian people that are probably going to die as a consequence of this. Oh.
And welcome to Hannity. We begin tonight with...
Also, the fact that they're like leaking information about the historic event that just took place to Sean fucking Hannity is yet another indication of the collapse of America. Okay? What is this? So do you? Are you trying to say so you don't? Or mean so do you? I'm not going to die for this country? No, fuck no, I'm not going to die for this country. And let me tell you something, okay? At least I'm also advocating to make sure you don't die for this country, okay? That's the difference between me and fucking Brian Stelter.
With this Fox News alert, I just spoke to the President of the United States. I have some new information and breaking details to share about tonight's what is historic air campaign. Now, tonight, Iran's nuclear ambitions, they are officially dead. It appears the United States just completely obliterated Iran's top secret Fordow nuclear facility with 6 huge
Would you die for Turkey?
bunker
Fuck
buster
no.
bombs. It was originally speculated
fuck?
that you would only
Stupid.
need 2. It turns out they used 5 to 6, dropped from America's stealth B-2 bombers. And that's not all. 2 other major Iranian nuclear sites, Natanz and Isfahan, were wiped out with 30 Tomahawk missiles launched by American submarines some 400 miles away. Everyone is out of harm's way for now. That does not mean that American assets in the region are not at risk. And
Al Mayadeen Live says Iran advises the Iranian Parliament Speaker Mehdi Mohammadi the 3 nuclear sites were not irreparably damaged in the U.S. attack. Now, when Iran says shit like that, instead of screaming bloody murder, that means that their response is going to be incredibly limited, perhaps. But that also means that this continues. Like they're gonna America, and more importantly, Israel, especially Israel, not even America. Israel only responds to retaliation in kind. That is the only language that they speak. Okay? And if it's not punishing enough for Israeli society, it's not disruptive enough, they're going to keep going. And so is America. White House monitoring possible Iranian sleeper cells in the U.S. My story. Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, get ready for the fucking anthrax shit again. Maybe they'll run that back too. They ran the WMD nonsense. Maybe they'll do the fucking anthrax attacks are happening all around the country so that they can universalize the paranoia a little bit because the American population doesn't have the healthy appetite to go to war with Iran. Yeah, time for some fucking false flags. Iranian state TV, every American citizen or military in the region is now a target. Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to get drafted. We're going to go to jail for fucking being conscientious objectors and people who protest this fucking war. Trump now called Netanyahu. White House official, President Trump spoke by phone with Prime Minister Netanyahu after the U.S. attack on Iran. Of course, you got to call Big Papa. You got to call Big Papa. You got to be like, Big Papa, did I do it right? Did I do it good, Big Papa? Trump is now calling Reuters. Trump to Reuters in brief phone interview. This was an amazing success tonight. Trump, they should make peace immediately. Trump, they should stop immediately. Otherwise, they'll get hit again. They know most Americans suspect none of this is defensive or are checked out, so this non-story makes everything an episode of 24 and sows the requisite panic and racism. As you know, of course, the obsession with sleeper cells and the reason why the FBI and White House have been pushing this talking point out nonstop is it brings the war home and reinforces the false narrative that Iran is a threat to Americans. It's threat level orange schlock for lazy reporters. That's all this is, for the record. That is all this is. God, American society is about to get so much dumber. Holy fuck. I mean, we were already at maximum stupidity and maximum racism. Get ready. It is about to be a fucking roller coaster. Oh. Yeah. Countdown to the anti-Islamic crackdown in the U.S. There's that. Islamophobic hate crimes. War finna turn me trans. No trans in the military. No, I mean I joked about that the other day, but like low key, you know, get the medical reports ready. We're all non-binary now. A wave. U.S. President Donald J. Trump is hopeful. Okay, we covered that already. I can't tell what Iran's response is going to be to this, because if it's like Qasem Soleimani, they just like blow up a couple American bases, maybe kill a couple troops, and then they pack it up, and then they push the can of destabilization down the line, maybe like a couple months. But if there's like severe escalation, I don't know. Who knows where that goes? Yeah. Look at that. March 26, 2003. This war will destabilize the entire Middle East region and set off a global shockwave of anti-Americanism. Add also anti-Semitism to that too, for the record. This time, at least we've added a new ally to the anti-sentiment, because it won't just stay at anti-Americanism. It's gonna be a lot of gonna be a fuck ton of anti-Semitism as well. Versus no, it won't. And part of that is because they weren't even airtight. They didn't even justify. They didn't even find like a casus belli. They just straight up were like, no, we're doing this for Israel. After spending the last year and a half being like, Israel is the Jewish nation state, and if they don't, if you fucking say that they shouldn't kill children, you're an anti-Semite. You're a Jew hater. We should throw you in jail. What the fuck are Americans gonna think after all of this? The Islamophobia is going to explode as well, of course. I'm just reporting on what I suspect will happen with anti-Semitism, because, like, you know, the institutional control over that form of bigotry will probably fucking be woefully inept at dealing with the sea of with the wave of anti-Semitism exploding in the country. So yeah. You know, welcome to where we've been.
Real on smaller ones, largely because for the smaller ones, the stakes are existential. If this were a one and done exercise, 3 successful strikes against Fort or Isfahan,
Do you think Obama's?
and
No.
particularly Isfahan, by the way, people aren't paying attention to the fact that they're
Chatters, Iran does not have a capability of fucking hitting U.S. They don't have any ballistic missiles that can reach the United States. Why do you think we're such a fucking violent, belligerent nation? It is because we are sheltered by proximity, okay? At most, they could do like, I don't know, like a terror attack, but I feel like they're a little bit busy right now to implement a successful terror attack on U.S. soil. They got their hands full. You know what I mean? There are also 40,000 American troops right at the ass cheeks of Iran right now, in perfect striking distance. So I think there's plenty of Americans that they could kill in the immediate vicinity if they have even the capability to do so, or even if they have the interest in doing so. Well said, Mud Slime at Hasanabi. Is Mud Slime like a Islamophobic take? Is this like a new thing I haven't heard before? Like, is that a different way of saying Muslim? Is that a slur? Damn, I'd never heard that one before. And I hear I hear crazy shit all the time. That's a new one for me. New slur unlocked. New old slur. He's picking up the phone for everybody. Jonathan Karl, ABC News chief Washington correspondent. I called President Trump about 10 minutes ago. He didn't talk details or next steps, but he wanted to say this. Tremendous success tonight. Careful, you're going to be banned for showing slurs. I think this person is probably going to be banned, not me. Uh-oh. I knew the gray bar was coming. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Yeah, this was the leader of the Senate Democrats. He got his wishes, though. If Taco Trump is already folding on Iran, the American people need to know about it. No side deals. That's what, remember when Chuck Schumer a few weeks ago came out with this blistering criticism. Do you think there will be a Chinese response to this? I think if there was any sort of Chinese intervention, this would not have happened. That's what I think.
Have we really accomplished? You've bought time, probably a lot of time, but the story's far from over.
I want to go to Jim Sciutto, who's been looking into measures to protect U.S. forces in the region. Jim?
Anderson, I'm told that U.S. forces in the region, quite understandably, were advised to take shelter until it was clear that there was no immediate Iranian response. They will then remain on high alert for some time because, of course, that response could come at any time, even if it's not in the minutes or hours right after the attack. That's an understandable step to take and one that would have happened in advance of these attacks. To Brett McGurk's point earlier, when we have seen attacks in the past, for instance, the killing of Soleimani in Trump's first term, there were Iranian responses specifically targeting U.S. forces in the region.
Yeah,
those
this is
US
the other
forces
side of this, by the way.
were impacted.
Trita Parsi's analysis is correct. He's from Quincy Institute. Trump just guaranteed that Iran will be a nuclear weapons state in the next 5 to 10 years, particularly if the regime changes. Definitely. The real fear is if Iran retaliates in kind, okay, and launches a brutal fucking counterattack. I don't even know if they have the capacity to do so, to be fair. But let's say they did. Right? And in the process, America engages in a decapitation strike. America engages in a decapitation strike alongside Israel. They kill the Iranian leadership. What comes next is going to be a torrent of violence. Like Iraqi Shias revolting, Hezbollah with whatever capabilities they have, launching as many attacks as possible. The reason why I say this is because power vacuums is what creates militancy like ISIS. Okay? This is what happened in Iraq. This is what happened in Libya. Open air slave markets. What people fail to comprehend is that the Iranian Ayatollah, the Islamic Republic, is the only diplomatic outcome here. They are the ones who were demonstrating restraint. They were the ones who were willing to do diplomacy. They were the ones who were willing to play ball with the West, to a detriment, mind you. And this attack shows that. You need to understand, they are a centralized force. When Trump says, we know where you are, we can kill you at a moment's notice, the thing that stops America and Israel from killing Ayatollah Khamenei is not because like they're afraid or something. They're like afraid of like the retaliation or because they simply can't find him. His bunker is too fucking powerful or whatever. No, they could kill him at a moment's notice if they wanted to. Trump is right when he says that. The reason why they don't do that is because they're calculating what the best possible day after is for Iran. So even at a certain point, the American leadership also understands that if they were to kill the most restrained version of Iranian leadership, what comes after is going to be significantly more invested in punishing every other fucking regional operative. No more restraint. Sure, it actually cripples the logistics for all of the axis of resistance states in the region, but they're already getting some help from China, like Yemen is getting help from China. You have to understand, like, they're no longer going to hold back at all. And they will be uncontrollable.
Sites over the course of the last
particularly
week.
In terms of whether there's any fallout from this, because that's the other thing we're not even discussing here. 3 nuclear sites were bombed today with huge, powerful, forceful
Never used.
bunker
I mean,
bombs.
the bunker bombs never used before, so we have never seen this before. No one has.
No one's seen it, and so we don't have a sense yet of what the fallout will be, nor what the strategic success will be.
Here, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say. What was perhaps one of the most powerful fucking statements he made on the campaign trail that was definitely different from the rest of the Republicans the first time he ran.
The war in Iraq was a big, fat mistake, all right? Now, you can take it any way you want, and it took Jeb Bush, if you remember at the beginning of his announcement, when he announced for president, took him 5 days. He went back. It was a mistake. It wasn't a mistake. Took him 5 days before his people told him what to say, and he ultimately said it was a mistake. The war in Iraq, we spent $2 trillion, thousands of lives. We don't even have it. Iran is taking over Iraq with the second largest oil reserves in the world. Obviously, it was a mistake. So George Bush made a mistake. We can make mistakes, but that one was a beauty. We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East.
But so you still think he should be impeached?
I think it's my turn, isn't it? You do whatever you want. You call it whatever you want. I want to tell you, they lied. Okay. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no.
He didn't change, for the record. He did not, like, you know, people are like, oh, he was way more fiery. No, he's just fucking lying back then, too. Guys, what are you talking about? He was president for 4 years after this, and he continued destabilizing the region. What do you mean? Why do you think I kept saying Donald Trump is not a fucking peaceful dove? I cannot believe the Democrats are literally conceding territory to Donald Trump last election cycle to rerun the peaceful dove narrative once again, because Joe Biden is doing a fucking unlimited genocide campaign for Israel. He is going to be just as bad, if not fucking worse, than the Harris administration and the Biden administration that was currently doing the unlimited child holocaust in fucking Gaza. It's not like we didn't know. The problem is the Democrats are so also invested in unlimited war. They're such fucking annoying war hawks that Trump was able to lie again a second time around and present himself once again as a peaceful dove. Oh.
No weapons of mass destruction.
All right. Governor Bush.
Yes, I'm going to be covering Trump's speech in 26 minutes or whenever the fuck he goes live. Oh. Yeah, Iran is saying that the impacts are overblown, signals that they might not be as violent in retaliation. Fartux Network, Meteostat 9 detected a flash over the Fort-hour enrichment plant. The event registered at 3.90 micrometers and was visible on nighttime microphysics scans. The location aligns with the salt plain east of Fordow. That's it? That sounds so crazy. That looks like a little baby. I don't understand. I mean, I don't know what it's supposed to look like.
While this communication lasts, I'm wondering, are you seeing anything, are you hearing anything new on the ground there in Tehran?
Hi there, Anderson. Yeah, I'm outside right now here in Tehran. The skies here are actually pretty quiet, but as we've been saying before, there was a lot of air defense activity going on here in Tehran over the course of the night, and there are, of course, now several Iranian regional officials who are now confirming that strikes seem to have taken place on the area of at least two of these nuclear facilities that we've been talking about, specifically in the Qom region. The Qom region is south of Tehran. It's where the Fordow nuclear site is located, and a regional official there was saying that a few hours ago, obviously that was in the middle of the night here in Iran.
That's true. The explosion is it penetrates first, and then the explosion is delayed. I forgot the GBU-57. So the impact is like hard to. But I still assume that it, like, if it blows up in the fucking nuclear facility, there'd be, you know, we would probably see something more, right?
Air forces. So that's what a regional official there is saying. But when they talk about air defenses being activated, some of them are sort of short-range air defenses. You know, one of the things that we've been seeing here, especially over Tehran, as the night's been going on, but also in the past couple of nights, a lot of those were anti-aircraft guns that were being activated. I've seen less anti-aircraft missiles being fired into the air, even though Iran certainly still does have that capability. Also in the Isfahan region, the Isfahan region is in central Iran, and that's actually where the Isfahan nuclear facility is located, but also where the Natanz nuclear facility is located as well. And there also a regional official is saying that they witnessed what they call intrusions near those nuclear facilities, obviously meaning intrusions into the airspace there, that then air defenses were also activated to confront hostile targets, as they put it, but that several explosions were heard in that facility, in those facilities as well. So the Iranians now having local officials confirming that explosions took place at those nuclear facilities here in Iran, but again, still trying to come to terms with what is going on there. Still very little information coming out, but certainly it does seem as though regional officials...
It looks like we lost that communication. We had a video actually from Fred Pleitgen before earlier this evening that we were going to show. I don't know if we have it ready right now, but let's get that because it does show what he's talking about. It was video I believe he shot, or his crew shot, from Tehran earlier in the evening. I'm not sure. I think it was around in the 9 o'clock or 9:30 time frame p.m. in Tehran, and you see some bursts in the air. You also just hear anti-aircraft fire, but it gives you a sense of sort of it's just anti-aircraft fire. It doesn't seem like it's a lot of interceptors, the type of which we see here in Tel Aviv and other cities in Israel, giving a sense of the level of air defenses that they still have left.
What the fuck did Hakeem Jeffrey say? Wait, hold on. Before I look at it, I'm assuming. Hold on. I'm not even looking. Okay. I'm gonna predict that he's going to say that this was illegal. This was illegal only because it was conducted unilaterally by the administration without getting congressional approval. And he might even heavily imply once again that he would have been on board with the attacks because Iran must not have a nuclear weapon and Israel has a right to defend itself. Let's see if I'm correct. Donald Trump promised to bring peace to the Middle East. He has failed to deliver on that promise. The risk of war has now dramatically increased. The risk of war? It's war, man. What do you mean the risk of war? We're in war. What? Okay, good start. And I pray for the safety of our troops in the region who are put in harm's way. President Trump misled. It's war. What do you mean our troops are put in harm's way? Donald Trump did an act of war against a sovereign state. That's like this is giving this brave Israeli hostage was kidnapped from a tank. Like they're soldiers in a military base that is now becoming an active zone of conflict. What do you mean? President Trump misled the country about his intentions, failed to seek congressional authorization for the use of military force, and risks, oh my God, again, risks American entanglement and potentially disastrous war in the Middle East. First, the Trump administration bears the heavy burden of explaining to the American people why this military action was undertaken. Second, Congress must be fully and immediately briefed in a classified setting. Third, Donald Trump shoulders complete and total responsibility for any adverse consequences that flow from his unilateral military action. Holy fuck. Yeah, but he's no longer Taco Trump. Yeah, I don't care. I wanted him to be Taco Trump on this. I don't give a shit. What is this? A U.S. CH-47 Chinook helicopter was spotted flying over Abbey, reportedly conducting evacuations. I think a lot of people, their immediate fear in this is like, oh, we're going to war. Like, we're going to be unsafe. Like, Iran is going to nuke us or something. Iran does not have the actual targeting capabilities. Okay? Iran does not have, like, the ballistic missiles that they could launch at the United States of America. Okay? What you should be upset about and what you should be fearful about and what you should be gearing up for is that in spite our incredible proximity to all of the fucking chaos that we create over there, the impact will be met with economic instability here, okay? The impact will be met when your family members that are in the military because they wanted to get a fucking comms degree for free because we don't have free healthcare and we don't have free college education in this fucking goddamn country are now possibly going to get their shit blown up. That is how you're going to feel the impact. Just as we did after 9/11, just as America experienced the impact for years. Okay? If you don't care about all of the potential Iranian civilian casualties in this process, because we just chose to destabilize a massive regional superpower, a massive regional power that has been around for a very long time. Mehdi Mohammadi, a senior advisor to Mohammad Ghalibaf, the speaker of the Iranian parliament. From Iran's perspective, nothing particularly surprising has happened. Iran has been expecting an attack on Fordow for several nights. The site was evacuated long ago and has not sustained any irreversible damage in the strike. Two things are certain. First, knowledge cannot be bombed. Second, this time the gambler will lose. If we invade Iran but get universal healthcare, would that be okay? What are you talking about? The very fact that we're even talking about having a military capable of invading Iran, which, make no mistake, would be devastating for America as well as Iran, is the very fact that you will never have healthcare. There's an opportunity cost to having endless empire, okay? And that opportunity cost is you not getting healthcare. What did I just tell you? It serves two different purposes. One, you don't get to have healthcare. It's private. You have to pay for it. That is great for the GDP. Okay, numbers on the fucking board. But two, in order to get that healthcare, now you have to be a loyal servant of the Defense Department. You have to sell your soul to the Pentagon and hope that you don't get your shit blown up in the process so you can have a little bit of that free healthcare. Something that other countries give to their citizens unconditionally. Something that fucking Israel, as a matter of fact, gives its citizens. Isn't that nice? Don't worry, Israel. We'll foot the bill. We'll keep shipping billions of dollars of weapons and anti-air defense systems so that you can be safe as you decide to launch an 8-front war while you're doing a fucking genocide. And don't worry, you can have your health care, you can have free college, W Israel, sick. The president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and congressional war powers. He has impulsively risked launching a war that they may ensnare us for generations. It is absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment. At least you said it's grounds for impeachment. Like, the anti-war position here is supposed to be, why the fuck are we going to war with Iran at the behest of Israel against the fucking intelligence community's own assessment? The American intelligence community, which has never met a war it doesn't like, literally was saying, there's no reason to do this. There was a negotiation process taking place. According to sources, the VP, SecDef, and DNI advised against getting involved Why have them if you're not going to listen to them? I suspect that might be, that's just probably speculation. Look, this is what I said. I said the U.S. attacked Iran's nuclear facilities while using a denuclearization negotiation as cover for Israel to implement a first strike because Israel lied about Iran having WMDs against our own intelligence community's assessment, all while talking about Iran's disinterest in diplomacy. And now you are watching every single one of these motherfucking MAGA.
President Trump.
Of course he's doing it English. Oh, of course. Netanyahu thanks Trump after the Iran attacks. Of course, dude. Here's Trump's daddy. Let's hear what daddy has to say. Let's see what the real daddy has to say, okay? Let's see what the big dog has to say. Of course, he's delivering a fucking English response, you know, for one man and one man only, really, when you think about it. This is not for the Americans listening. This is not for, this is certainly not for Israeli side, even though, 75% of Israelis speak English. This is for one man, okay? This is for one man and one man only, okay? That man is Donald Trump. Let's hear what he had to say.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed.
I asked my hog brother. He said leaked intel showed Iran was 2 weeks from a nuke. U.S. and Israel already knew. He was against action 3 days ago. Now it makes sense. His wife has military ties. Here's inside chatter. Says China gave Iran weapons hoping they'd use them on us. Yet also doesn't want them to have nukes. Thoughts? No thoughts. I actually am going to, once I end the broadcast later tonight, bludgeon my head against the wall so I can be just as fucking moronic as your dumb hog relative so that I can live a life of happiness and constantly have no thoughts up here and only just go by whatever the fuck Trump is saying. Oh my God, it would be fantastic for my media career. Perhaps I could be just like fucking Asmongold, okay? I'll just become a hog. I'll just go, yeah, based, this guy, yeah, chat. War with Iran, based.
It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond.
Literally, Yuba, okay? Come on, chatter. What kind of analysis have you gotten from any other fucking outlet that literally told you down to the fucking day that this was going to happen? Was there, I'm sorry, where were you getting your news from? Tell me about who your fucking favorite newscaster was that was literally also openly fucking explaining exactly the events that were going to unfold in the exact ways that it did. Go ahead. Holy fuck, look how many Twitch badges this guy has. Jesus Christ, please get a life. Jesus, Lord mercy, never mind. Your account is freaking me out.
To a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
Fucking. Senior White House official also confirms the White House gave a courtesy heads up on the Iran strike to congressional leadership. No, that's not true. I've heard very conflicting reports on this. I don't think that's real. First of all, you can't just give a heads up to Congress. Okay, you can't just be like, hey, by the way, heads up, we're going to war with Iran. That's not how this works. What do you mean? And secondly, I don't even know if that's the case because a lot of fucking people have been saying that, no, they did not actually get a heads up at all. Initial Iranian reports claim the U.S. hit Fordow. Initial Iranian reports claim the U.S. hit Fordow with just 2 bombs at the entrance, not the massive 30,000-pound bombs. The bunker busters one's hype, potentially symbolic, and symbolic, not strategic. Fordow was reportedly evacuated, material moved. The real question now, how will Iran respond? Mike Pence. Oh. Remember, we don't know the exact impact of this. We don't know the exact impact of this strike. Okay? But if it's like a feint, if it's like a very, very limited strike, just to showcase American targeting capabilities, American air superiority, all this stuff, to try to fucking bully the Iranian leadership into, I guess, like taking taking whatever fucking deal that they will present, which is probably kill yourself with a gun, please, and then give the country over to the Shah. Every single person in American leadership is running around. Every single person in American leadership is currently running around and celebrating this shit. Okay? They're running around and being like, thank God the president blew up Iran. This is fucking sick. President Trump is going to be speaking in 8 minutes, and we'll hear what he has to say. Here's what Michael Penis said. U.S. House Speaker Mike Penis. The president made the right call and did what he needed to do. Leaders in Congress were aware of the urgency of the situation, and the commander-in-chief evaluated the imminent danger outweighed the time it would take for Congress to act. The world's largest state sponsor of terrorism, which chants death to America. Oh, my God. Still talking about death to America. I'm going to fucking lose my mind. Brother. Of course they say death to America. We've been fucking them over for the past 50 fucking years. Why wouldn't they say death to America? They, way before they said death to America, they tried to say, hey, we like America. Can you please help us? And then we did things over there that made them turn around and say, actually, never mind, death to America. This is really fucked up. Yeah, of course they're going to say death to America. Look at Iran. Look at the situation they're in. Look at the situation they're in right now. Look at the past 70 fucking years of intervention in the region. This is what I always tell chatters as well when they talk about this, okay? I say, you hate Iran, or our leadership hates Iran, okay? And they haven't even done anything. Iran has done nothing to any American, really. Like, at most, you can point to, like, proxy forces or some shit, okay? Whereas we have done a fuck ton of awful violence and instability to Iran. Of course they're going to say death to America. You say death to America, they haven't done shit to you. I mean, not death to America. You say death to Iran, and they haven't done shit to you. The hostage crisis. Yeah, I know. What? I wonder how that happened. How did that happen? Again. Why would anybody like us? Why would anybody in the fucking region like us? The Iran's regime is not to be defended. I don't give a fuck about the Islamic Republic, you dumb fuck. You are so goddamn stupid if you think that this is a defense of the non-secular or fundamentalist governance of the Islamic Republic. What the fuck are you talking about? In Georgia, the Republican administration forced a woman who had become a vegetable to carry a pregnancy to term. They literally cut her body and cut the fucking fetus out of her body because the body was rotting. Do you think that this gives a righteous cause for Iran to nuke Georgia? No, I don't. Do you? People do awful, nonsensical things to their own fucking citizens all the time. This is not a good reason to fucking bomb the country and destabilize it further. Half of the reason why these countries don't have the woke civil struggles that we have gone through, and then there's still a fucking shit ton of issues here in America, is because we're constantly placing them in a state of panic. They're too worried about being exploded to actually go out and march on the fucking streets and be like, hey, we want gay rights. It's the biggest fucking lie that Americans have told other dumb Americans who love believing in it because they have to maintain a position of superiority. And it's oftentimes a lie that is told by people who are themselves conservative. That's why it's insane when Lindsey Graham, a closeted gay man, goes on fucking Fox News and says, oh yeah, Iran, they throw gays off the roof, which is not even real for the record. Iran throws gays off the roof. It's like, bro, you're a homophobe. You're a closeted gay man who is a homophobic person. Like, what do you mean Iran throws gay people off the roof? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's insane. It's like conservatives hate brown people that are conservative. And they don't give a fuck about all the progressive brown people that die in the process. They hate brown conservatives for their conservatism. Look in a goddamn mirror. Why would you send me the fucking Twitter broadcast link of Donald Trump? The Iranian Nuclear Atomic Agency statement has been released. I'm going to read that, and then we'll get to the Trump broadcast. Someone send me an actual link, please. Statement from the Atomic Energy Organization. Following the brutal attacks of the Zionist enemy over the past few days, at dawn today, the country's nuclear sites in Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan were attacked by the enemies of Islamic Iran in a barbaric act that contradicts international law, especially the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. This is true. This action, contrary to international law, was unfortunately carried out in the shadow of indifference and even cooperation of the International Atomic Energy Agency. The American enemy, through cyberspace, has claimed responsibility for the attack on the aforementioned sites, which are under the continuous supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, based on the Safeguards Agreement and the NPT Treaty. The international community is expected to condemn the lawlessness based on the rules of the jungle and support Iran in achieving its legitimate rights. The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran assures the great Iranian nation that despite the evil conspiracies of its enemies, with the efforts of thousands of its revolutionary motivated scientists and specialists, it will not allow the development of this national industry, which is the result of the blood of nuclear martyrs, to be stopped. This organization has put the necessary measures, including legal action, on its agenda to defend the rights of the noble Iranian nation. I thought they were going to pull out. This is also a very limited, restrained, legal response that is within the legal confines. So they're not even saying, they're not. I don't think Iran's retaliation, maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm not wrong on this, but I don't think Iran's retaliation is going to be that fucking crazy. I think unless this is a mistranslation, because it's from Persian, Farsi to English. I don't know. I think basically, Iran is going to continue being restrained and diplomatic against an increasingly belligerent enemy, as this increasingly belligerent enemy completely fucking destroys all of its resources, exhausts its fucking resources. They're downplaying the impact of the strikes, which there's truth to, right? This is a violation of their sovereignty in spectacular fashion. Having said that, I believe that they reported days ago, almost a week ago, that they had moved the enriched uranium away from the Fordow facility. So I think they're going to be like, oh, this wasn't even that big of a hit. We only got a little boo-boo, and who knows what happens after that. According to the stock guy, Iran is isolated and has no support from others unless Trump attacks Islam religion. Nothing is really significant per his Friday stream. I mean, that's a funny take, but it's not wrong. Iran is a very isolated It's isolated regionally. It's also clearly not being adequately defended by the larger powers that would normally rush to defend it. I don't think China is going to do anything, and Trump is not on yet. I don't know why you guys are saying he's on. Why is he not on? Why am I not seeing it? Send me the fucking link. Are you guys baiting me? Typical fucking streamer, he's late. Dude, typical streamer. Typical streamer, he's late. He's live on ABC. Oh my God, Brett McGurk is still nutting. Oh my God, they're all, look at this. Look at all the coverage. Every single coverage is like, look at how sick this is, dude. Look at how sick this is. We fucking destroyed them. He's live. No, he's not live. Do you see him?
Thank you very much.
What?
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out
what?
Massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise.
What
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat
Also
posed by
subscribe
the world's
while you're
number
here
one state sponsor of
to the
terror.
Piker Broadcasting Service.
Tonight I can report to the world
which is
that
ad-free.
the strikes were a spectacular
And you can subscribe for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch
Iran's
account.
key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally
The Piker Broadcasting Service
obliterated.
is exclusively funded
Iran,
by you, the
bully of
viewers,
the Middle
for you,
East,
the viewers.
must now make peace.
Thank you.
If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far.
Is that good? Did I do
and
good?
Perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say, we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank
God
you
bless
very much.
Israel.
Thank you.
First of all, the idea that there's no other military that's capable of doing this is a fucking abject lie. The only difference is we get to do it because we are the dominant power on the planet. It's not a matter of capability. It's a matter of, one, restraint, and it's a matter of, obviously, mutually assured destruction and retaliation that would happen. Okay? Like, flexing that you could fucking strike Iran is ridiculous. Yeah, of course you can fucking strike Iran. What do you mean? But so can Russia, so can China. And they can do that to us as well, as a matter of fact. The reason why they don't do that is because, one, China is always trade maxing and nutting at the prospect of more trade opportunities that can unfold potentially. And Russia's got their fucking hands too busy with Ukraine. Yeah, this is the primary takeaway. Trump says if peace doesn't come quickly, the U.S. will go after other Iranian targets. Stop this fear-mongering crap. This was much needed. Guy living in a fucking trailer park in Terre Haute, Indiana, fantasizing about how much better the world is because America spent the healthcare money that you will never get on a massive fucking bombing campaign on the other side of the planet. You and others like you are exactly the reason why we will never have rebellion in this country. We will never have a revolution in this country. And you will forever exist in a world of anger and resentment and will never understand why you are fucked over all the time and why your living standards never get better. Okay? Biden sent $300 billion to Ukraine and more money to Israel. And do you think I like Biden? You fucking moron. Shut the fuck up. You don't understand anything. What is wrong with you? It's not partisan. American foreign policy is uniparty. These people that you think you're on board with, this team that you think is actually fucking doing right by you, is doing the exact same fuck shit that Biden did, but you hate when Biden does it, but you love it when Trump does it? It makes no fucking sense. Neither of these teams give a fuck about you. Wake up. That's my point. Why are you lying and saying all these falsehoods? You're so dishonest. Endless deaths. Continue with your rhetoric, my dude. Trump just went and struck 3 nuclear facilities, violating numerous international human rights and protocols set in place, including the non-proliferation, the nuclear proliferation treaty. And my assessment of those events are what's causing the deaths. A Twitch streamer. Do you hear yourself? I know when you wrote that with your tongue sticking out of the side of your mouth, you were like, I'm about to get him with this. It's a fucking real banger. But the only thing you've done is basically expose how unimaginably stupid you are. Okay? My dude, good job. Open the schools. Open what schools? We're going to open the schools. The schools also suck dick because, sorry, all the money's going to Israel. And all the money's going so we can fucking bomb Iran. Slasher says, as we enter the next major world war that will take tens of thousands of lives, I just want to say that I now feel much safer from anti-Semitism, the biggest fear of my life. Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, also remember, literally half the country also is now going, oh, why did he thank Israel? Are we doing this shit for the Jews? Which is, of course, certainly not going to explode anti-Semitism in this country either. The great anti-Semitism destroyer, Donald Trump. Fucking running around being like Shalom Mahmoud and like arresting people for saying Israel should stop killing children. He's making it real safe. Anyway, everyone that thinks the world is ending, I do not know what Iran's response is going to be, but judging by what Iran has done, restraint to a fault, as I've said thus far, I don't think it'll be as we'll see. I don't think it'll be as devastating as you think it might be. You clearly don't know much about politics, law. It's true. I don't understand how any of this works. I think whether because Iran simply does not have the capabilities. Oh yeah, a God bless Israel in a POTUS address to the nation. And technically, their anti-Semitism will be valid based on the fact that Israel supporters claim it's inextricably a Jewish state for Jewish people. Obviously, that is not the case, but that's exactly what Israel wants to be the case. Another example of Israel exacerbating anti-Semitism globally. Oh, yeah. Wait, CNN is reporting that Trump only told the fucking Republican leadership in Congress before the strikes?
Anderson, is the question as to why now? Why did President Trump feel the need to do this, given the fact that his own director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified in March, saying that the conclusion of the intelligence community was that Iran had not made the decision to go forward with its nuclear weapons program? Well, the understanding I have is that a lot of Israeli intelligence has contradicted that, especially in the last few months, especially at the Fordo and Isfahan nuclear sites. And as it was described to me, the Iranians, even in the midst of negotiating, Anderson, even in the midst of negotiating, the Iranians had their pedal to the metal, as it were, in terms of the nuclear enrichment program. And so the feeling was inside the White House, they just could not take that risk. And that's where we are.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of concern on the speed with which, and also obviously the more recent comments by the IAEA, though the IAEA certainly was not calling for any kind of military intervention. They were calling for diplomacy, but they certainly raised concerns about the speed of the nuclear program, the enrichment of the up to 60%.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. America's so deindustrialized, we don't even manufacture our own consent. That's pretty good. It's true. We had to get Israel to do it for us. So Iran has nothing left to negotiate for. Nuclear bombs. Now the whole world knows for a fact that Iran can't develop nukes because it has no nuclear facilities. No, it still has nuclear facilities. It still has enriched uranium. It still has nuclear facilities, and we don't know the extent of the damage in Fort Howe, which is where they could potentially enrich more. The difference here, however, the difference here, yeah, Tulsi Gabbard was not invited. I know. That was reported on earlier. Tulsi Gabbard has not been invited to any of the fucking Situation Room meetings in the last couple of days, I'm pretty sure. Oh, God, he's wearing the fucking lame-ass Ronald McDonald-ass fucking hat, dude. Oh, my God. It's not the point. I know. But goddamn, like, we are the fucking lamest goddamn country on the planet, dude. What the fuck? You know what hurts about seeing images like this? It's not just that he did this, okay? That's really fucking lame on its own. You're such a loser. I know. I'm going to get to you in a second. Hold on. That you're actually the point I'm trying to make. It's not that he did this in lame ass bullshit. It's that there are people that you and I exist in the same space as that look at that and go, hell yeah, he looks so fucking cool. That makes me want to perish. Knowing that I am occupying a space with people that are that fucking stupid, that look at this image and go, yeah, that's strong. He's so strong. The very same people that don't understand that all of these actions are consequential for them. All of these actions are actually taking away from the resources that could help them have an easier go at life, fix the fucking potholes, create a robust healthcare infrastructure, fix the goddamn ISPs so we have better broadband internet, free college so they can be educated a little bit better, maybe not constantly feel fear all the goddamn time. They'll never understand it. It's so cooked. It's so lost. Today, Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries released the following statement. Donald Trump promised to bring peace to the Middle East. All right, we read this already. It was fairly limp dick, but...
a lot of concern, obviously, about what Iran is going to do next, and all eyes waiting for that. We'll check back in with you a little bit. Fareed Zakaria also standing by. Fareed, I mean, this is moving...
Jake Tapper just referred to Iran's weapons program as a target of the U.S. attack. Again, there's no nuclear weapons program. U.S. intelligence have affirmed this dozens of times since 2007, having done so again just a few days ago. This is an outright lie, but it doesn't matter. But U.S. intelligence assessments had reached a different conclusion. Not only was Iran, this is from CNN's own reporting, which is also backed by the New York Times' reporting as well. U.S. intelligence assessments had reached a different conclusion. Not only was Iran not actively pursuing a nuclear weapon, it was also up to 3 years away from being able to produce and deliver one to a target of its choosing. And remember, they do not have a delivery mechanism that can reach beyond the point of Eastern Europe. Okay? So the idea that they were going to bomb Western Europe, like they were going to bomb France, they were going to nuke fucking Paris, they were going to nuke New York City, all of that is an abject fucking lie. They do not have this technology. You know who does? You know which religious fundamentalist country that is an ethno-state that's currently a bloodthirsty monster in the region with a fat nuclear stockpile of potentially 400 nuclear warheads with a delivery mechanism capable of reaching every major city around the planet? That country is Israel. It's not Iran, it's Israel. We know that they have this delivery mechanism, and we know that they have the nukes. It's very hush-hush. But, I mean, they admit it from time to time. America knows that they have it. It's not Iran, though. It's fucking Israel. Israel has the nukes and the delivery mechanism to reach the United States of America. You're lying? I'm lying. Liar. Okay. You should Google the Samson Doctrine. Just figure out what that's about. But don't worry. If they were to ever fucking nuke New York City, they could turn around and find a copy of Mein Kampf or something, and then it's valid. You know what I mean? These New Yorkers were reading copies of Mein Kampf, annotated. We found it in the ashes. As someone from Philadelphia, myself, I, Benjamin Netanyahu, did not want to nuke New York City. But once Zohran Mamdani became mayor, I had no other choice but to nuke New York. And then the American leadership would come out and be like, thank you for nuking New York City, Mr. Netanyahu, sir. We will give you the key, the Reddit key that we initially gave to Elon Musk. We're going to give it to you now for nuking. It's the keys to the city. Eric Adams gave it to Diddy last time. New York City was 3 months away under the leadership of Shia Muslim Zohran Mamdani of developing nukes. We had to act fast. God bless Israel.
But many in Congress wanted him to do and said and spoke to that. Fareed, thanks very much. I'm here with Jeremy Diamond, Clarissa Ward. It really is now a question of, I guess, what Iran chooses to do, what Israel continues to choose to do. And it remains to be seen.
I just thought it was so striking. You know, Fareed talked about it as a threat. I mean, essentially, President Trump was saying to Iran and to the Iranian regime and to the Ayatollah, if you want to survive, you take this one on the chin and you come back to the negotiating table. This is your chance now to survive. If you're going to fight, then we're going to have a problem. I mean, he said it's peace or tragedy. That's the choice that's being given. And I think it's worth, just for our viewers who are not poring over the minutiae of geopolitics every second hour of the day, to go through the different sort of proxies that Iran has at its disposal. The nearest one to here, of course, is Hezbollah in Lebanon, significantly weakened and degraded, did not get involved when Israel began its operations against Iran. Do they now feel pressured to do something, to respond in some kind of way? Because, by the way, Iran has been very clear that if the U.S. got involved, every American citizen and every American soldier in this entire region is...
It's crazy. It's like, why won't Iran do peace as we are fucking bombing them? Yeah, I already read it. Like I said, the fact that the Iran Atomic Energy Agency is saying that they're going to pursue legal avenues. The Ayatollah is basically the Democratic Party. Okay, that's it. They're feckless institutionalists holding on to a fantasy that does not exist within the confines of international laws and the international rule-based order. It is not real. Okay, it is not real at all. And these guys think it's real for some reason, and it's a mechanism of survival for them. But what they don't realize is it's either today or it's, you know, maybe a couple months from now or maybe next week. Who knows? But it's coming. They are literally like the Ayatollah is basically the way that the Democrats operate in this country, where they're like fantasizing about a diplomatic outcome that does not fucking exist. It's clear to me that their initial response to this severe violation of their sovereignty, just like their initial tit-for-tat campaign between them and Israel, in the process of a nuclear denuclearization agreement that they were having with the United States of America, has been so limited and so restrained and so focused on maintaining some sort of peaceful solution that even when they are bruising the Iranian public bloody, even when they are destroying Iran, wiping out Iranian sovereignty, his response is, oh, it didn't hurt that bad. That's what they said tonight. They said, oh, we hit our enriched uranium, which is true. They did do that ahead of time. Oh, we moved all of our stockpiles elsewhere. We moved all of our civilian nuclear scientists elsewhere. They're hidden. You just gave us a little boo-boo. Who cares? Wait, I want to learn something. Is Iran actually democratic? No. Doing diplomacy as a state actor and being an actual, democratic republic is very different.
It gives us peace. So I want the so-called, I don't know what to call them, people running around, warmonger, the sloganeers. This should be an education for you, too. This should be an education for you, too. America, don't you feel relief? Of course you feel relief. It gives us peace. So I want the so-called, I don't know what to call them, people running around, warmonger, the sloganeers. This should be an education for you, too. This should be an education for you, too. America, don't you feel relief? Of course you feel relief. It gives us peace. So I want the so-called, I don't know what to call them, people running around, warmonger.
Stupid ass Master Shake, Master Levin. Iran is pursuing legal action. That's so funny. We're living in ridiculous fucking times, okay? Like what process? What legal process? First of all, the entire sham of international human rights was directly concocted by a group of vassal states that are utterly servile to American interests. Every fucking European country is sitting around on their hands and knees waiting for Trump's orders, okay? Trump says jump, they say how high. America says do this, they go, oh, please, I would love to do this. Every single thing that you hear from European leadership about how angry they are at America's reasoning, America's actions against them, is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. So the entire international rule-based order that is designed and is supposed to be upheld by these European defenders of liberal democracy is not being upheld. Benjamin Netanyahu flew over French airspace. France is supposed to be one of the only countries in Europe that at least has some aesthetic interest in sovereignty. They got nukes. They don't give a fuck. What do you expect Iran to do? I mean, listen, I don't know. But if I was in this situation, if I was the head of state of a country that is being fucking bruised and battered by a belligerent attack dog for the largest superpower on the planet, okay, I would very quickly cut as many deals as possible with the other big dog. I'd be like, please give me the Dongfeng missiles. I will do anything for you. I have a 25-year energy contract with you. Give me some Dongfeng missiles. I would like to launch some Dongfeng missiles instantly. I would like to launch maximum amounts of Dongfeng missiles is what I would probably do in that situation. International law collapsed in 2003 with the invasion of Iraq. Biden made a mockery of it from 2023 to 2025, and Trump has torn the mask off in 2025. Exactly. Yeah. Dongfeng missiles in the direction of commercial vessels potentially flying above them, mining the Strait of Hormuz, closing it down. Dongfeng missiles in the direction of oil refineries, but that wouldn't happen because that would also hurt China's interests. Also, there's the other side of this as well. China loves trade maxing, as I've said before, and they would hate for a global disruption of any sort against shipping or, God forbid, energy. That means less trade. That means economic collapse, and that means no trade. And they love trading. If they don't trade, they explode. So obviously, they probably would not be on board with that. But it doesn't even need to get to that point. If you don't want America to fucking blow up your nuclear facilities, put some fucking Chinese military in your country. If you don't want America to blow up your nuclear facilities, put some Russian military in your country. It's kind of that simple. There are Russian civilian nuclear sites in Iran. They were not attacked. It would also be weird, of course, for relatives to kill one another when you got Israeli Russian Air Force pilots throwing missiles in the direction of Russian nuclear scientists down on Iranian soil. That would be really fucked up, but they didn't do that. They didn't do that.
Aware of.
Yeah, I think that's a major concern. You're talking about, the problem is that we're talking about hundreds and hundreds of kilograms of.
Look at this. Oh God, I hate Barack Ravid. I talked with President Trump tonight on the phone, and he touted the tremendous success of the military operation. No other military could have done that, he added. 2 days was within 2 weeks, pointing to his comments on making a decision within 2 weeks for operational security. So he just lied. He just talked about diplomacy, got the European dickheads to talk to Iranian envoys, okay? To talk to Iranian envoys specifically so they could feel like, maybe in 2 weeks we'll do something. Which, by the way, I mean, as I've said before, if a dumb fuck Twitch streamer like myself could figure out that this was happening this weekend, I'm pretty sure the Iranian state is not oblivious. Okay? Just so you know. All this does is show the rest of the world, and maybe the Iranian leadership, that American talks and American ceasefire and American negotiations are meaningless. They just want complete domination. They want death and they want destruction. Let's go back to some more MAGA defending the strikes. Let me ask everyone tonight, after these recent strikes, a country that consistently chants death to America, they got their fucking nose. They're all bots. I swear to God. Bots, all of them. A day before the current war began, the Iranians announced that they had already built and would activate a new uranium enrichment facility separate from its current facilities. Several Iranian officials have also said that they began moving materials from their current sites in March. Unless bombing is accompanied by a new political agreement and inspection regime, it's not really clear the degree to which losing Fordow and Natanz sets back the current nuclear program. The main impediment towards weaponization is that there was no political will. If the Iranian government is still silly enough not to fucking immediately get their hands on nukes, number 3 of the Hasanabi nuclear doctrine, a doctrine for nation building, I don't know what to tell you. Mark Wayne Mullen says we were attacked prior.
Chad talked about the reporter that you visited about earlier, talked about the war powers and how AOC, who really gives a flip what AOC is saying, and some others are talking about impeachment because we should come to Congress first. Underneath Article 2, it has been debated and has been put into court multiple times on what exactly the length of war powers have, with the president having to come to Congress before he committed troops. We didn't commit necessarily troops here, but it also goes on to say, according to court rulings, that if we are attacked, the commander-in-chief, not the president of the United States at the time, but now he becomes commander-in-chief, has the authority and the ability to protect Americans home and abroad if we feel threatened or attacked, including our assets. There is no question Iran has threatened us, and there is no question they have attacked us. This is well within the...
What? Hopefully MAGA kids get drafted first. No, that's not how this works. Everybody gets drafted.
The president's authority to be able to do just exactly what he's doing. He's keeping America safe. And by the way, President Trump is the president of peace. He wants peace more than anybody, but at the same time, he believes in peace through strength, and deterrence is the best way to keep peace.
I swear this doctrine has infinite mileage. It's not that fucking complex. My very apolitical friend just said to me, no one fucks with North Korea. Why do you think that is? Yep, there's a clear message for a lot of global South and Middle Eastern countries tonight, sadly, and it isn't a non-proliferation message. Hasanabi nuclear doctrine. Hasanabi doctrine for nation building. Number 1, develop nukes. Number 2, don't give up the nukes. This is for Ukraine, okay? This is for Ukraine. Don't give up the nukes. Number 3, if a Western superpower claims you have nukes or a WMD, drop everything and immediately obtain nukes. Because if you don't do that, they're going to fuck you. They are going to ass fuck you with a bayonet like they did in Libya to Gaddafi, who did not have nukes, but they said he did. Okay? They're going to assassinate you without any fucking, without any sort of trial whatsoever, like Saddam Hussein. Okay? Doesn't matter if you're a good guy or a bad guy. It doesn't matter. If you're a fucking head of state and America says you have nukes, they're coming for you. You have to get nukes immediately. If you don't get nukes, you're fucked. And yeah, I don't know if this is This Hasanabi doctrine also getting heavily vindicated. If America gets attacked again, we probably deserve it. I mean, I'm not going to say anything. But also, you know, we are doing a lot of fuck shit. I hope it doesn't happen. But, god damn, are we fucking, you know, we are doing our very best. Iran is going to close the Strait of Hormuz? I don't think so. This is CNN's actual program name right now. Why Iran hates America, a Fareed Zakaria special? I don't know. Is he just going to do an accurate assessment of the past fucking 7 to 8 days? Breaking. Israel's attacking southern Lebanon with airstrikes. Israeli raids target the Iqlim al-Tufa region now. Oh, my Lord. Director for rapid response for Kamala Harris is blaming Muslim voters for Iran. What? Listen, guys, I'm telling you right now, judging by what Iran has said so far, it feels like they're just going to say, oops, you hit us, but it didn't hurt us that bad, and their retaliation will be fairly limited. This doesn't mean that further war is avoided here, because the appetite for further death and destruction and regime change is coming from our side. Okay? They want stability. We want death and destruction and instability. Make no mistake. I hope I'm right. Best case, they just say, oh, we ate it. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. And then they launch a couple missiles at like empty barracks. But then again, this is a severe violation. A severe violation that could be a wake-up call for the Iranian leadership to say, okay, maybe they just don't have any interest in negotiations. Like, maybe they'll fucking understand it. Who knows? And therefore, we'll actually respond with the most severe response that they could possibly do. And I've already detailed what that would look like: mining the Strait of Hormuz, lobbing ballistic missiles in the direction of every American asset in the region, trying to pull other allies into the conflict to defend Iran. But that is less likely, I think. They have to do this to establish deterrence. If they don't do this, then America is going to do the bombing campaigns again and again and again. And slowly but surely, they're just going to erode the entire leadership structure of Iran. They're going to kill a fuck ton of civilians in the process. And ultimately turn Iran into a failed state. What is this? Mannan Raisi, the Qom city member of the Iranian parliament. Contrary to the statements of the lying U.S. president, the nuclear facilities forward out were not seriously damaged. Only the above ground structures, which can be restored, were destroyed. In addition, everything that could pose a danger to the population was evacuated in advance. Bye-bye. There are no reports of any nuclear emissions. Trump's false claims about the destruction of Fordow are refuted by the fact that the attacks were so superficial that there's not even any fatalities at the facility. But we regard even this U.S. aggression as America's direct entry into the war. Now, Iran will decide how and in what way to respond to the U.S.'s blatant stupidity. Okay, this is exactly what fucking Hakeem Jeffries said about Donald Trump when Donald Trump's administration arrested the staffer of a Democratic representative. Hakeem Jeffries was like, oh, we're going to figure out a way to respond, and it's going to be swift. I'm telling you, Iran, get in on this meme early on, okay? Iran is behaving like the Democrats. Like, this basically corresponds to what I was saying. Trump turns around and says, look, my aggressive My aggressive military action looked awesome. It is going to make Iran back down because his generals, his generals got in his ear and said, this will be just like Qasem Soleimani. This will be just like Qasem Soleimani. They won't do shit. They can't do shit. Now, of course, this still doesn't mean that the goal is accomplished because the nuke stuff is bullshit. It's not significant. What's actually significant is destabilizing Iran, turning it into a failed state, and then the violence will unfold in spectacular fashion if that were to happen. But I don't know if this will be as severe a response. And the Fox general told them to tell the Iranians don't respond and they will listen because they don't want the smoke. Yeah. Any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Thank you, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. That's what he tweeted out. Anti-war, by the way. You say Iran only wants peace and stability. You clearly have no understanding of Iran's goals. Iran wants to close the Strait of Hormuz, remove the Gulf states, and implement control of the Persian Gulf and all the oil. They have said this repeatedly. Okay, dude. Well, I want Chinese-style democratic centralization, okay? That's what I want. I want high-speed rail. Am I getting it? No. So shut the fuck up. What Iran wants and what Iran is capable of doing are entirely different things. Also, you just made that shit up anyway. The fuck do you mean? Oh, Iran wants to actually nuke Washington, D.C. Okay, cool. I guess we should listen to that guy. Remember this? I mean, yeah, they're all fucking liars and hypocrites. Tulsi Gabbard, a vote for Kamala Harris, a vote for Dick Cheney, and is a vote for war, more war like World War III and nuclear war. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them. I'm told by experts that the underground tunnel in Isfahan is much harder target than Fordow, and it is not clear whether the Tomahawks were able to destroy it. There is no way they got in that tunnel. It's deeper than Qom and harder rock. Well-placed source tells Fox. International Atomic Energy Agency inspectors reported multiple times that it was used for storage of UF6. UF6 was one of the large precursor materials to make enriched uranium, but that there was no enrichment going on inside that mountain. But it's important that UF6, uranium hexafluoride, be accounted for and eventually removed. Isfahan is where Iran also manufactured centrifuges. Hossein Shariat Madari is reporting that Hormuz will be closed on TV right now. He's a hardline editor of the Tehran-based Kayhan newspaper appointed by the Supreme Leader Khamenei. Wait, really? If they close the Strait of Hormuz, that's different. What is this? I've said this before. It's easier to topple the regime than to fully dismantle the nuclear program. The reason, much of it is mental capital, knowledge dispersed across thousands of scientists. War can't erase this. Even physically, dismantling Iran's program requires U.S. engagement with certainty of outcome. Without it, America won't risk intervention. Striking Fordow may be symbolic, but it won't ensure finality. Yeah, of course it won't. Like the nuclear program is also built on scientific knowledge, and Iran has exported this expertise to allies across the region. The same applies to his drone program. AIPAC, who funds many Dems, glazes Trump's decision. Of course, AIPAC, Trump's principal decision to dismantle the Iranian nuclear program, which strikes on Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan, is profoundly in America's interest. I'm losing my mind. You voted for this? Wait, I did? You think I voted for Donald Trump? What are you, fucking stupid? Yeah, I'm a huge Trump supporter. By the way, vote for any party. You're voting for this, for the record. You're voting for AIPAC either way, big dog. So technically, you're not wrong. Honestly, whichever way you vote in our duopoly, you are still voting for exactly this. It's just the whichever flavor of this you want. Do you want the gay version or do you want the homophobic version? Still gay, but homophobically gay. Which version of gay fascism do you want? The openly gay one or the homophobic one? Inside of you are two wolves, okay? Within the American duopoly, there are two wolves. Both of them want to nuke Iran. Hi, I'm waiting for another condemn from our Chinese government. Oh my God. Oh my God. Victor Gao about to go on fucking Sky News and hit the condemn so hard. Dude, I'm telling you, just wait. China's going to write another stern letter talking about the importance of international trade, and everyone is going to be like, look out. These guys are the global hegemon of tomorrow. Look out. Look out. China's coming in. They're going to fucking condemn so hard. Just you wait, baby. You won't be expecting this condemnation. This will be so stern. This will be so stern. China literally, I'm telling you, I talked about this yesterday. China hit the nuclear option on trade one time in this process where they just said, okay, you want to do tariffs? We won't sell you the materials that you need for your defense. We own all of them. We have a monopoly on the refinement process. We basically have a monopoly on the procurement process. We won't give them to you. That was the nuclear option for trade. That's the only time that they ever implemented it because Donald Trump was like, we're not going to do trade with China. That's it. They will never do it for anything else. God forbid the American suburbs are not awash with fucking labubus. Okay? God forbid China ever take the stage as a global hegemon in the direction of peace and prosperity. Oh my God. No, the only time they would fucking, they would hit the nuclear option as long as America says no more labubus, no more shine. You say no more shine or Shein, however you say it, China will come out and be like, this is unacceptable. Nukes are about to fly. Nukes are about to fly unless you fucking restore global trade right now. We have to trade max. Oh.
New chapter, new page. Let's start again. I think realistically, even if this does end up in the long term having a positive impact on some level, this is a new chapter now, and we have no idea what it entails.
And you also have to think about the years and the millions and hundreds of millions of dollars that the Iranian regime spent on this nuclear program. How much they have staked on this program, even just from a domestic politics standpoint. I mean, this is an incredibly embarrassing moment for the Iranian regime to see these three sites, according to President Trump at least, destroyed in one fell swoop with these strikes. They are going to need to find a way to save face here. And does that entail these significant attacks that we have been anticipating potentially against U.S. troops in the region? Does it entail significant attacks against Israel where we are right now? and how do they move forward? And so this is an incredibly volatile moment, as much as we were talking before about the way in which this is earth-shattering and changing the face of the region potentially. We don't know which direction things are going to go in, and this is a very delicate moment for Israel and also for U.S. troops and civilians in the region as well.
Kylie Atwood is standing by. Kylie, I understand you have new reporting on U.S. diplomats in the region.
Yeah, so what we're learning as you guys are talking about the potential Iran retaliation, we don't know what that will look like or when it will come, but the U.S. Embassy in Iraq and the U.S. consulate in Erbil, both of those are undergoing a pretty dramatic drawdown as we speak. There are flights that are leaving Iraq. Earlier this evening, they were actually halted for some time because there are questions right now about the airspace in this area, as you can imagine, Anderson. But as the United States is drawing down.
Israeli media claiming that Israel will stop the attacks on Iran now. Dude, I'm telling you right now, anything Israel says, assume the opposite. Okay, you're gonna get like a 90% hit rate. maybe they'll stop. I don't know. Maybe this is the 10% where they're being honest. Okay, but I swear to God, if you were to listen to everything Israel says and take it seriously, like fucking Anderson Cooper, you would be wrong 90% of the time. If you were to unconditionally state that everything Israel says is a lie, you would be wrong 10% of the time. I think I would rather go with the second option. Okay? All they have to do is send bird flu positive people directly to the U.S. and we'd be on our knees. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh my God. All they have to do is, maybe that's what the Iranian government's hope is that like they're going to collapse eventually. And by they, I mean me, us, we. So we should just keep doing as much diplomacy. We'll tank the damage to the best of our ability. Any day now, they're going to fucking kill themselves anyway. Is probably their position. Everyone is trying to play the waiting game. Nobody wants to be the hegemon right now because inevitably it's going to end. It's going to end. We can't sustain this. A lot of people have deluded themselves into thinking we can, but we can't sustain this. This is crazy. It's madness.
Israelis traveling, people with dual citizenship traveling through Jordan or traveling through Egypt overland for understandable reasons. I want to bring in General Wesley Clark, former NATO Supreme Allied Commander. General Clark, your thoughts on this operation?
Jason Sakura, shut the fuck up. This is a further escalation. This is a further escalation than the Trump administration deciding to unilaterally strike Iran without telling anyone else. Send me the clip. Send me the link right now. Sorry, this is, for all the adults that are watching, this is a totally irrelevant side point.
We don't know about Fordor. Maybe they have. We also, as you all were saying, Anderson, we don't know about where the nuclear materials really are. The Iranians have said they've already taken them out of these sites.
Who might have kissed the girl for the first time ever.
And so forth.
This
so
is
we
big
just
news.
don't know. It is, as Clarissa Ward was saying, a very, very volatile and uncertain time. I just hope that the president will use the momentum and the dominance that he has achieved to really push this regime. I hope we're not going into another argument that we had on Friday with the Europeans of, you won't enrich, yes we will enrich, no you won't, yes we will, because this really isn't about enrichment, is it? It's really about a state that has dedicated the last 40 plus years to the destruction of another state in the region. And this is the chance to really push for a redefinition by Iran of their purpose, whether that's a regime change or just a backing away from what they previously said. But it should go deeper than simply trying to avoid escalation dominance and hope we can restore the situation that we had before. It's about trying to move to, as Clarissa said, a new chapter And that new chapter needs to be that Iran has given.
I want everyone to remember that Uncle Cy Hirsch was right once again, okay? When the GOAT speaks, we listen. Do you understand? Nobody, and I mean nobody, got it with pinpoint accuracy, with the exception of the great, the GOAT, Seymour Hirsch, okay? Remember that.
I do hope that we have people working underneath this, talking to lower level people inside Iran and getting their sense of things. And maybe there are people inside Iran who say, enough of this old regime. Let's change the direction of Iran now. Save the civilization that we have.
But the Israeli Prime Minister also
shut the fuck up, Wesley Clark. You suck.
On June 13th, he promised that Iran's nuclear capabilities would be destroyed, and he has kept that promise. Speaking to his own citizens, he said that he did this because Iran is an existential threat to Israel's existence. And previously, the Army Chief of Staff had said that
really
this is going to be a prolonged conflict because Israeli intelligence had told them that there was something Iran was doing that was reaching this point of no return.
All right, that's Hamda Zalhoud joining us live from Amman. Thanks so much, Hamda. Let's bring you up to speed. Here's what we know so far.
My cousin has family in Iran. Check messages. Bro, you're Mexican. I know because you said I'm Mexican in the past when you lied to me about your cousin that works at CNN. Okay? Don't fucking stop. Stop. What's wrong with you?
Go after other targets. Trump says the objective of the strikes was to destroy Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and to stop any nuclear threat.
Yes, I know Hassan's dump truck. I know my fucking chatters. I'm
Israeli
reverse
Prime Minister
parasocial.
Benjamin Netanyahu has also spoken. He thanked the U.S. for the strikes. Shahram Akbarzadeh is the director of the Middle East Studies Forum at Deakin University in Australia and a senior fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs in Doha. He says the strikes on Iran will not lead the regime change in Tehran that the U.S. and Israel are hoping for.
I guess the most obvious precedent is what the United States did in relation to Iraq. The United States organized a coalition of the willing to topple Saddam Hussein under the false pretense that he was developing weapons of mass destruction. It happened that there were no WMDs in Iraq, that it was all a lie, and the United States plunged Iraq into decades of crisis and anarchy. So I think that's the precedent, and I think that tells us why Netanyahu has been pushing Trump to get engaged, because they knew they couldn't destroy Iran's nuclear facility.
Okay, let's hear from the top Democrat. What did he say 2 weeks ago? Does anyone have the video? Do you guys remember the video? I want to show the video because it doesn't do it justice. Passing the Bolton blunt. Yeah. No, nuking Iran, like blowing up Iran or blowing up another fucking like Muslim country in the region is the American foreign policy version of just one more lane. Just one more lane, bro. Please, bro. Things are going to be so different this time, bro. I swear no traffic congestion, bro. I promise, bro. Please believe me. One more fucking lane. Do not do any sort of public transit. That is woke and gay. Do not do that. One more fucking lane on the highway and we got it. Okay? Just one more. And this is the same principle for American foreign policy. One more regime change. I promise things are going to be so fucking good. I promise things will be different this time. It's going to be so easy. It's going to be fun. You're going to have fun while doing it. You're going to love it. You're going to love it. Everything is highway. Everything's computer. Everything's regime change. I'm losing my fucking mind. Let's take a look at what Chuck Schumer, the brave opposition leader of the Trump regime, had to say when a couple of weeks ago Trump was talking about potentially doing a side negotiation with Iran in the denuclearization agreement.
When it comes to negotiating with the terrorist government of Iran, Trump's all over the lot. One day he sounds tough, the next day he's backing off. And now, all of a sudden, we find out that Witkoff and Rubio are negotiating a secret side deal with Iran. What kind of bull is this? They're going to sound tough in public and then have a side deal that lets Iran get away with everything? That's outrageous.
Get away with what? Everything. Like what? Have sovereignty? Like, what do you mean?
We need to make that side deal public. Any side deal should be before Congress and, most importantly, the American people. If Taco Trump is already folding, the American public should know about it. No side deals.
Yeah, that's cool. Okay, good to know. Director of Iran Project and senior advisor at the International Crisis Group. Iran's response is likely not just limited to military retaliation. NPT withdrawal is quite likely. I don't think so. What the Iranian Atomic Agency said is not the same as this.
Could be reconstituted.
What the fuck? What just happened? Did I just what happened? I fucking hate Twitter so much. It's so busted. Oh, Osita had a great take I saw on the toilet when I was peeing. Donald Trump is an extremely stupid man with very few real policy preferences who has simply done what mainstream conservatives wanted 80 to 90% of the time since he entered politics. They have wanted to bomb Iran. He bombed Iran. Pretty straightforward. The main problem with Donald Trump is that he's a Republican. Except Democrats also want to bomb Iran. Felix is so funny, man. Okay, we have 83,000 people in here. Don't show me Felix tweets. What? No, we've declared Iran does not and will not have nukes. If Iran wants to push this into something else, the response will be again swift and all-encompassing. Dude, your name is Midwest MAGA 2024. Who is this we? This administration's foreign policy decisions are only consequential in the negative direction for someone like you. This is what I don't understand. Americans think, and I'm not going to read Felix's response, okay? I'm not going to read it because I don't want to get fucking banned because he is on a tear right now, on a generational fucking run, okay? So I'm not going to read his response. My Jewish friend, Felix Biederman, before you say that he is being anti-Semitic for whatever he's saying on there, I didn't even look at the screen, okay? I didn't even see it. If he said something crazy, I didn't even see it. I didn't endorse it, okay? Now, when Americans say, the Houthis gonna learn why we don't have health care, I lose my fucking mind. Because, dude, you are the one who doesn't have health care, and you basically have realized that the reason why you don't have it is because we're fucking bombing another Muslim country, and you think that's good? Make this make sense. Can you live without health care, you fucking moron? Like, holding on to this notion that, like, America is mighty and that's why we don't have fucking health care is so stupid. It doesn't make any sense. You should be mad at America, not celebrating the fact that you don't have health care and therefore we're going to bomb fucking Yemen. It really doesn't make sense. Hype train, shout it out. The world is fucked. Yes. Read last message, no bait. Okay, you got me, but we're from Jalisco. We either look Arab or white as fuck. Also, don't be sussy. You still get away with it. She says you're hot and her friends at UCLA glaze you. They made a PowerPoint. I'm going to lose my fucking mind. You just admitted to lying about everything. And also, I was right. Oh, so you look Arab. Okay, got it. Yeah, Jalisco. If you think about it, draining our resources so we don't have healthcare, Afghanistan kind of cooked way more Americans than we killed Afghans. Yeah. Yeah, no, that was the masterful gambit from Saudi Arabia. They did 9/11, and then we just mysteriously attacked every other country in the region. Okay? Like, and we were like, you're our greatest ally, sir. Thank you for defending Israel, our other greatest ally. What an incredible event for Saudi Arabia. We might give them nukes, by the way. That's the other thing. You just slap America in the face and they say, please, sir, I want some more. Meanwhile, these dumb fucks are running around being like, they're disrespecting us. they're disrespecting us. These other countries, they're disrespecting us. It's like, bro, what is Israel doing? What is Saudi Arabia doing? Okay? You're doing tricks on it. Your politicians that care about you are doing fucking tricks on it. And the reason why they're doing tricks on it being Saudi penis and Israeli penis, is because the military-industrial complex machine is demanding that your politicians do tricks on it. God forbid you get a fucking moment of respite from all of this, okay? God for fucking bid. I know. I can't believe I criticized Saudi Arabia and said they were responsible for 9/11. That was very anti-Semitic of me. I know. Anyway, here is notable answer not included in the 60 Minutes broadcast last night was in overtime. Asked which foreign country she considers to be U.S.'s greatest adversary. Here's what Harris says.
Be our greatest adversary.
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands, okay? This attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power.
Why couldn't we girl boss our way to this one, dude? Are you chatters happy? Are you guys happy? We could have been doing the exact same thing, but with a black Asian woman in charge instead. The outcome would be the same, but think about how woke we would be in the process.
That is one of my highest priorities.
So if you have proof that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
All right, someone sent me the fucking Girl Boss Genocide video, the music video. We have to play it. I know one of you motherfuckers has it. Remember this? Oh, this was when I checked out completely from the process. Why is there no audio? What is happening here?
We must also be steadfast in advancing our security and values abroad. As Vice President, I have confronted threats to our security, negotiated with foreign leaders, strengthened our alliances, and engaged with our brave troops overseas. As Commander-in-Chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world. And I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care.
Someone in the chat said, "Who's this?" Good one.
Care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor and never disparage their service and their sacrifice.
Get ready.
Make America slay again. That was more women drone pilots from Vika's music. Fantastic. Incredible. With the initial D as well. 5,000 people have left since the start. I don't give a shit. We're purging the ranks for all of the fucking naysayers and all of the no fun Andes. The 5,000 people that left since that song started are all the people that are like, I don't want to hear from you that that the outcome would be identical if Kamala Harris was the president. Those are the people that don't want to hear this. Now, it doesn't matter, ultimately. I'm not saying this to be like, I told you so. That's fucking stupid. The reason why I try to hammer on this point is so that you stay sharp and recognize when your politicians that are not serving your best interest lie to you, or sometimes even don't do the decent thing and lie to you. Okay? Remember that. This is why I say foreign policy is uniparty and something must change. And if we want to actually, if we do care about the issues and we don't just operate off of team sport perspectives, like that one dumb fuck Republican who was like, oh, Biden gave $300 billion to Ukraine. He gave $70 quadrillion to Ukraine, brother. Okay? When they say that, when they're talking about that shit, okay, they are playing the role of a partisan hack for a party that doesn't care about them. But you should be smarter. You should be better than this. We should demand change from our politicians that are responsive to our needs. You should care about the policies, not the party that doesn't even have the dignity to tell you that they care about these things, to tell you that there needs to be an alternative outcome here. The U.S., according to ABC News, the U.S. and Israel had practiced this exact attack against Iranian nuclear facilities in a military exercise about a year ago. A source in Israel with direct knowledge on the matter confirmed to ABC News. I wonder why Brett McGurk has been fucking talking about how this is exactly what we wanted to do. We set the stage to be able to do this over and over again on fucking CNN. Timestamp, here's the exact moment he said, I'm done, to her at the DNC.
With respect to the war in Gaza, President Biden and I are working around the clock, because now is the time to get a hostage deal and a ceasefire deal done.
I'm out. I'm tapped.
And let me be clear. I will always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself.
Oh, I'm super out. I'm super out.
Always ensure Israel has the ability to defend itself because the people of Israel must never again face the horror that a terrorist organization called Hamas caused on October 7.
Yeah. They wanted to do this so bad that they lost the election. They didn't give a fuck. They did not give a fuck. Anyway. God, this time period held such a different vibe. You single issue voters fucked us all. Yeah. That was after they kicked me out of the DNC. It was like 90 it was the 90% like you said, Omega Law, Israel Channel 12. Israel will continue to attack Iran. Source, Israeli Channel 12. Another every Hasanabi stream ever dropped.
Chat, I haven't even blasted off yet, and you're already fucking annoying. Chatters, I'm not gonna tell you where this hoodie is from. I'm gatekeeping it. Gaming later. Get in now. What is this? So fucking funny. Now, having said that, however... Oh my god! Anyway. Oh, okay. God forbid America gets their little treats. And what do I always say? Yes, I know, chatter. I will get to it. A world war just broke out and you want to talk about gaming? I'm gonna be right back. I need to piss. Everything's computer. Oh, don't get mad, don't get mad, don't get mad. Oh my god, maybe you should use this as an educational moment because you're clearly fucking not getting it. Kaya, play! Yeah, well, maybe he's shocked because he's never seen a well-trained dog before. Yo, they have takeoff, baby! I think that's gonna be it for today, guys. Love you.
There's no gaming on any of the average Hasanabi streams memes. I don't understand why. Because you don't do it on average. All right, all right. That song is stuck in my head. I'm black Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Okay. All right, let's continue. Ashtum.
Against a facility in Syria in the not too distant past, using commandos, a very different kind of operation. But there was some suggestion that they did have some capabilities, but certainly they did not have these kind of munitions, which the U.S. is the only power that has them, and also the only planes that could actually carry bombs that are 30,000 pounds, and also multiple ones that we now understand have been used. So certainly there's a lot of relief, I think, by people here that the United States, that President Trump made this decision. Remains to be seen what the follow-on actions are going to be.
That's right. For those of you who don't know, I mean, I love Papa Wolf, okay? Much respect to Papa Wolf, as you guys know, one of my favorites. But he is a former AIPAC employee, former AIPAC spokesperson, Wolf Blitzer. Getting a new AIPAC back war delivered to you by an ex-AIPAC employee just hits different is true. The Wolfman is indeed, for those of you who don't know, used to work for AIPAC. Is this union negotiated overtime you're working right now, sir? Yes. OG AIPAC head, yeah. Exactly. Are you still going to fly to New York? Well, considering that I can't fly to New York any longer because I'm live currently, I will not be in New York tomorrow. Obviously. And what is... Yeah, Democratic leadership's only complaint seems to be that they weren't let in on it. President Trump took action against Iran tonight in what appears to be a limited contained strike. We are still waiting to understand the extent to which that action has deterred Iran's nuclear threat. Oh my God. The United States must not rush into war with Iran. Unfortunately, guys, Iran doesn't have nukes, okay? Iran doesn't have nukes. What the fuck are you doing? This is the Committee on Foreign Relations from the Democrats, okay? Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Iran doesn't have nukes. And in spite of the fact that Iran didn't have nukes, you know what Iran was doing? Diplomacy with the United States of America. Did we forget that? That happened not that long ago. It was going on until Israel decided to strike Iran. Hello? I feel like that wasn't that long ago. Why do they keep saying President Trump took action against Iran tonight in what appears to be a limited contained strike? We're still waiting to understand the extent of which that action has deterred Iran's nuclear threat. Iran does not have nukes. You know why Iran does not have nukes? And we know Iran does not have nukes because Barack Obama did something that was the reverse of what Trump is doing right now, where he did diplomacy. Instead of allowing Israel to strike Iran amidst the diplomatic talks, he actually diplomatically made Iran not have nukes. Okay? If Iran, as a matter of fact, if Iran had nukes, we would not be striking Iran right now. Israel would not be striking Iran right now. The region perhaps would be more stable. So we know Iran doesn't have nukes because we just bombed them. We flew aircraft from thousands of miles away and we bombed the country, a foreign nation, a sovereign state. We did that in an act of war against a sovereign state. Okay? Diplomacy is not a new kind of bomb. Okay? It's not. People might think that because America only works with bomb and burger. Diplomacy, not a burger. Diplomacy, not a bomb. Okay? It's not. It's a totally separate thing that people do when they communicate with one another, when they use their words and they write stuff on a piece of paper. They sign the piece of paper. They get commitments, assurances, things of that nature. Very different than what's going on right now. One might even say the opposite of what happened and what's going on right now, okay? So that's what was going on, and that's kind of why we know Iran doesn't have nukes, as a matter of fact, okay? So what Donald Trump did was wrong. Like, it was completely wrong. It was really fucked up. Okay, it was really, really fucked up because I'm going to use very simple terminology here. Diplomacy is how you get no nukes, if that's your goal. Bombing is how you get nukes and anger and resentment and hostility and bombs in return. Okay? Unfortunately, President Trump has not continued the bipartisan tradition of regularly briefing Congress. That's not the problem. On major national security events, that is a problem. That is one problem. That's not the problem. Okay? That is a problem. It's not the problem. The problem is bombing Iran instead of doing diplomacy, which famously, again, I'm going to do this one more time for the liberals that are still remaining. Barack Obama, you guys love him. I don't. But you love him. You love Barack Obama. He's so cool. He's so handsome, right? Remember how old he got in the process for 8 years, but he was still dropping three-pointers. You know, that Barack Obama, he's cool. He's a black guy. Do you guys remember that? He was the president. He was the first black president. Husband of Michelle Obama, perhaps not for long, but that's a totally separate thing. That guy did the JCPOA, which was the Iran denuclearization agreement. Okay? A framework that stopped Iranian nuclear proliferation dead in its tracks. Okay? It was a process that actually started even before Barack Obama, as far as I understand. He was the one who escalated it. He added sanctions to Iran and then took the sanctions away for the JCPOA. It was very successful, but also it was kind of a nuclear option because we started doing sanctions like crazy after that. But that's besides the point. I don't want to get into that. That's too nitty gritty. That's too in the details. But he did this deal. Not bomb. No bomb. Barack Obama. You guys love Barack Obama. He did no bomb. He did this. Okay? He did this and he did this. A little bit of writing and a little bit of talking, and they were able to do the no nuclear thing. Okay? Did Democrats forget that? What is going on? It is perhaps his signature accomplishment, his signature foreign policy accomplishment. I know Benjamin Netanyahu hated it. Chuck Schumer hated it at the time too. But he did do that, and it was good when he did that. Okay? Unfortunately, President Trump has not continued the bipartisan tradition of regularly briefing Congress. This is a big issue for us. Events that impact Americans around the world. American service members with 40,000 U.S. troops in the Middle East alone are diplomats, their families, and our citizens. That's also not true. He fucking evacuated half of the diplomats and even moved troops from the bases because he was gearing up for the bomb. Anyway, assume more risk with today's developments. President Trump must now de-escalate tensions with Iran and immediately brief Congress. This guy unconstitutionally launches an illegal war on a sovereign nation, and the best you got is, unfortunately, I was not given a heads up about this. It's basically what it is. So you're saying, is President Obama brokered peace in the region? Meanwhile, Trump has done nothing but box a fan in front of a fire. I wouldn't say he brokered peace in the region, but at least with Iran, it was a decent step in the right direction. And I say this as someone who's not a fan of Barack Obama for all of the other non-peace things he did in the region, and also for bringing about the homunculi Tom Homan into the fray and giving him a presidential medal. Tom Homan, you know, Trump's borders are Baron Harkonnen, that Tom Homan. Yeah, that was an Obama era guy. Who are you a fan of? Mao. That's who I'm a fan of. I'm a fan of no contemporary politician, maybe with some exceptions. Some. Warmongers in Tehran. Senator Mitch McConnell. Oh my God, he's still alive. I thought he died. Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican of Kentucky, who has emerged as one of the few Republican critics of President Trump's foreign policy decisions, praised his decision to strike Iran, seizing this. Anne? Neler yapıyorsun ya? Sesler inanılmaz. Praised his decision to strike Iran, seizing this opportunity is not an escalation towards war. It is a prudent response to the warmongers in Tehran. Iran would be foolish to misunderstand American resolve. Is Trump a war criminal now since he bombed Iran unprovoked? There has never been an American president that is not a fucking war criminal, especially in the last like 60, 70 years. Literally not a single one, including Carter. This you. Last Control-C, Control-V. It's my 25th birthday today. My mom got me a watch. My friends took me out for dinner, but my surprise gift was from our government with a fucking draft letter and a promise for a C8 Corvette. I wanted a fucking hashtag summer glow up, not a hashtag summer blow up. Shut the fuck up. Happy birthday. Be sure to marry your high school sweetheart immediately so she can get pregnant while you're overseas. Good luck, chatter. Godspeed. Jody Core, respect the real troops. I walked into my living room and saw my Trump voting father watching TikToks about the news of the attack, and he was holding his head in his hands, and he said, he's so fucking stupid. Why? Checking on your Trump family, chat. They're going through a tough time. No, they're going through a tough time today. By tomorrow, the new talking points will be downloaded to their fucking brains, and you will be shocked. You will experience whiplash. Protect your neck, because you're going to hear exactly what Trump said tonight repeated back to you, and they're going to say, it's actually awesome that Trump bombed Iran. I was always a fan of it. Okay? The Fell for It Again award only works if these guys actually care about anything. They don't. Hasan is so deluded. Cenk is not going to take this well when MAGA's switching on him. What? There was never a moment where MAGA was with him, okay? I have a buddy who's exactly as how you described. He gives ChatGPT as a response first, and then once Fox News has their talking points, he poorly repeats them. Yes. Everyone does a different version of this. At least you guys are in a relatively safe space where if you are repeating what I'm saying, you know, you're going to be right a lot more than you will be wrong. That's not to say I don't get things wrong. I certainly do. Don't worry, LA is safe from Iran. Following the bombings in Iran, Los Angeles is closely monitoring any threats to public safety. There are no known credible threats at this time. Thank you, Karen Bass. I was very worried. I was very worried about the Jericho 3 missiles being lobbed from Iran with nuclear payload. Oh, wait. I did it again. I said the wrong country. Again, it's another I country. It's Israel. Oops. Open presents. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Slip of the tongue once again. Anyway. Reminds me of this. She's out here keeping us all to date. Breaking: explosions heard in Tehran. Nothing heard here in Gainesville, VA. We'll keep you informed. Thanks. Open Presence is Iran. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by the Islamic Republic of Iran and the IRGC. Thank you, Iran. The Piker Broadcasting Service is also sponsored by the joint Iranian-Qatari natural gas project. Natural gas, the cleanest gas, only from Qatar and Iran. The Piker Broadcasting Service is also sponsored by you, the viewers. If you would like to subscribe, you can do so for $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime. The glorious nation of Qatar will once again rise up. Go to New York. It's too late. I can't go tonight. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by chatters like you. Doesn't it count as legal because he technically didn't declare war? No. Take a red eye? I can't take a red eye because the red eye that I was supposed to take is taking off shortly. Open presents. My Qatari envoy. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Major cities on high alert following airstrikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Oh my God. If Republicans get fearful in this moment and then realize that the fear that they're experiencing is directly a consequence of Donald Trump's actions tonight. Yeah, I mean, this is what's going to happen. This has already happened. What about Lolo's birthday, or is that not tomorrow? No. You missed Burgles gifting. 102 Burgles. Thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Oh, yeah. Damn, so what happens next? We wait. What happens next is we wait and we see. But like I said, I don't think Iran is going to go nutty mode, but maybe I'm wrong. Yemen might. Yemen's armed forces have declared that any U.S. military involvement in Israel's war against Iran will trigger a direct Yemeni attack on American naval vessels in the Red Sea. The statement frames U.S. support for Israel as a part of a broader Zionist project to dominate the region, which is true. One that aims to strip nations of freedom, independence, and dignity, subjecting them to servitude, humiliation, identity erasure, occupation of their lands, looting of their resources, and the normalization of bloodshed, violation of honor, land, and holy sites. It's really interesting that these guys never say like that they're anti-Semitic and it's like what Jews are doing. But I guess according to some of my naysayers, when they say Zionist, they mean Jew, which is really funny because it's not entirely incorrect, but in the opposite direction, because all they know is Israel. What the fuck? This is a battle for the entire Ummah Islamic nation, the spokesman warned. Advisors to Iran Supreme Leader calls for missile strikes on U.S. Navy ships and closing the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, yeah. Fox just said facility is deeper and stronger than expected. Yeah, I fucking also told you that as well. But it was not even a given that they would be able to successfully penetrate Fordow anyway, even with the bunker, the MO, what was it called? The MOPs, but what was it? Oh my God, my brain is not working anymore. The GBU-57s, but is also known as the MOP, Massive Ordnance Penetrator. Thank you. Oh, my brain is fried. Okay. It was not a certainty that even the top bombs that they were going to fucking use were going to be able to penetrate. but I don't even think
to
they
these
use
American strikes that
GV-57s.
targeted 3 different Iranian nuclear facilities. And generally, the response has been incredibly positive. People calling this a historic moment, also saying that it relieves a lot of pressure on Israel so that the Israelis can continue their campaign going after the IRGC officials and nuclear scientists, given the fact that they don't have the same weaponry as the Americans to use these bunker buster bombs and strike deep into the soil beneath Iran to target these facilities. But when we look at broader threats here, the Israelis are also looking at different fronts, Iranian proxies in places like southern Lebanon, where reports today indicate Israeli forces are striking Hezbollah positions over concerns about the possibility of proxy forces getting directly involved in the retaliation. You also have the Houthis in Yemen. You have Hamas and Islamic Jihad, although weakened, inside Gaza and the West Bank. And then you have Iran-backed Iraqi and Syrian Shia militias that also pose a threat to Israeli forces and the Israeli people. And so Israel's looking at this as an opportunity to have the Americans be the leader in addressing the nuclear threat from Iran, while giving Israel the ability to continue operating freely over the skies of Tehran, the Iranian capital, going after IRGC officials, and then, of course, preparing the defense for a possible Iranian ballistic missile attack, as we've seen the past 9 days. Trace?
Yeah, Trey, stand by. Thank you. Great reporting as always. Aaron Cohen, he makes a great point on that. And I think it's kind of fascinating when you talk about the theater and how, for now, I mean, Israel controls the skies, and you control the skies now in modern day warfare. You control the tempo. You control the tone, the tenor, and the tempo.
Israel's got complete forward operational dominance at this point right now. Iran's nuclear capabilities have been completely dismantled. Intelligence operatives are on the ground inside of Iran. There are likely thousands of Iranian dissidents who have been feeding intelligence to Israel over the last 2 decades, who have helped shape all of these operations that we've seen, from the pager operation to what.
Clearly, you're not getting that intelligence, though, because if they were feeding correct intelligence, they'd be like, it seems that the damage is superficial as far as what the reporting is on the ground. And not only that, but also, like, this didn't, like, what was the exercise
allow
here?
Israel and the United States and CENTCOM and Israeli intelligence, Amman and Unit 82 to get all their ducks lined up is just a part of doing business in this region for Israel right now. Trace, we're in a fight for our survival. Big paradigm shift coming right now after this hit. Again, Iran will ting us back, but I think that we're going to see continued forward operations. I don't think this pressure is going to stop. But if they step out of line and they start hitting the U.S., I don't think Trump is going to hold back. I think it's going to be showtime, and he'll go even bigger. That's what I believe.
Your seatmate over here is nodding as if she has something to say.
At the bit.
Yeah.
Oh.
Listen, we have a concept in Farsi called aberu. It means saving face. I don't think this regime is going to take a peaceful route. I think they would rather die as martyrs.
Okay, this is all bullshit. Part of the reason why I said I think America is going to strike this weekend was because they want to, their air defenses are exhausted. They don't have the capacity to re-up and rearm for their air defenses, at least for the ballistic missiles. Those are incredibly costly. And therefore, they need Iran to strike potentially as a ballistic missile sponge American troop positions, American bases. To be fair, she's a plastic surgeon, so I think she knows a thing or two about saving face. That's a plastic surgeon? That's who's giving commentary? I'm fucking dumb, bro. They're baiting a response for further escalation. No, I think they're just trying to redirect and exhaust Iranian resources away from Tel Aviv, because I think that if they were to continue striking Tel Aviv, they would continue hitting Tel Aviv with greater frequency and greater impact. Bro, they had drones that were able to fucking penetrate the Iron Dome yesterday. It's a wrap at that point. But yes, you're right. Iran also has shorter range missiles that can't reach Israel but can hit U.S. bases, so they don't need to expand their medium range missiles. "40,000 troops stationed across the Middle East." A New York Times graphic based on Congressional Research Service data shows 40,000 troops are deployed across the region. Kuwait hosts the largest concentration with 5 bases housing over 13,500 troops. Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, CENTCOM's regional headquarters, holds 10,000 plus troops. Other deployments span Iraq, 2,500 troops, the UAE, Bahrain, Syria, Jordan, Oman, and Djibouti. Graphic by Daniel Wood. These are in close proximity to Iran, in striking distance. She's the right-wing Jubilee lady who was on the Israel-Palestine Jubilee episode. She's a rich plastic surgeon in Beverly Hills. She's an Iranian that left after 1979. Oh, classic. Hold on. China intelligence probably knew of this and sent cargo a couple days ago to Turkmenistan. Real or fake? Who knows? Fire at the Fort on satellite. It's just... The Israel Airport Authority announced it was closing the country's airspace to both inbound and outbound flights in the wake of the U.S. attacks on Iranian nuclear sites. I don't understand the fire if they're hitting underground. I think there's like entry structures into the facility that is outside. So I suspect that if you see any fire, it's probably it's from superficial damage. Let's hear what my man Wolf is saying.
Military analyst and retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton is joining us right now. Colonel, thanks very much for joining us. Give us your reaction to what has happened. How significant have these U.S. strikes on Iran been?
Well, Wolf, they've been very significant. This is the first time that we've actually gone after the Iranian facilities.
Dude, they're so excited. Dude, every military dickhead. This guy literally has the head of a cone, by the way. You will never convince me this is a human. This is an alien, okay? Every fucking military dickhead is like salivating. You can see the saliva coming out.
Against the Fordo facility by itself, and then another 60,000 pounds on Natanz. So when you take all that together,
they got old men nutting harder than Lemon Party out here on fucking CNN. Disgraceful. Disgraceful. I've never seen so many old white dudes just fucking nutting on national television. Crazy.
Clear that the goal of what both the U.S. and the Israelis were trying to do is to actually do their best to cripple, at least for a time, the nuclear program that Iran has right now. So this is a significant milestone in the whole issue between the United States and Iran when it comes to the nuclear power and the nuclear weapons aspect of things. And it's also a show of force that the United States has used against the Iranians. And that is something that has not been as overt as this particular operation was.
Colonel, how much capacity does Iran still have right now to make good on its threats to retaliate against the United States for these military strikes?
So that is an open question right now, Wolf. We do know, of course, that Iran continues to have a large number of missiles. The Israelis say that they've destroyed about 50% of Iran's missile launchers, but that still leaves, somewhere between 1,000 to 1,500 potentially missiles that they could use in Iran itself. Now, many of those missiles will not be capable of reaching targets in Israel, but they may be capable of reaching targets along the western shore of the Persian Gulf, and that would mean the potential to strike U.S. military installations in places like Qatar, the United Arab Emirates, or Kuwait, or Bahrain. All of those are possibilities, but I think the U.S. is very carefully looking at those possibilities, and there will probably be some defenses that the U.S. has established already that will make it much harder for the Iranians to go after these particular installations. So it is possible that the Iranians are going to do this, but it's going to be, I think, a long time coming. We can look at more asymmetric threats, as David was mentioning, such as cyber attacks and assassinations and terror attacks as being something that they might try to do. But again, their capacity will be limited in the immediate aftermath of these attacks.
What do you think, Colonel, that this U.S. strike, what do you think it means for Israel's military campaign against Iran going forward?
I think it actually helps, interestingly enough, pave the way for even more Israeli attacks. The Israelis kind of paved the way for the American attacks in some respects, because they took out a lot of the Iranian air defenses, a lot of the radars associated with those defensive operations, and that is absolutely significant. The B-2 has a lot of stealth capabilities. And it was very much a low observable aircraft, as the terminology goes. But the key thing here is that it made it the Israeli actions made it even safer for the U.S. B-2s to go through with their mission, to carry out their mission. The fact that the U.S. took out, at least as far as we can tell, took out these three nuclear sites, that is significant in that it diverts resources from the Iranians potentially and allows the Israelis to continue their operations, not only in the western part of the country, which they've done quite well, but potentially they could extend that even further into the central and even the eastern part of the country if they so choose to do that.
Retired Colonel, Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton, our CNN military analyst, as usual. Thank you very, very much. And joining us now, CNN Senior National Security Analyst Juliet Kayyem. Juliet is also a Harvard professor and former U.S. Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security. Juliet, thanks so much for joining us. How much concern should there be about Iranian retaliation? And I'm specifically worried, and I'm sure you are and other U.S. officials are, about the potential of Iran launching domestic U.S. terrorist attacks here in the United States.
I think that the threat has definitely gotten higher, and it's worth having these sort of second-order discussions. Tonight, honestly, was about tactics, and now we have to think about what the strategy will be for the United States as well as Iran. The biggest threats to the United States are more likely than not abroad. Those include the Straits of Hormuz. We have about 50 oil tankers as of tonight trying to get out of there. They are let's just be clear here. They are nervous, and I would anticipate the market is going to respond on gas and oil with gas and oil on Monday. Secondly, you have the homeland security concerns that don't have to be physical. You have cybersecurity concerns in particular, but you also have our troops, U.S. interest, European interest, European countries, and American tourists abroad. We now know that Americans are not even able to get out of Israel, that there was no plans for that. So the fact that we haven't really heard a discussion about sort of what are going to be the protections is worrisome. And finally, we have a Department of Homeland Security created in the wake of 9/11 and the horror that happened here, whose focus has been, as we've been reporting for a couple weeks now, has been on immigration. And so its cybersecurity, its counterterrorism efforts have been either eviscerated or being run by people who don't have a background in the kind of threats that we should be worried now. I know we've had a lot of military analysts on about the potential of success and a transformative nature of what this could be. I'm a little bit less optimistic because one, we don't know the transformative nature of this military attack yet, but I think we have to be eyes wide open about Iran being.
Dude, they moved so fucking quickly. They moved so quickly to like how we have to keep our eyes peeled. We have to keep our fucking eyes peeled. It's over. Like they're gonna do their very best to bring this terror attack home, all this shit. Maybe even a fucking false flag to boot to really kick this into high gear. It's crazy. This is D's Russia won't invade moment. Decade's happening, if you know what I mean. All right, this is the
Sometimes a decade happens in a minute, and sometimes minutes happen in a decade.
This is the decade's happening in weeks right now.
Yeah.
What we're hearing from us.
It's not. I'm all in. I'm all in on nothing ever happens. This shit is done in 4 days. Israel's going to bomb some more nuclear reactor shit. Iran's out of weapons. It's all over.
The country.
Breaking, the U.S. has completed bombing of Iran nuclear sites. Explosion at Fordo.
This is the decade's happening. Yeah, bro, if your entire fucking worldview is designed around whatever the position I take is the opposite, like taking the opposite position of whatever I say, yeah, you're going to be wrong a lot. You're going to be wrong a lot more than you're right. This is what I mean. I mean, he has been serially wrong on the Israel stuff, and I do legitimately believe that he took the opposite position of me on Israel. And that basically fucking... That bombing is a video from 2024. What do you mean? We have several legislators assassinated like 2 days ago. I feel like it's already old news. What are you talking about? Oh, when December 2024, Israel strikes Syria? No, the clip that he's responding to might be different. But when I was he not responding to what I was saying? If he's responding to what I'm saying, what I was talking about is recent. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
To the recent escalation between Israel and Iran. Our defense editor, Alex Katopoulos, takes a look at American assets in the region.
The United States has significant assets in and around the Gulf region. 5 Air Force expeditionary wings are based in the Gulf, 2 in Kuwait, 1 each in the UAE and Saudi Arabia that include squadrons of F-15 and F-16 fighter jets. The 5th Air Force Expeditionary Wing, based in Qatar, has no offensive capabilities of its own, but provides extensive intelligence and air refueling for Air Force units in the region. The number of air defense sites has grown over the last 18 months, with new ones built in Kuwait and a proposed site for an additional missile defense system in Qatar. The powerful US Fifth Fleet is based in Bahrain in the Arabian Gulf. The Carl Vinson Carrier Strike Group has its own air wing and fleet of accompanying ships.
Oh, Sean Hannity and many others are posting a video claiming it's the explosion of Fordow. It's not. It's from Syria in December 2024. Oh, yeah. This is, yeah. Iran said the U.S. said it would be a one-off. Yes. Judging by what, I don't know where this is from. Okay. But judging by what Iran has said so far, I don't know. I might be wrong on this. I'm going to keep repeating this over and over again. Okay. But judging by what Iran has said so far, saying, oh, America warned us, we've already moved all of our fucking stockpile, and also simultaneously saying that the Iranian Atomic Agency saying that, like, we're going to try the legal route. It feels like it might be a fairly restrained response again, as it has been thus far. Like significantly more limited than what America has done. Okay? They can't talk all the big shit about America being involved and not do anything. They have literally only done that in the past 20 years. That is all they have done. They only fucking respond with incredibly limited retaliation. This is what they fucking did. This is what they quite literally did after Qasem Soleimani. Their response was like meaningless. I think they even like took out a fucking commercial airliner in the process, if I remember correctly. I might be getting my stories mixed up here, but that is what Trump was relying on. That is why I think generals were able to convince him, because they're fucking bloodthirsty. I like that Iran got Bomba. It's terrible government. Iran is run by huge losers. Dude, look at the fucking screen. Like, what do you mean Iran is run by huge losers? Do you think this guy is a fucking beacon of hope and prosperity? Like, what are you talking about? Do you think it's okay to fucking nuke whatever dumb fuck, backwards ass, podunk ass, hick ass fucking town you and your inbred cousins are from because this dipshit runs the country? I don't think so. The fuck kind of loser ass, stupid ass fucking take is this? Trump is a legend. Shut up. Why would Trump ignore the intelligence reports? Because he got $230+ million from pro-Israel groups. Okay, that's it. It's that simple. That's all that matters. Also, because he is ideologically aligned with Israel as well. Like, he likes Israel. He might not like Benjamin Netanyahu all that much, but it doesn't matter. He loves Israel. Maybe not to the same degree as Joe Biden, but he still fucking loves Israel. Do you think Iran is more intellectual than the U.S. right now? What aboutism so fully? Iran is ran by losers. You think Iran is more intellectual than the U.S. right now? I mean, Iran's government repression of its own citizens aside, yes. Yes, they are more diplomatic than the United States of America to a fucking fault. Yes, 100%, 1,000,000%. What are you talking about? America is literally doing a genocide in Gaza. What the fuck are you talking about? I know you don't think those are people that are being killed, but yes. Also, what do you mean Iran is more intellectual? Look at how fucking stupid you are. Look at how stupid you are, okay? What do you mean Iran more intellectual? What does that even mean? Like, you can't even craft words. You live in the richest nation on the planet, and you got the most dog shit fucking education. Does that not bother you at all, that you can't understand anything that's going on at any given moment? Does that not actually make you feel a sense of shame, even for a fucking second? Iran has a higher literacy rate than America does. Does that not piss you off even a little bit? Are they more smarter? Are they more smarter than us? Are they intellectual? I don't know anything. I'm mad. I'm glad we're bombing Iran, though. What a great shame this country is. Zohran Mamdani made a statement. Donald Trump ran for president promising to end wars, not start new ones. Today's unconstitutional military action represents a new dark chapter in the endless series of betrayals that now threaten to plunge the world deeper into chaos. In a city as global as ours, the impacts of war are felt deeply here at home. I am thinking of the New Yorkers with loved ones in harm's way. While Donald Trump bears immediate responsibility for this illegal escalation, these actions are the result of a political establishment that would rather spend trillions of dollars on weapons. Oh, fuck yeah. That's what I'm fucking talking about. That's it. Drive it home, dude. Thankfully, he can die happy. I know. I mean, this is literally every politician, by the way. Holden Blood Feast. While Donald Trump bears immediate responsibility for this illegal escalation, these actions are the result of a political establishment that would rather spend trillions of dollars on weapons than lift millions out of poverty, launch endless wars while silencing calls for peace, and fearmonger about outsiders while billionaires hollow out our democracy from within. For Americans middle-aged and younger, this is all we have known. We cannot accept it any longer. My man, god damn, great fucking take. Also, good time to remind everybody that Andrew Cuomo literally is doing pro bono legal work for Israel. That's right. It sounds insane, right? Doesn't that sound insane? Andrew Cuomo, Israel's lawyer. Isn't that weird? I should post that. Hold on. What a fucking spectacular crock of shit that is. I mean, yeah, he is doing tricks on it. He is fucking doing tricks on it. Jesus Christ. I am reposting it with Zohran's statement. Good time to remind everyone that Andrew Cuomo is literally defending Israel in the International Criminal Court. Defending Israel. Americans were asked to point to Iran on a map. Like what? What is that? What is that? There's no landmass there. That's just what this also. There's a lot of people that pointed. How? They were trolling. That's just a body of water, dude. What? Oh, wow. What is all this? This is crazy. Oh, Sol. Var ben de tuz. Burada var. Sağ ol anneciğim. Domates yok mu? Oh, thank you. My mom made me oh, this is kind of like a Balkan this is kind of like a Balkan breakfast. Or what they call a Balkan breakfast on TikTok. It's also a Turkish breakfast. We got pide. Okay. And then beyaz peynir, which is white cheese, or also known as feta cheese, cucumbers, some peppers, some tomatoes, and olive oil in the middle. Oh, yeah.
was bomb.
This afternoon. That was a planned trip back. He'd spent the day at his golf course in New Jersey, but we knew he was coming back to the White House for a briefing in the Situation Room at 6 p.m. This evening. But at that stage, of course, we did not know that that would be a briefing at which he would have already authorized the strikes and he would watch them unfold. So there, the president on the left, in front of him in the yellow is Susie Wiles, his chief of staff. General Raisin Kane is there, the chair of the Joint Chiefs, the top general there. And I think behind him is the vice president, J.D. Vance, who was alongside the president as he addressed the nation a short while ago. So images that will now be will form part of the first draft of history. As always, there is J.D. Vance alongside the president. That there, the image, I imagine the president, the face that the president wants to be portrayed with right around the world now. Peace through strength is what he says this is. An extraordinarily audacious, decisive strike, a strike which he says has completely and totally obliterated Iran's three main nuclear sites. We do not yet have clarity on just how successful, independent clarity on how successful those strikes have been. On one end of the scale, as you would expect, Iranian state television saying that the damage is minimal. Trump saying precisely the opposite. As the sun rises in Tehran, the satellite images will become available over the course of time, and they will give some clarity over just how successful this strike has been. An extraordinary night, and certainly from where we were 24 hours ago, where Donald Trump was saying he would allow for another couple of weeks of diplomacy. He changed his mind, and we saw the result of that this evening.
Well, reacting to the strikes, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu thanked President Trump. Here's what he had to say in a post on X.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America.
The world's most dangerous regime is Israel.
And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
Earlier, Yalda also spoke to our Middle East correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, in Jerusalem.
There is a warning from Donald Trump. The Americans, of course, will be expecting and will have priced in a form of Iranian retaliation. It is what form that comes in that will be key to how this moves forward. I think that the Iranians will feel compelled to respond. There will be different voices in the Supreme Leader's ear, some urging a major response. I think the Revolutionary Guard will want to hit back hard, others urging some caution. We'll see whether the Iranians take their time or whether they retaliate quickly. Retaliation in and of itself is not necessarily the strongest move for Iran. I think the analysis in the hours ahead will be that however successful the US strikes on the Iranian nuclear facilities have been, it's unlikely that they have entirely eliminated Iran's nuclear program. Iran has been developing a nuclear program for many, many, many years, and I don't think they will stop now. And it might be their ultimate calculation that they still have something left to develop. And rather than engaging a massive war, drawing in the Americans and perhaps threatening the survival of the Iranian regime, actually the strongest thing they can do is to some extent, take this hit, but retain some of their power in order to
or just keep striking Israel and harder.
Israel will be waking up to this news. The Iranians will be waking up to this news, and no doubt this region will be on edge. Already, the Israeli military has said all schools will be shut and all non-essential work and movement needs to be kept at a minimum at this point in time.
Israelis will be waking up now to this news because they haven't been woken up overnight, either by preemptive alarms from the Home Command in anticipation of an Iranian attack, or because of sirens going off because there is an incoming ballistic missile attack. Pretty unusual. This will, well, I think we can now say, now it's first light, has been the first night in 8 days there's been an unbroken night. Now, again, we shouldn't read too much into that. Iran, even by the IDF's estimation, still retain quite a considerable ballistic missile threat, and we would expect them to use it at some point over the coming hours. It's Sunday here, the first day of the working week, but again, it's going to be a very muted day as people stay at home, businesses remain shut, schools remain closed, and everybody waits to see what happens next.
You are watching Sky News. Stay with us. Coming up, the US strikes nuclear facilities in Iran. We assess and analyse what action Tehran could take.
That have changed. However, Iran will, over time, it is expected, reconstitute a minimal amount of its threat and figure out how to use it. And that's what the region is bracing for.
No question. Listen, when you look at what we used to call the Ring of Fire around Israel, the damage to that Ring of Fire, Iran's points of leverage, Hezbollah depleted, Hamas depleted, certainly at enormous human cost in Gaza, and now Iranian resources at least depleted, and the damage assessments that will be coming in the next hours and days will show to what degree. Nick Robertson, thanks so much. I know we're going to come back to you soon there in Tel Aviv. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is praising.
Dude, remember, all of the people that were fucking complaining about like every militant faction against Israel in the region, every militant faction in the region, there's a reason why those guys will turn around and say like, oh, I think Israel's doing genocide, but also like no one should resist against it. Everyone that resists against it is like they're scary terrorists. Yeah, no shit, dude. Of course you think that way because you're fucking pro-Israel. Like how do you think all of this is unfolded in the ways that it has? Like, we are the terrorists. Israel is the terrorist. It's so crazy.
For full assessments of the damage, but with the U.S. strikes tonight and Israeli strikes over the course of the last several days, are we seeing the end of Iran's nuclear program?
We have to wait for the BDA, Battle Damage Assessment, from satellites and from other sources. But I think that we destroy Israel about 70%, and what the US have done is another 20%, 20 very important percent that Israel can't do, the Fordo site. But remember, there are in the hands of the Iranians about hundreds of enriched uranium in a high level. And this is very difficult to find and to destroy. But after saying that, the weaponization process is now going to be very long because most of the scientists were targeted and most of the sites and the capabilities to weaponize this enriched uranium are now almost close to zero.
as you know, successive U.S. presidents have refused to go this far, to take this step. And until a few days ago, it seemed that this president was at least reluctant to bring the U.S. to strike Iranian nuclear sites. What do you believe got President Trump over that hump? What do you believe led him to make this decision? And was part of it driven by Israeli success over the course of the last several days?
Oh my God, he set that question up to glaze Israel. Oh my God.
That Iran is not 10 feet high. For years, the American expert, analysts, military generals thought that attacking Iran will bring World War III, or at least a regional war.
The literal reason why he asked that question, which is the dumbest question of all time, is like, oh, it seems like Trump was restrained. He wasn't. It's crazy that he's asking that question to get praise for Israel's bravery by striking first and getting America on board. Schumer, a longtime Iran hawk, comes out against Trump's strikes, accusing POTUS of erratic threats and no strategy. Today, Senate Democratic leader Chuck Schumer released the following statement after President Trump announced, oh, damn, I guess Chuck was the taco boy after all. Thanks, Chuck. Just kidding. He's just mad that he wasn't invited to the war room. Like, look at this. No president should be allowed to unilaterally march this nation into something as consequential as war with erratic threats and no strategy. He's literally saying, let me in on the strategy. I've been meaning to bomb. I've been meaning to fucking bomb Iran in perpetuity. Why the fuck wouldn't you just let me in? It's crazy that you wouldn't let me get a taste. You wouldn't let me get a nut. What am I, Tulsi Gabbard? I yelled at Barack Obama when he did the Iran denuclearization agreement. How dare you let me out of the fucking war room? Because, like, here, before chatters say, Hassan, you're being too harsh on them, what do you expect them to say? These people are professional speakers. Okay? If your argument is Trump shouldn't be bombing Iran, then in that same argument, you can't be like, Iran is a ruthless campaign of terror, nuclear ambitions, and regional aggression demands. Like, you can't be like, Iran is doing a ruthless campaign of terror and has nuclear ambitions, and we shouldn't do anything about it. Okay? You can't let it, because, like, that's not the point you're making. The point you're making is that there's a right way to do this, which is bombing Iran, but by also asking me to bomb Iran. And there's a wrong way to do this, which is bombing Iran, but not asking me. It's so crazy because earlier today, I literally said, I'm going to do a Saturday fun day if America doesn't bomb Iran. And then America ended up bombing fucking Iran. I should have known better. Trump is a no gaming Andy.
I jinxed it. Trump is a politics only watcher, chat. Anyway. It's been 5 months and 2 days since Trump was elected. So much fun. Yeah. He's done a lot. Iran foreign minister has a new statement. I'm going to be live tomorrow, by the way. Obviously, as always. From the same place, same time. The United States, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, has committed a grave violation of the UN Charter, international law, and the NPT by attacking Iran's peaceful nuclear installations. The events this morning are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Every and each member of the UN must be alarmed over this extremely dangerous, lawless criminal behavior. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all the options to defend its sovereignty, interests, and people. It's just, yeah, I'm reserving my I'm gonna reassert my decision one last time, which is that I suspect that the response from Iran will be fairly limited. I don't know if it'll come while I'm offline. There's a likelihood that that might be the case. That is usually how it works. But we shall see. But I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. I'm so fucking tired. That's a 10-hour and 36-minute sesh. Anyway, love you guys. Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. all the ways the right wing pipeline can suck you in alive. JCS react, Lord, frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.